Chapter 1. It was just a house in a street in a town, and everything about it was ordinary. A semi, well cared for, the front garden on a slight slope, small but regularly attended to, with the low shrubs pruned and the green stalks of spring bulbs that had bloomed trimmed down to within an inch or two, barely visible unless you walked by slowly and looked, as he had done. The shingle on the drive was evenly spread, as if it had been recently raked over, and there were no weeds in it. Parked on the drive was an aging Peugeot saloon, but again it looked as if it was sound enough. It wasn't a wreck at all. Up at the windows there were net curtains, old-fashioned surely these days, but he didn't know that for certain, not the kind of thing that bothered him much. What bothered him was that there had been no sign of life at the place for 2 days. On the second afternoon, after a day and a half of doing little more than sitting and staring at the ordinary street and its ordinary houses, he had got out and left the car. There was clearly no one at home, and so the risk was small enough. Leaving the car there empty might even be a clever dodge. It might look as if it really did belong to someone nearby. He walked around for half an hour, getting a sense of the area, and his course, naturally enough, took him to where the back of the property would be, but there was no access to it. He stood on the footpath and selected Allow Present Location on the phone. The satellite view, opened to the maximum, seemed to confirm that there was no way of viewing the house from the rear, and he wondered then whether the man that he was looking for had taken that into account before he bought the place. It was possible. When it began to rain again, he went back to the car and drove away. In a supermarket he bought some sandwiches and ate them in the car park, watching the girls who worked there in the evening coming out on their breaks in 2s and 3s, standing under the projecting roof, smoking and talking, always talking, the girls, as they did back home, as they do the world over. A couple of them noticed him, said something, and then the others began to glance in his direction. One of them smiled at him, brazen, and he thought then about Mairead. When she asked, he had answered, "Just a bit of family business, won't be more than a couple of days." And then he remembered too late that he had said to the family that he would be working over there, that it was a contract consultation which had happened before once or twice. A stupid mistake or a Freudian slip. It made no difference. Mairead had got friendly through Facebook with his sister in Edinburgh, and it was only a matter of time before one of them said something about his absence. The longer he stayed away, the more likely that was. The girls went back inside, and the rain continued, bringing an early end to the day, even though it was June. As the light faded, so did the sense of expectation that had kept him going over the couple of weeks that he had planned this. Now he felt only a sense of irritation and stupidity. On the one hand, it had not been a complete waste of time. Using the landline in the drab little boarding-house, he had phoned the station and asked to speak to the man, and they had told him that he was not available at present. Could someone else help him? They might have said there is no such person here, but they had not, and that told him something. On the other hand, could he not have done that from home? Yet if the result of the call had been the same, confirming that there was indeed such a man, he would still have had to come, wouldn't he? And stupidity because if he had found him, what then? He had the list of questions all written out, of course, in a logical order that had been thought about for hours, but here and now, in the wet supermarket car park, even that seemed a little childish. He had done it, though. He had found him, he was certain of that, disappointing though the man might be if his dull house and his dull car were anything to go by. And then a mean thought came to him. Even if his own search, the personal business, came to nothing, he knew that there were still people back home who would like to know the whereabouts of this man. They were not people that he knew well, but he knew their names. Everyone back home knew their names, even after all these years. He got out of the car and took the food wrappers to the nearest bin. It was a warm, dense, fine rain, and he stood for a moment looking up into the soft blackness of a starless sky, allowing it to fall upon his face. So much for your English summer. This was as wet a night as any in Ireland. After that, he had taken the decision that he would go home tomorrow if there was no sign of anyone at the house. The man might be on holiday for a fortnight or more. There was no telling, and no way of finding out that he could see. And then, because he did not want to return to that poky little room yet, he took the hire car back across the town again, making a long detour to drive once more along the road that he had come to know too well, glancing to his left, not even slowing down, and there was a light on downstairs. He fought the impulse to brake suddenly, continued down to a junction, and eased his way slowly back up the road until he could pull in to the left some 50 or 60 yards from the house. He had been here until 10:30 last night, and there had been no light. If someone had left on a light for security, as they do, he would have seen it last night, unless it was on a timer that switched on after 10:30. It was a possibility. No other car in the drive, and no different car parked outside. He looked again at the lighted window and realized that the top vent was open, and it had not been earlier in the day. He had looked for that very thing at all the windows on the front of the house. Someone was home. That was all he could conclude, because there was probably a wife, and there might even still be children, reminding himself again how little he knew about the man. But someone was home, someone had come home, and his earlier irritation was forgotten. There was no question of knocking on the door at this time of night. It wasn't a question of manners, though. He wanted to see him first, have the advantage of him in that way, wanted to be the one who chose the moment. If he could see the man first, he would have a clearer idea of exactly what he was dealing with when he chose to deal with it. Perhaps not at the house at all, maybe on the street, in the open, where there would be witnesses and no places to hide, no door to be slammed in his face. At 20 minutes past 11, with the rain ceasing, the right side upstairs light came on, and seconds afterwards the downstairs one was switched off. A shadow moved once over the nets before the heavier curtains were pulled across, the shadow of the man that he had come a long way to find. He had no doubt in his mind now. He waited on another 3 or 4 minutes, until that light too disappeared, and then he thought about him up there in the dark room. Did he sleep well? Was he ever troubled by his conscience? Had he really done the things that people said he had done? At 11:30 he started the car and drove back to the boarding-house. When sleep wouldn't come, he got up, took the list out of the folder and read the questions over. The list was typed and bullet-pointed. With a pencil he made a couple of notes in the margin, put the papers back in order, and then placed the papers back into the folder. He thought about the house again, and then he went to the window and opened the top vent a little. The rain had made the air wet, and it was difficult to get a decent breath. Back in the bed, he opened his phone and saw in front of the picture of Mored that the sun would rise tomorrow at 04:47. No need to set an alarm, though. He had always been an early riser. He would be up right enough. The neighbours, the people who occupied the other half of the semi, were an elderly couple. He had seen them 3 times over the previous 2 days, once coming out of the house together, walking past his car, and then a long way down the road to wait at a bus stop, even though there was a new-looking VW hatchback standing on their drive. Now, at a little after 8 o'clock in the morning, the chap had come out again, but this time he had gone around to his neighbour's front door and knocked on it. The angle was not good, but if the man he had come to find stepped out, he would have his first sight of him. It was an oddly tense moment, but it came to nothing. The elderly chap was talking to whoever was inside, laughing at something, and then they shook hands. Why would they do that if they lived next door to each other? Then the old boy stepped forward into the house, and the door closed behind him. Opening his phone, he flicked across to the notes screen where he had begun keeping a record of his observations, and wondered whether to add this event to it. It was what people did in these situations according to the films and the television, but he had written nothing since midday yesterday. He closed the phone and resumed his watch. The road was grey and damp after the rain. True, the sky was brighter today, but still the clouds had not broken enough for the sun to get through. The air was still, and still humid. He opened the window, and the sound of pigeons came in. There were trees at regular intervals along the road, lime trees in blossom, and by the sound of it every one had its resident pigeon cooing away. It was actually a decent enough area, this end of the road, reminding him of the better parts of Glencolin, where he came from himself, and that thought brought into sharper focus his feelings about what he was doing here, and how much longer he was going to do it. 3 days now, and he had told them it would be a couple. So far he had had only texts, but Mairead would ring him today to see what the hold-up was, and that meant he would have to lie to her, something that he almost never did. The old man reappeared after, 10 minutes? Still no clear view of the other one, just a hand put up to say goodbye, the door remaining tantalizingly open for a few seconds. He could do it now, after all, just cross the road, tap on that door, ask the question, and say the name. Say the name and see the man's face when he heard that accent, maybe. See if there was a little fear. Maybe a lot of it. Maybe he would panic, try and shut the door in his face, call the police even. God knows how this will end, come to think of it. The front door closed. He continued his study of the house. All the curtains, which had been closed last night, were now open. Another early riser by the look of it. The car had not moved, so he'd not been out and about in the few hours he had not been watched. Was he working? The station had said he was not available, but that could mean anything, of course. More irritation. Some people did this sort of thing for a living, but he had no idea how, not now that he had tried it himself. He reached down into the passenger's footwell for one of the plastic bottles of water, snapped the top open, and tilted back his head to take a long pull, but not too long, or he'd need to drive down to the public conveniences, and that was not somewhere he wanted to go again. And then, suddenly, his man was there. Outside at last, and making for the car, but awkwardly, slowly, because he was walking with a stick. No, not a stick, one of those chrome and plastic crutches that a hospital gives you with the sprung clip that grips the arm below the elbow, limping on the right leg as if he had only just injured it and hadn't got used to the idea yet. The limping and the stick made him look older than the 50-something that he must be. Not a big man either. There had been no description of him back home, just the name, or to be more correct, the names, and obviously he could not ask his mother about all that. If he had done so, he would not be sitting here now. But this had to be him, opening the Peugeot's door and reaching inside for something. What he came out with, after leaning in with some difficulty, the crutch getting in the way, looked like the plastic wallet that occupies too much space in the glove compartment. The one that seems so full of promises and reassurances when the car is new. Then the man straightened himself and looked up and down the road as if he had not seen it for a while. The gaze travelled over the silver Escort, but at this distance he would not be able to make out the features of anyone inside it, and anyway, there was no sign that he had even noticed it among all the other vehicles parked along the sides of the wide road. Then he turned and hobbled back into the house, the little black wallet tucked under his right arm. And is that him? The sense of disappointment was surprising, and he questioned it for several minutes. He had the time, as it was pretty clear that this chap wasn't going anywhere in a hurry today. What had he been expecting? Someone who looked a little tougher, maybe, a little more dangerous, or even just a little bigger. Not a man who seemed to be nothing more than one of those anonymous office types down at Malloy's, the ones who could not grasp even the basics of the new accounting system he had spent 3 months developing for them. Could a man like this one ever have done the things that others had claimed? Could a man like this have done such damage to the O'Neills and broken his mother's heart? The conviction grew suddenly that he had made a mistake after all, a terrible mistake, and he thanked God that he had not gone over there and hammered on the door that first afternoon. He dwelt on it all for a long time, as he was inclined to do, for perhaps half an hour, glancing up occasionally at the house, but seeing nothing more. Then he opened his phone again and began to look at the times of the Stena Line ferries from Liverpool back to Belfast. Some of the houses on the townward side of the road were older than those on the right, the ones he had been watching, and some of them had high brick walls, shutting themselves off from the new developments of the 1950s and 60s. The wall that he had parked near, a good 8 or 9 feet high, had a spilling of some sort of creeper coming over the top of it, creating a patch of dry shadow on the pavement. As he scrolled down the ferry timetable with his fingertip, he finally became aware that there was someone standing in that shadow, no more than 4 or 5 feet from his car. He had enough composure not to look directly straight away. He continued to stare down at the phone in his left hand and scroll through it with the index finger of his right, but there was no mistake. Someone was there. A car hissed by on the wet road. After another 20 seconds or so, barely moving his head, he glanced sidelong across through the passenger window, and he could see the lower half of a man dressed in casual grey trousers, and by the left leg a shiny stick of chrome. He had closed the phone slowly and placed it into the slot on the dashboard below the radio. Still, the man had not moved, but he would be able to see everything that was happening inside the car, that was obvious, and so there was no point in pretending any more. Leaning across to his left, now seeing up to the man's shoulders, he levered the handle towards him and then pushed, opening the door a few inches. The rubber foot of the crutch came up and rested against the door, preventing him from moving it any further. He ducked down then and found himself looking up into a face that was smiling, even though the head that owned the face was shaking slowly from side to side, as if to say, "No, you don't." Then, with his right hand, the man pointed to the passenger window and made the circular motion that means wind it down. The ignition lights came on as he turned the key to the first position, and then the window slid down. It seemed to make an absurd amount of noise doing so. Leaning forward once more and looking up to the left, he could see the man's face again, and the man had ducked his own head a little so that they were more or less eye to eye. Blue eyes, having a good look around inside the car before returning to the driver's, and still the smile, which appeared to be genuine enough, as if the driver had only stopped to ask directions from a friendly local. That's exactly how it would look from across the road. "Right then, I suppose I should start by saying welcome to England." He could not keep the surprise out of his face, and the smile disappeared momentarily. The man was reaching into the pocket of a waterproof jacket as he spoke again, using his right hand, the left still holding onto the crutch which had returned to the pavement. "Oh, I'm sorry if we're at cross purposes, sir. My mistake. We ought to start with making sure that we know to whom we're speaking. It is Mr. Kelly, isn't it?" The surprise was now something closer to shock. What was going on here? Now the man was opening a little black notebook. That was what he had taken out of the jacket pocket. "Mr. Dermot Kelly of West Belfast? Arrived in the country on the 18th, assuming that you hired the car on the same day that you disembarked. I have to say, sir, that if you are sightseeing, you're not making much of a job of it. There's much more to England than this rather nondescript road. Kingslake isn't particularly scenic either, though it does have an interesting maritime history. Are you interested in history, Mr. Kelly?" The notebook was not the only thing he had taken out of the pocket. Now it had been replaced by an identity badge in a well-worn black leather wallet, and the badge was being held close to the open window so that the occupant had plenty of opportunity to read it. "Let's complete the introductions, then. I am Detective Sergeant David Smith of Kingslake Central Police, and now it's time for you to step out of the car, keeping your hands where I can see them." Mr. Dermot Kelly of West Belfast did as he was told. He closed the driver's door and stood in the road, fighting back the momentary impulse to put up his hands as if the policeman was armed. Despite the smile, he could not be certain that the man had a sense of humour. Smith said, "If I were you, I wouldn't stand there for too long, sir. There's a good chance that you'll get run over." Kelly walked around the front of the car and came to a halt facing Smith. After another glance into the notebook, as if something else of possible significance was written there, it was returned to the pocket of the waterproof jacket, and they stood regarding each other in silence. In terms of height, there was little to choose between them. Kelly had it by an inch, but he was the heavier man by a stone and a half or more, heavier with muscle, a strongly built, sturdy sort of young man who had spent, if Smith's eyes did not deceive him, an hour or two in the gym. "I'm sorry to harp on, but could you confirm for me that you are Dermot Kelly? Just for the record, you understand?" The Irishman said nothing, his dark eyes fixed firmly on the man in front of him, making not much of an attempt to keep the surprise out of them. "Just in case you are wondering, Mr. Kelly, there's no mystery in any of this. If you take a look over the road, you'll see my neighbour at his front door." Kelly did so, and sure enough, there was the old man whom he had seen entering Smith's house within the hour. He was plainly watching the two of them, though he would be able to hear nothing at all of their conversation. Smith continued, "Good people and very enthusiastic about the neighbourhood watch scheme. Do you have that in Belfast? Anyway, my neighbour tells me that this car has been hanging about the road for a couple of days. I haven't seen it myself, as I only got back late last night, but he popped round this morning with the registration and a decent description of the young man sitting behind the wheel. I called a colleague of mine, and, well, Bob's your uncle, as we say this side of the water, Mr. Kelly. I'm assuming that you used your own name when you hired the car, of course?" Kelly returned the smile this time and looked across the road again. Smith followed his gaze and said, "The lady of the house will be watching from inside too. She has a number to ring if things turn unfortunate on our piece of pavement, and it isn't 999. I imagine that she has already taken a few pictures with her digital zoom camera. Pensioners really do lead more active lives these days, don't they? So, Mr. Kelly, if indeed you are, how can we be of service?" They were standing 7 or 8 feet apart, and when Kelly looked away from the new model pensioners over the road, he met the level gaze of the other man for several seconds. If he had come armed with a pistol, if assassination had been his aim, he could have done it now, witnesses or no witnesses, and this policeman knew it well enough. But the eyes were steady. If there was fear behind them, he could not see it. He said, "You've got my name right enough, Mr. Smith," said that last word, that name, with a smile that twisted it a little into a question. "But I'm not so sure that I have yours. Smith, you say?" Just a nod, and the same patient, level waiting. "Okay, then, Mr. Smith. I just had to be certain that I wasn't talking to one Stuart Riley. You understand." Chapter 2. Typically, and at weekends, morning coffee would be made at around 10 o'clock, and the choice was invariably the light Parisian blend, rated at 3 on the scale of strength. He took the stone jar out of the fridge, opened it, sniffed the beans, and then put it back. This was not a weekend, and the situation was about as far from typical as he could imagine. Instead, he took out the other jar, the Javan high roast that he had been experimenting with as a late afternoon brew rated 5+, and put 4 scoops of the almost black grains into the mill. He had other alternatives in the cupboard, several unopened bags of ready ground, but this would take a little more time, and he needed a little more time. Hearing the name, the first time that he had heard it spoken in 30 years, had been like receiving a verbal gunshot wound, preferable to the other sort that had been there in the back of his mind as soon as Waters had told him who had hired the car, of course, but enough of a shock nonetheless for Kelly to see, if only momentarily, that he had struck home. For 3 decades, Stuart Riley had been safely buried in an unknown grave. Now he was all too upright and in conversation with an Irishman on the streets of King's Lake. It's one thing to see a dead man walking, and quite another to be one. Dermot Kelly had refused the offer of anything to drink. He was waiting in the lounge, or at least Smith assumed that he still was, having agreed to come across the road and talk indoors out of the coming rain and out of sight of the neighbours. But there was certainly something angry in him, something suppressed, that could not decide which of the 2 men he had just met, Smith and Riley, he disliked the most. That was why he had refused the offer of coffee or tea, or even just something cold. Still, Smith was making enough for 3, just in case Kelly changed his mind. He would need at least 2 cups for himself, and he had to get down some of the painkillers as well. A cigarette wouldn't go amiss either, but that would involve stepping out onto the patio, and he didn't think that he and Dermot were quite at that level of intimacy yet. When he went back into the lounge, Kelly was standing with his back to the window, waiting for him, his hands in his jeans pockets, the same fixed, angry expression on his face. Smith usually knew exactly why people were annoyed with him. In fact, in most cases, he had arranged it. But Mr. Kelly's emotional position in all this was a mystery as yet. If he was an assassin, he was a very odd one, but why else would a young Irishman be here? They had tried twice before, after all, and the memory of that shaped Smith's opening words. "I'm supposed to make a phone call when this happens." "When what happens?" "When someone turns up, someone from the old country." A half-smile, half-sneer at that. "The old country. It never was your country, was it? That's sort of the point, isn't it?" "Mr. Kelly, I have no idea what the point of this is. Sooner or later you're going to have to tell me. That's the coffee done. Sure you won't change your mind?" When he returned to the lounge with his coffee, Smith took a seat in one of the armchairs. After some hesitation, Kelly did the same. They looked at each other, and then Smith took a sip of the black liquid and savoured it with a frown, as if coming to a conclusion about it really was the most important thing he had to do this morning. Kelly said, "So you've not confirmed to me that you were once Stuart Riley, Mr. Smith, if that doesn't sound too Irish for you." Smith put the cup and saucer down on the glass-topped table by his chair and acknowledged the irony before he responded. "I don't know why you think that I would, Mr. Kelly, but then that's because I don't actually know who you are other than your name. I don't know who else might be waiting around the corner in a black transit van or a white one. It makes no difference. I'm not in the habit of answering questions from perfect strangers, wherever they originate from, so it's nothing personal." Kelly thought it over long enough for Smith to pick up the cup and saucer again. "Fair enough, I can see that. But the fact that you've invited me in here is an acknowledgment of something, isn't it? English hospitality? Oh, yes, that'll be it." Another long pause. Kelly had left the folder in the car, but it didn't matter. He knew the points off by heart, and some of them were as old as he was himself. But this was not going quite to plan. There had always been, when he imagined this, more confrontation, more raised voices and angry looks. He had not imagined anything like this man sitting in front of him, drinking coffee, apparently unperturbed and apparently refusing to ask for the answers that Kelly had spent so long preparing to give. "Okay, then. Thank you for the English hospitality. Now what? You've told me who you are, and at the moment I've no reason to disbelieve you. You could try telling me why you are here, to see if I can believe that as well." Smith put the saucer down again and adjusted his position in the chair, the stiff right leg making it awkward. The crutch seemed to have disappeared for the moment. "What happened to your leg there?" "Oh, I had the cartilage tidied up the day before yesterday. Should have been a day job, but I had a bit of a reaction to the anaesthetic, and they kept me in overnight. A friend picked me up yesterday, and I didn't get back until late last night, but I expect you already know that bit." Kelly nodded, and Smith smiled briefly. "How long, the recovery?" "It'll be stiff for a few days. I have to take the minimum 2 weeks off work, though. They always exaggerate. I could drive a desk for a fortnight, couldn't I?" "You're a policeman, though." "Yes. What else do you think you've found out?" "A detective sergeant. I think you've probably been there for quite a while." "Why?" "I just called the public number, but the person who answered knew who you were straight away. They had a laugh in their voice when they told me you were not in, if you know what I mean." "Yes, I expect lots of people are laughing because I'm not in." "No, I didn't mean it that way. I meant—" The Englishman was smiling, and Kelly realized that he had taken his words too seriously. "Yes, I've been there a while. A good piece of deduction, though there are simpler ways to find it out." "Well, I'm sure there are, but this isn't what I do, you understand. I was only—" "What do you do, normally?" As if they were chatting on the bus or at the airport, two strangers passing the time, not what he had intended at all. But it could do no harm to answer, and the man looked as if he was actually interested. "I'm a software developer." The detective looked slightly alarmed. "Good grief. I know someone has to do that sort of thing, but I've never met one before. For whom do you develop this software?" "Anyone who pays. I'm a freelancer." "And you're pretty good at it. How would you know that, Mr. Smith Riley?" "I do a bit of deduction myself now and then, Mr. Kelly." More tasting of the coffee. Kelly took the opportunity to look around the room. It was clean, tidy, and organized. Lots of books on shelves, and a modern sound system told him that music was important, but music on CDs, not streamed, there being half a dozen racks for these built in adjacent to the bookshelves. There were houseplants that looked green and healthy. The furniture was not new, but it was quality. The sofa and armchairs were a dark, natural leather and timelessly comfortable. Something about the room told him something about the man. When he looked back at him, he understood what Smith was doing. He was simply waiting for Kelly to explain himself, and if necessary, he would wait all day. If Kelly got up to leave, Smith would politely say that it was nice to have met him. Smith was not going to answer any questions, either as himself or as Stuart Riley. At least he was not going to answer any until he knew exactly who was asking them and why, and he might not answer them even then. The realization simplified matters considerably. "My name is Dermot Kelly. I'm from Belfast, and I am a freelance business software developer, a pretty good one. I've never done anything like this before. I don't have any affiliations, if you understand me. I'm not a part of any political organization, and there isn't, as far as I know, a transit van parked around the corner. I'm here on personal business, family business." Kelly could not see whether the coffee cup was empty, but it was now back on its saucer on the table. The detective sat back a little, rested his elbows on the arms of the chair, and placed his fingertips together. "Okay, and how can I help you with that? You can tell me where my uncle is." "Your uncle?" "Aye, I never met him, and I don't think I'm likely to now. I wish that I had, but there are people who knew him and loved him, and it's time that they were told what happened to him. That's what I'm trying to find out, Mr. Smith, or Mr. Riley. I don't mind which one of you tells me the answer." A pause, then, while the Englishman thought over his next move. Perhaps he was searching through his files for the name Kelly, but that wouldn't get him very far. Dermot Kelly took charge of the waiting now, watching Smith from under his heavy eyebrows, defying him not to ask the next obvious question. "Your uncle's name, then?" "O'Neill, Bran O'Neill." The eyes never wavered, but something changed in the face. Was that surprise, or something more? Was it guilt? Was it shame? This might all end now. If Smith or Riley denied all knowledge of such a man, Kelly understood that he had nothing else. He could tell the whole story, or as much of it as he had been told himself, but if Smith claimed never to have heard of these people, it was over. The detective looked fit enough despite his knee, but Kelly was younger and stronger. He knew that he could knock him down, take some sort of revenge that way, but it would change nothing important, and the man would not talk as a result of it. He could see that. Those people had been trained. More than that, they had been chosen carefully before the training began, and though Smith or Riley was 30 years older, the man underneath was still the same man who had put his life on the line day after day for months on end. So if he denied the name Bran O'Neill, that was it, and Kelly would walk away. "You say Mr. O'Neill was your uncle. How exactly were you related to him?" "Nothing in that," a carefully neutral question. "My mother was his sister. She still is." A long, long pause now. Nothing showed on the outside, nothing at all, and then that in itself became something. All the man's will was inwardly focused, and his breathing was deep and slow, as if even that must be brought under control before he spoke again. "Your mother's name?" "Katrina Kelly. But before that, of course, she was Katrina O'Neill." It was after 1 o'clock in the afternoon before he watched the silver escort drive away. He did not put up his hand. They were not friends, had not become friends in the hour that they had spent in each other's company. But things had eased a little, enough for Dermot Kelly to relent and take 2 mugs of tea, unsweetened and with just a dash of milk, so he couldn't be all bad. When the car had gone, Smith stood for a moment looking at the road, at the spot where he had first watched the man inside the car, and then at the lime trees in blossom and the sky above the town clearing after the rain. He stood looking, and saw none of it. He closed the door, went to the kitchen and washed up the cups, rinsed out the teapot and the coffee-maker, dried them all thoroughly and returned them to their places. Then, using the crutch as he had been told, he walked through the house to the patio doors, pushed them open, and stepped out onto the slabs. Nothing needed doing out in the garden. He had seen to that before going into the hospital, had anticipated the fact that he would be incapacitated for a few days. He was good at that, anticipation, always had been. Not boasting to think that, not big-headed, as his mother used to say, disapprovingly, of those who were. If you don't know your strengths and weaknesses after 55 years on this earth, you haven't been making the best use of your time. But he had not anticipated this. Her son? He had no doubt that it was so. Just a couple of minutes had been enough to convince him of that. Kelly had been able to name them all, something that anyone could have memorized, but he had said things and spoken about them as individuals in such a way that it was clear he had known them all his life. His Uncle Brady, for example, her brother, in his 60s now, but still liable to punch first and ask questions later. Once he had taken Smith outside the bar for a smoke, and laid a large hand on his shoulder, explaining with a smile what he would do to him if Catty ever ended up in tears over all this. Or his Aunt Adriana with her singing, famous in all the pubs of West Belfast then, whom the young English sympathiser had accompanied on his guitar a few times earlier in that year, in 1985. Smith had questioned him about the rest of them, her other brothers, Cayley and Corin, and the other sister Leah, avoiding for the moment the subject of Bran, and then he asked after her parents. Dermot Kelly's grandfather and grandmother. Baron O'Neill was dead of the cancer, Kelly said, and Rosa was not doing so well these days. She needed a little looking after. There had been pauses in their conversation, and this had been the cause of one of them. Baron O'Neill had been a big man in every way, known and respected throughout the Catholic community, quietly spoken, a staunch Republican, but opposed always to the violence that had contaminated his city. And Rosa, the daughter of Italian immigrants, who had welcomed Stuart Riley into their family solely because Katrina liked and trusted him, and whose beauty was the fading reflection of her youngest daughters in the mirror of time. No, he had no doubt that Dermot Kelly was who he claimed to be. That alone did not make him safe, of course. Adding the personal to the political might have made him the perfect weapon of revenge, but revenge did not seem to be the motive behind his appearance here in King's Lake. In the end it came back to the beginning. They, wanted to know what had happened to Bran O'Neill. Smith had confirmed very little directly, but his questions, which began as a means of checking the story, but which became eventually an unconcealed expression of his desire to know, were an admission that Kelly had found the man he was looking for, whatever name he was going by now. When he was asked why the search for his uncle had brought him to England this summer rather than any other, Kelly had an answer ready. "It's 30 years this June, isn't it? This very month. It's an anniversary of sorts. My Uncle Brady and Aunt Leah, they're still close to Mamma, and the three of them have been talking this year about that, the 30 years. It's a lifetime, isn't it? It's my lifetime, more or less. So they've been talking, and I've been listening, piecing together what I could. Whenever they get onto the subject, your name comes up. Or one of them does." "Was it your Uncle Brady who sent you?" "No. If he knew where you were, I think he would have come himself. Nobody sent me, you understand. Nobody knows I'm here. They know I'm in England, that's all, consulting with an old client. My girl, Mairead, is about to twig that I'm fibbing unless I send her a message today saying that I'm on my way back. I'd rather not be lying to her. There's been enough of that, hasn't there?" He had looked meaningfully at Smith then, and Smith had nodded briefly his understanding of it. If there was to be more self-recrimination to come, then so be it. But the time was not now, not with this earnest young man in front of him. He had said, "Well, you had better be getting back to this Mairead of yours. I've no doubt the tempers of Irish girls haven't changed that much since I was there, which I was. You've realised that already without me having to say so, but I will say that I like that family very much. Whatever you've been told about me and the way things turned out, that's the truth. What I'm going to say next is also the truth, though I have no means of proving it. When I left Belfast, I did so with about 2 hours' notice. In fact, I was out of the country in 3. I never went back, and I never made contact with anyone that I had known in those times. That was not so easy for me, either. On the evening of the day before I left, I saw and spoke to Bran, and he seemed fine. Everything was normal. Until this conversation, I had no idea that he had gone. And I have no idea what happened to him." Kelly said, "You know what they call them, don't you?" "Yes, I do. The disappeared." "Aye, that's it. A nice, neutral sort of word, isn't it? Not so much blame attached to it. Just gone. The British government says there are fewer than 20 now, but it's scores and scores still. That's the truth of it." Smith nodded. "I can believe that. I hope you can believe that I had no idea Bran was among them, and I'm very sorry that he is." There was little anger in the younger man now. He had talked warmly about his family, and that had mellowed it into evident disappointment that Smith would be able to tell him nothing. On the other hand, he understood that there were things that he had not been told about what exactly the Englishman had done in that summer of 30 years ago. Kelly said, "You say you've never been contacted, because there is a group that tries to find these people, literally tries to find them, wherever they are. It's not for revenge, just to give them a Christian burial, to say a proper goodbye. That's all my mother wants from this. She contacted them a year or so ago, gave them everything she had, and I just wondered whether they ever found you. No, the other sort of people did, many years ago. As you can see, they missed. I didn't expect to hear any more about those times. Not that you forget them. Don't think that. People got hurt, in many ways. Some more than others, though. Yes, inevitably." They could debate that, of course, but by now Smith's mind was already tidying up details. At that point he could not have said whether it was doing so in order to file this all away or to prepare a plan of action. He said, "Can I clear up one thing? It was you that sent the empty envelope a few weeks ago?" "Yes, a bit amateurish on reflection for a man like you." "What would you have done if I'd sent it back marked 'not known at this address'?" Kelly thought it over before he answered. "I think I'd have come anyway, just to see for myself." "Yes, so would I." They seemed to have reached the end of something. Kelly made ready to stand up, and Smith half raised a hand to stop him. Smith said, "I'm sorry that I couldn't be of some help, at least. Obviously, I'm going to think this over again in view of what you've told me. If I recall anything or realize that something might be useful to you, I could ring you if you want to leave me a number." Instead, Dermot Kelly had given him a business card that included his personal mobile, email address, and website details, as if to say, "This is me, I'm for real, not hiding anything at all." Dermot Kelly, followed by some letters that Smith did not recognize, and then the phrase, "Original Software Solutions." Unfussy, almost minimalist, but the card itself was thick, almost chunky, and not cheap. Sitting at the patio table, Smith took it out again and examined it as he thought over the events of the day so far. A bolt out of the blue hardly covered it. Baron O'Neill, dead and gone. Bran O'Neill among the disappeared. Katrina O'Neill's son sitting in his lounge. A decent young man, by the look of it. One who had, in the end, taken Smith's word that he had known nothing of what took place in the city after he left it that night. He thought about it again, remembering the dates, and then realizing that the 30th anniversary was not just this month, as Dermot Kelly had said. It was 30 years to the day in just 3 days' time. A decent young man who had taken his word. But things are better there now, aren't they? You see the stories on the news about the investment, the rebuilding, the success of the power-sharing agreement. Better surely to leave it that way. Better not to let the past come out of its grave and haunt yet another generation. And then, for the first time, he allowed himself to think about her, not as a sister or a mother, but as she was then on a night in Rourke's bar, when he had sung along to a song that he did not know, "When Irish eyes are smiling," and he had kissed her, and she had stolen his heart away. She would be 52 now. He tried to imagine her, but could see only Rosa O'Neill's face. Rosa O'Neill, who was not doing so well now, who needed a little looking after. Bran had been the favourite son, the favourite brother. Any of them would have told you that with a laugh and a smile. Quick-witted, funny and friendly, he had been the one that Smith had met first, the one who had introduced him to the rest of them. And now, after 30 years of suffering, of thinking about him every day, and yet never seeing him again, the women needed to say a proper goodbye. That's why Dermot Kelly had come to find him, and when he thought about it, as he was now, the pain seemed worse than he might have had from some anonymous gunman's bullet. Strange how the images of those times become the imagery of one's thoughts about them forever after. To tell them what Tommy Blake had said to him that final night would be like handing them a live grenade, and he could not do it. If Bran O'Neill lay cold in a field in County Meath or some such place, there had to be another way to find him. Chapter 3. He knew where the metal box was, but took a while to find the key to it, and it took a while, too, to climb the ladder into the attic. The knee would already bend to 45 degrees with little pain, better than the surgeon had suggested so soon as this, but after that it certainly made its objections known, and so he went up slowly, using the left leg and his arms to do all of the work, the right one trailing behind. Then he sat on the edge of the trap-door space and switched on the light. Around him lay the organized flotsam of half a lifetime, in bags, boxes, and old suitcases. Many of Sheila's things were here still, and he felt a pang of guilt that the purpose for which he had climbed into this place that once belonged to them both had nothing to do with her. It was months since he had been up here, and he made a silent apology before clambering over the first crossbeam and making his way to the furthest and darkest recess of the roof space. The box lay hidden behind the water tank. There was a little resistance in the lock that had not been turned in what must be almost a decade, as if it, too, was reluctant to go back to those places and times. Or maybe it was only rust. He forced the issue, and the lock gave with a grating click. On the top lay a handwritten inventory of the contents, but he did not need to read it. If asked, he could have named exactly what the box contained. Without thinking, his fingers went first to the ammunition clip. It could hold 13 rounds when full, but contained only one. 30 years ago he had filed a report explaining what had happened to the others, the circumstances under which they had been fired through the Browning HP pistol, long since gone, but that didn't matter any more. Instead, he looked at the final bullet, and thought about the man for whom it had been intended if things had turned out differently. The papers for his third identity were all still there, and theoretically still usable. Birth certificates, national insurance details, a driving license, bank accounts, passports, a thick bundle of £20 notes in an envelope, everything that one might need to move quickly into a place of greater safety with a matching set for Sheila. He had asked for that 10 years ago when it was all updated for the final time, and she had treated the entire exercise with amused contempt, saying that he must have a very high opinion of himself if he thought anyone was still interested in him after all these years, except for herself, of course. But he had asked for the replacements anyway, and locked them away in this box, never showing them to her. Twisting around, he managed to lift one old suitcase onto another, and then, using that as a seat, he went through the contents of the box, item by item. It wasn't all usable after all. The passport was still in date, just, but the driving license was not. No matter. The surgeon had told him that one of the things he would not be able to do, perhaps for weeks, was to drive. Emergency stops, they were the problem, trying to put the foot down hard and suddenly so soon after a knee operation was liable to cause an accident. Smith considered it all and allowed himself a brief smile. He never would have taken his own car, but hiring one had been a thought. He could dismiss that idea now. The passport would give him enough cover to rent a room for a night or two if anyone asked, as long as he did not use a bank card to pay. Once he had been seen by anyone who recognized or remembered him, of course, things might unravel quickly, but he had no intention of being there for long, and if his accommodation at least was under another name, it would be more difficult for anyone to find him. Christopher Colgate. Who made these things up? Had they used a tube of toothpaste for inspiration? He kept the passport and £400 of the cash. Everything else went back into the box where it belonged, and the box was returned to its dark corner. Above his head, drumming on the roof tiles, another shower of rain passed over, but this should be the last day of that before things began to improve. They were in for a fine spell, or so the forecast had said. He needed to check that it would be the same across the water, though, before he packed any clothing. Detail, Smith, detail. That's what they had hammered into him before he ever set foot in the place, and now here he was, preparing to go back there. When he got out of bed this morning, nothing had been further from his mind, except perhaps to wonder how Detective Superintendent Allen was going to manage without him for the next fortnight. When his mobile began to ring, he reached for it in his pocket before realizing that he had left it on the bedroom windowsill. Then, stupidly, he went to half-crawl, half-stoop along the boards of the attic floor, as if he could reach it in time, forgetting the knee and getting a sharp reminder 3 seconds later. He sat back, straightened it, and with his eyes closed, he waited for the pain to subside. This could wait, couldn't it? He could go next week, if he had to go at all, surely. But those 3 days, that anniversary, troubled him. He wasn't a superstitious man, but the timing of all this seemed to mean something. That Dermot Kelly, her son, should find him now, just 3 days before it, somehow demanded his presence there where it all took place. Like those old veterans, fewer in number each year, who make their way back to the killing fields of Belgium and France for the 11th of November, come what may. The phone rang 9 more times before the only sound he could hear once more was the rain drumming on the roof above his head. "Yes, you rang. What do you want?" "Good morning, DC. I just phoned to see how you are. Are you still in bed?" Detective Constable Christopher Waters seemed to find that idea amusing. Not so long ago the gruffness still used to work most of the time, but no longer, and so Smith gave it up in favour of lying. "Yes, I am. At least a month, they reckon, before I can get down the stairs." "Really? I spoke to John earlier, and he said you were doing pretty well yesterday when he picked you up. What happened?" "Ah, yes, but I was still under the effects of the anaesthetic then. It comes on pretty suddenly once that's worn off." Waters was thinking about what was to be done, and Smith smiled to himself as he walked from the kitchen into the lounge. At least he was using the stick, as he had been told. "How will you manage? Do you need any help?" "Well, Mr. Constant, my surgeon, said that he hoped I had family and friends that could support me for a few weeks. Of course, my family are all miles away." "Help out how?" "Oh, just assist with a few things, washing and that personal hygiene." He could picture the growing look of horror on the boy's face, and his smile widened a little. "Right. Well, I could organize something. Do you want me to have a word with D.S. Reeve? Does she know the situation?" "No, I didn't want to bother her. She's a busy woman. It would only be for a few days until the nurse arrives." "Bloody hell, DC. You've got to have a nurse?" "Well, it's what they advise. They've given me a catalogue. It's what I'm doing now, lying in bed and choosing one." "It's a private nurse, then?" "Yes, very. You wouldn't believe how complete the service is for £200 a day." The penny was slowly dropping, but he still heard Waters repeat, £200, as it did so. Yes, I'm thinking of going for one of the Swedish models. They're a bit like Volvos, looks that are timelessly stylish with total reliability, but not cheap.
Very good, DC.
I can only apologize. I asked for a sense of humour transplant while I was under, but there's a long waiting list. What's happening at the ranch? Not much, but it had only been a few days. A trial date had at last been set for the killers of James Bell. Stuart Aves had not altered his plea, which meant that there was still no hope of building a case against Donald McFarlane. It also meant that the defence lawyers of Aves and Philip Wood would be antagonistic towards each other rather than cooperative. That might produce something yet as the date for the trial approached. They should keep an eye on that, Smith said, but according to Waters, Kingslake Central was still focusing on the drugs issue. In the afterglow of the seizure of cocaine that had brought them national headlines, Detective Superintendent Allen had made various promises to the citizens of the city, and now the detectives and constables of the force were being kept busy implementing them. Only yesterday, a second small cannabis factory had been discovered in the boiler room of Nelson Mandela House, one of the 5 tower blocks, which Smith thought was a commendable enough use of waste heat to deserve a green energy subsidy, and Allen had immediately called another press conference. Apparently only 2 members of that august profession turned up, one of them being the gardening correspondent of the Lake Chronicle who had misunderstood the email. Smith estimated that this could all go on for another month at least, and so it was not the worst of times to be having a fortnight off. After all that, Waters said, "I've got some personal news, though, DC." "Dear God, let it not involve Catherine Diver. I've only been away for 3 days." "Right, what is it?"
"I received the letter this morning. I'm officially on the staff. D.I. Reeve told me that it's mainly down to what you wrote, so I wanted to thank you."
"Go on, then."
"Thank you, DC."
"No problem. That's what they say these days, isn't it? I've no doubt it will be a problem before long. I've no doubt I've probably committed professional suicide."
"She's putting me in your team as well."
"You see, I'm being punished already. What about your dad? I take it you've let him know?"
"Yes, he's happy. He says he's glad you didn't take up that job offer now. He says the greatest challenges of your career now lie ahead of you."
"I fear he might be right, but well done anyway. If ever I need someone to tackle a lady P.I. to the ground, you're the man I want by my side." He had mentioned her almost by name without intending to at all, but nothing else was said. Was that good or bad? Smith moved quickly on, asking whom his team's temporary sergeant was, having already guessed that it would be Wilson. It was, and that was Reeve making a point again, building bridges even if neither side of the river particularly wanted to keep in touch with the other, though he had to admit, after the 4 of them took on the Albanians at Honey Hill Farm, the seed of mutual respect that had been planted had managed to put out its first green shoot. Wilson might lack a lot of things as a policeman, but courage wasn't one of them. John Murray's wound had healed well, but, as expected, he would not be returning before the birth of the baby, which should now be a couple of weeks away. Smith had visions then of being called to the hospital to witness it all, as he wasn't on duty, but the responsibilities of a godfather didn't really extend as far as that, did they? All this meant that only Waters and Serena Butler had actually joined Wilson's team. Why was his own seemingly always understaffed? He hadn't had 4 of them for more than a year. No doubt it was because he was always being given the misfits and strays. Talking of which, so is Serena in the office?
No, she's gone out with Mike this morning. She said she'll be back before lunch.
OK, ask her to give me a ring when she is, will you?
Yes? Anything I can do?
No, not unless you'd like to come and meet Helga when she arrives.
Waters laughed, and Smith could hear the relief in that, the sense that Waters finally felt that he had arrived somewhere that mattered.
DC, I don't know why you think I'd want to meet a Swedish nurse.
Before the line went quiet. Smith thought about Catherine Diver.
It would almost be worth finding and paying a Helga to save the poor boy. Serena Butler called him within half an hour. Waters must have contacted her on her mobile, and when Smith spoke to her he could hear traffic passing by, and Mike Dunn's voice shouting hello in the background. When she asked what she could do, Smith's answer had surprised her. "I wondered whether you could drop by, maybe after your shift. I'll be here all day."
"Okay. Do you need me to bring anything? A bedpan, maybe?"
"Eh?"
"Chris told me about your conversation earlier."
"Oh, yes, most amusing. Make the most of your time in Wilson's team. As soon as I get back, we'll be having a shake-up. Far too much insubordination."
"I look forward to it. I'll be having a late lunch by the look of it, so I could pop over then. Will you make me a sandwich?"
"I don't have any bread that big, but I'll manage something. Thanks."
"Any clue as to why I'm coming to your place?"
"No, and there's no need to mention it to anyone else but Mike."
"Ooh, more mysterious by the minute. See you soon, DC." "I was only joking about the sandwich."
He had laid out the possible ingredients on the work surface before she arrived, offering her either a strong or a mild cheddar with various salad combinations, or a chutney, or she could have the ham that came from a farm shop on the Lakenham Road, or he could do something with the prawns and mayonnaise he had in the fridge, and he could do either white or wholemeal bread. Serena Butler made her choice, complimenting him on his catering skills, but he waved her away with a knife, telling her to go and sit down in the lounge.
"You have a lovely place, DC. The outside doesn't do it justice. Not that I'm implying anything about the front, but—"
"Thanks, it's just where I live. Have a wander about while I do this if you like. The garden's looking all right. Go through the patio doors." She said that she would, and then he called her back. "Tea or coffee?"
"Oh, tea, please."
"Some loose leaf or standard supermarket breakfast?"
"I'm a standard supermarket sort of girl."
"One pot coming up. You have 5 minutes to complete your investigation." She went across the lounge and pushed open the patio doors. He had said that the garden was looking all right, but she would have described it as beautiful, with a surprisingly long, closely cut lawn bordered by established perennials, shrubs, and small trees. Thought had gone into the layout, and she could see that what first appeared to be the end of the garden was not. Beyond the trellis work there was more hidden away. On the patio were numerous tubs and pots filled with fuchsias, geraniums, and other flowering plants that she could not name. She stared at it all for a long moment, and then went back into the lounge. Shelves full of books, racks full of CDs, healthy houseplants. She thought guiltily about her own hopeless efforts in that department. A thick wheat-coloured carpet, a matching three-piece suite in dark natural leather, the walls painted in different shades of beige and cream according to the angle of the light from the windows. Not much clutter, which drew one's attention to the few items that were on shelves or windowsills. She moved closer to the photograph. A head-and-shoulders portrait of a woman looking not directly into the lens, but somewhere beyond it. An intelligent face with serious eyes, surrounded by dark, wavy hair, difficult to age, but it must be her, his wife. Detective Inspector Reeve had talked about Sheila Smith that night as they waited in the car outside the Velvet Club. It must be 3 years or more since she had died, but here she was, still watching over the room that she had created, that the two of them had created together. "If we eat in here, we'll have to mind our P's and Q's." Smith had come into the room and was looking from Serena to the photograph. "Or we can eat at the bar in the kitchen." They did that. She complimented him again on the house and its garden, trying to keep the surprise out of her voice, but it was impossible to tell whether she had entirely succeeded. Smith said, "It's too big for me, of course. I should move, downsize, that's what they're saying now, isn't it? The government and the local authorities. Raise the tax on people who have more than their allotted space so that we all live in appropriately sized accommodation." She had never heard him make a political comment before, and she didn't know how to respond. But the ham was delicious,
and when she told him so, he explained to her where she could buy it and how important it was to support local producers, especially when they were friends of his. "I'll go on Saturday and buy half a pig." Whatever was on his mind, whatever the reason had been for his asking her to come, he was taking longer than usual to get around to it. He smiled at her answer and drank more coffee, and then, as happened so often, he said something that suggested he had been reading her own mind. "I was going to ask you a favour, but I'm having second thoughts."
"If it involves me watering your houseplants, that would be very wise."
"No, not that. If this only involved a risk to a couple of Schlumbergerers, I wouldn't be hesitating. But it might be more than that, and I don't want to get anyone in any bother, least of all you." Because she had been in bother already, that must be what he meant. So it was something to do with work, and now her curiosity really was aroused. She put down the teacup, proper bone china if she was not much mistaken, and waited. He said, "I'm thinking about going away for a couple of days."
"Sounds good. Get some proper R&R.
"Yes, but it might not be quite like that. It might involve a bit of an investigation. I won't know until I get there and talk to some people."
"And how can I help, DC?"
She could, of course, have asked where, who, and why. That she had not done so said much for her, and his sense of hesitation deepened. But now he had waded halfway across, and to turn back would be as tedious as to go over, at the very least. "I might need a bit of backup as far as records are concerned. I probably won't, but it might be useful at some point just to look a couple of people up. I can't do that from where I'll be."
"It's not a problem at all. Just ring me. We've all done it, looked up stuff that's not directly linked to a case. I checked out one of my neighbours after I moved in, and
it's not quite that straightforward. I'd give you my log-on details, and you could do it as me. We could get our wrists slapped for that, but actually I doubt that they could, in that case, even prove who'd logged on. That would keep your name out of it. If you use my machine in the office, even better. I know the dates wouldn't match if they looked up my time off, but I can't see why it would ever come to that. I'm just being cautious." She was thinking it over now, and a part of him hoped that she would say no, she'd rather not, because he wasn't sure about this. On the other hand, there was no one else that he could ask. Murray would have done it with merely a shrug, and they could have questioned him about it until the cows came home, but Murray himself was away from the office for at least another fortnight. Waters would have done it, and would have kept his mouth closed too, but it wasn't fair to ask a youngster who had just that morning had his foot planted on the first rung of the ladder, and it would be wrong to ask Mike Dunn now that he was back in Wilson's team. Serena Butler said, "Of course I will. Just ring me and tell me what you need to know." "Thank you." He seemed curiously solemn as he said that. "DC, can I ask one question? Where exactly are you going?" He was gathering together the empty plates, cups, and saucers now, and his answer was curiously light in contrast. "Oh, fair enough. You'll know if I ask you to help anyway. I'm going to spend a couple of days in Northern Ireland, in Belfast." At his desk that evening he finished the letter that explained what he was doing, and some of the reasons why. At the end of it he wrote a line of apology for not being able to fulfill his duties as a godfather, realizing as he did so that he had, after all, been rather looking forward to that. Then he folded the letter neatly into 3, put it into the envelope, and sealed it. On the outside he wrote John Murray, and then he propped it up against the little brass dragon that he had used as a paperweight for many years. He sat back and wondered idly who would open the letter, if it came to it. That he was being overly thorough he well knew. It was an indulgence that he still allowed himself occasionally. The people who might wish to do him harm must be much fewer in number than they had been back then. Some must have died, others must have repented their ways, or simply moved on with their lives.
Presumably they did not pass on to the next generation a list of Englishmen who must die in the end for their crimes against the Republic. Presumably the next generation was growing up freer of the prejudice and hatred that had scarred the one that he had known. Look at Dermot Kelly, for example. There had been no sign of the poison in him, only a genuine desire to heal his family and lay one of its members to rest at last. Poor Bran O'Neill. Smith opened the new Alich notebook and looked again at the list of names he had written on the first page. It had to be a new one because this was not Kingslake Central business, and he did not want the two things mixed up. Again the twinge of doubt at his decision to involve Serena Butler, but if he never called her, then she never would be involved. There were 5 names because 5 was the number of men in the cell. Only one of them, the man in charge, would know the name of the next man above them in the ranks, the idea being that if a cell was compromised in any way, the damage would be limited. Naive, but it might have worked, had it not been for the Irish loves of talking and secrets and whisky, not necessarily in that order, and of hints and nods and knowing winks. Even spending a night in a bar with them would give an observant young man plenty to report, and he had, in the end, done much more than that. 4 of the names had been buried deeply, though they had not been and never would be forgotten. The 5th name could not have been buried, however hard he might have wished to do so, because it was known to every political journalist and commentator on both sides of the water. Quinn had moved on with his life all right since those times in the back room of Rourke's bar. Lorcan Quinn, leader of the cell. Lorcan Quinn, fanatic and psychopath, in Smith's considered opinion, was now Lorcan Quinn M.L.A., and a member of the power-sharing executive. Lorcan Quinn, who had more reason to wish Stuart Riley dead, even now, than any other man in Ireland. Chapter 4. There is no direct route from Kingslake to Birkenhead, and the train journey itself took a little over 4 hours. He passed the time reading an authoritative academic book about the troubles that he had owned for years but never found the time for until now. It was like revising for an examination. And then the ferry journey itself consumed another 8 hours. You can fly to New York and be riding about in a big yellow taxi in less time than that. Because it was so late in the day when he finally disembarked, he allowed himself the luxury of a black taxi instead, but there was only an hour or so of daylight left, and he saw little enough of the city that he was driven through. He had only the sense that much had changed, that if he had woken up suddenly in the Titanic Quarter, for example, he would not have known where in the world he was. Milford Place lay off Milford Street, and it was only a short limp from there to Albert Street, which was on one of the city's Translink bus services. Using it should take him into the western suburbs in only a few minutes. All this he had been able to plan from his study in Kingslake, and he had been able to confirm those details, along with several others, with the landlady of the B&B when he telephoned her. She had said initially, "We can do our bookings on the internet, Mr. Colgate, if you'd prefer that." But when he remarked that if he was going to stay in someone's house he preferred the personal touch, she seemed to warm to him once she was over the surprise. Yes, the bus service was excellent, and another guest had changed their plans. She would be able to offer Mr. Colgate a room with a view of St. Peter's Cathedral after all, if he wished, and the difference in the cost was minimal. Mr. Colgate accepted her offer. Mrs. Green was all W's, warm, wide, welcoming, and a widow. She told him the latter as soon as they met in the hallway, as if that was the important thing, as if once they had got that out of the way, matters could proceed as planned.
To his right here was the breakfast-room, 8 until 9. She did not do the full English, she said, clearly as a matter of principle, but if required she was happy to produce a plateful of fried food. There were healthy options too, she pointed out, with the air of someone vaguely puzzled as to why so few people chose them. At the foot of the steep, narrow staircase she made no bones about staring down at his walking-stick before saying, "Can you manage these with your leg there? Do you want me to take your bag, Mr. Colgate? My other guest doesn't arrive until tomorrow morning now. I could swap you over." Smith had little doubt that she could manage his bag on one fine shoulder and him over the other, but he declined the offer of help. Just recovering from a minor operation, he said, an inconvenience, nothing more, and then he followed her ample form up the 14 steps. Always count them in case you need to go down them in the darkness. The travelling bag was only half filled, but he had to turn a little sideways to minimize the discomfort in his knee, and then it was awkward because the stairway was narrow, an old house built when most people were thinner. The room was perfectly decent, a little fussy, a little frilly even, but not small, and there was indeed a window-seat that gave a distant view of St. Peter's. That was the first thing that Mrs. Green pointed out, and Smith made the obligatory admiring remarks. He had the sense that the landlady was a member of that congregation, and on the wall that faced the single bed was a small print of the Adoration in blue and gold, with the Virgin looking outwards to the observer of the scene. When Mrs. Green wasn't keeping an eye on you in her house, another lady would be. Smith said, "I forgot to mention on the phone that I would like to pay you cash if that's all right, Mrs. Green. I took out more than I needed for another trip, and I don't want to be carrying it around forever." Momentary surprise, and he felt a matching momentary annoyance. The aim was to be unmemorable, invisible, and he wasn't doing a particularly good job of it so far. But the cash was not a problem, she said, and it would save her a trip to the bank, maybe. While he was at it, then, he might as well deal with the other matter. "And my visit is a little open-ended. I'm not sure how long I'll be staying, but your room is just what I need, Mrs. Green. If I say 3 nights and pay you for that in advance, could you let me know if you have another inquiry for the room after that before you let it to someone else? I'm sorry to be a little vague." "You're going to pay me 3 nights in advance, Mr. Colgate?" "Yes, with an option to stay a couple more if necessary." "I see. Now, I don't do any discounts if someone pays in advance." "No, of course not. The full amount that you told me when I called." Her face softened a little, and it seemed that taking his money would not be too much of an issue for her, but, as he had anticipated, there were to be further questions now. "What exactly is it you do, Mr. Colgate?" "Coffins." "I beg your pardon. I'm an undertaker, Mrs. Green. I'm here to negotiate contracts to supply coffins to England. Irish oak is particularly valued by our most discerning customers." "Oh, is it?" She looked somewhat taken aback. "Very much so. But these are likely to be protracted discussions. One has to have a certain decorum in such matters, even though it is still a business. And the cost. Dying is an expensive thing these days, isn't it? Have you looked into it yourself yet?" No, not directly." "My advice to everyone is the same, Mrs. Green. Plan ahead. It's a terrible thing to leave to relatives. It's the last kindness that you can do for them, isn't it?" "I expect so." As Smith had hoped, she already seemed more inclined to leave him in peace than she had been a couple of minutes earlier. But he pressed on. "I'll be involved all day in meetings and visits to possible suppliers, and there will be some evening work too, so I might be coming and going at odd hours, if that's all right. You said that you will let me have a key, so when I've unpacked I'll come down and we can sort out the money and so on. How does that sound?" When she had departed, he sat on the bed, straightened his knee, and then swung it up and around to rest it. So much for invisibility. The landlady now had a customer that she would be gossiping about for months, if she was a gossip at all. Still, the name had held up, and he had made sure that he would not need to go in search of further accommodation. Surely 3 nights would cover this. He might even have over-allowed there. Sometime tomorrow or the day after at the latest, Stuart Riley would make himself known in this city after an absence of 30 years, and Stuart Riley might be told to go to hell. If that happened, David Smith would go to Kingslake instead, and Christopher Colgate would leave Mrs. Green with enough spare cash to consider a down payment on a funeral plan. The knee ached, and so did his head. Too much travelling too soon after the operation. Smith closed his eyes briefly and went through it all again. Riley, Smith, Colgate. He thought, sometimes I just don't know who I am any more, and the irony that first amused him then became strange and a little sad. It was here in this very city, 30 years ago this week, that he had first felt that way. There were sirens during the night. Each time, it seemed, they reached into the shallow sleep of a new bed in an unfamiliar room and drew him back to the surface. And then he lay awake and thought, well, some things don't change. But then he told himself these sirens will only be for the minor individual tragedies of life, a drunken brawl, maybe, a robbery, a car crash, a heart attack. There won't any longer be hundreds of angry eyes glaring at each other across dark streets. There won't be flying bricks or fire bombs or gunfire or soldiers kicking down doors. After that he would drift off again, hearing only Smith's voice in his head, Smith's voice telling the other two just how stupid they were to be here at all, and that it could all be resolved by taking another taxi back to the Stena line first thing in the morning. Instead, after a healthy breakfast of grapefruit and cereal, he made his way, following Mrs. Green's directions, to the main office of Translink. The landlady had, conversationally, kept a safe distance from her new guest, but when she said, as a matter of professional politeness, while she poured his cup of tea, that he must have a busy day ahead of him, he could not resist answering, "Yes, I'm off now to undertake my first meeting." She nodded, gave him a small, wary smile, and took a couple of steps backwards before turning away and disappearing into the kitchen. The young woman in the Translink office wore a smart, dark blue uniform that resembled those of the sturdy, no-nonsense girls who joined the Royal Navy. Smith had to repeat his request for a 1-week wanderer ticket for the Greater Belfast area, and then he had to wait while she found the correct screen. His proposed purchase was plainly something of a novelty, one of those deals that are always being promoted on posters but never actually purchased by anyone until today. Handing over the notes instead of the ubiquitous piece of plastic caused more problems, and she had to make a tactical retreat to a back office and open a cash box to find sufficient change. Finally, he had to ask whether the bus company supplied a map of the routes covered by the Wanderer ticket. She had to get up again and go to the other service point, where she eventually found one in a drawer. Smith gazed around while she did so, and noticed the CCTV camera looking down at him. Already his presence here in the city was a matter of record, and no doubt there had been cameras that he had not noted at the ferry terminal. It was something that he had considered before he left Kingslake, but some assumptions have to be made. It was surely a safe one that terrorists not far short of claiming their pensions would not have access to computerized facial recognition systems as well as public service security footage. In fact, the thought was so absurd that he smiled, as if any program yet written could have kept track of the changes time had wrought upon his visage. The girl behind the screen mistook the smile for friendliness and said that she hoped he would enjoy his stay and his travels around the city. The words were trite enough, but the accent caught him unawares this time, those rich, soft, beautifully contorted vowels. He thanked her and turned away towards the exit, the crutch tapping on the tiled floor. The stick was annoying him. It was too clinical and impersonal, as well as being plainly third or fourth hand. If it had been cleaned since its last user leaned upon it, a poor job had been done. Yet he needed something. It did help to take some of the weight off his right knee.
This was all a distraction, he knew that, but what of it? Why not treat this as a day or two away from Lake, a break from the job? No one yet knew that he was here other than Serena Butler, and she knew no details. He could wander about here, contemplating old memories, peering in at them from the street as he might idly stare through the windows of gift shops, never in a million years intending to make a purchase. He crossed the Falls Road and turned right until he reached a bus stop. The map and brochure were well laid out and easy to grasp. A short journey from here, heading east, would take him into the city centre. The wait was not even 5 minutes, but in that time he could see that Belfast, at least as far as weekday mornings were concerned, was much like any other city these days, insanely busy. Once on the bus, which itself was almost full, he could see the newness of things even here in the old city. He glanced to the left, and a street name caught him unawares and turned him over inside. Townsend Street. Go east, then north around the right-angled bend, continue north, and there on the corner, made with Cargill Street, was, and might still be, the flat he had shared with Henry Lee and Patrick Walker from the university. The hours they had spent in the Union Bar. Good friends of his, once upon a time. He got off the bus in Castle Street, which had not changed much at all. The pavements were crowded with shoppers, business people, students, and none of them could see him, a small, ageing, nondescript Englishman with too many memories to comfortably carry about with him, still pretending to be something that he was not, an undertaker, for goodness sake, Smith, in a city that should long ago have forgotten him and his kind. About the only thing he could change was the damned stick, and so, when he noticed the young policeman on the intersection with Queen Street, he approached him directly and explained the situation. PSNI, the Police Service of Northern Ireland. That's what the badge said, with its odd medley of symbols, English and Irish. How many committee hours had been spent on that? Smith had looked for RUC, but that, of course, was long gone, as no doubt were the members of it who had roughed up Stuart Riley on more than one occasion. But this young officer was a model of politeness. He smiled down at Smith, glanced at the stick, and said, "I quite understand, sir, and it so happens that I think we can help you. Carry on down here into Castle Place, and look for the left into Castle Arcade. There's a gentleman's outfitter's has a shelf of umbrellas and walking sticks." Smith thanked him and received the now obligatory, "Is there anything else I can help you with, sir?" It seemed the wrong moment to ask how active the IRA cells of the mid-1980s still were, and so they parted company. The Irish blackthorn walking cane with a beechwood handle and inlaid English silver ring made more of a dent in the cash he had brought with him than he had anticipated, but it was a fine thing nonetheless. Mr. Edwards, the shop's proprietor, had said that usually they would need to adjust the length a little, something that could take a few days, it being a natural material that required a craftsman's touch. But this particular cane seemed to have been waiting for Smith to arrive. It was the perfect length for his needs, as Mr. Edwards confirmed by asking him to parade up and down the shop several times. The ugly metal and plastic thing was already in a bin at the rear of the shop by the time Smith was back in Castle Place. Mrs. Green's 2 cups of breakfast tea had taken him as far as they were able, and now he needed some proper caffeine. He continued his progress towards the city centre, avoiding the franchised outlets. There had to be a logical connection between the offer of free Wi-Fi and the sale of overpriced, inadequate coffee, eventually arriving at a small street market along the narrow alleyway known as Joy's Entry. What a pity Waters wasn't here to enjoy Smith's speculation about such a wonderful name. As he had hoped, there was a small cafe tucked away to the side of the market. It was called Lorraine's. The cane had somehow made him feel rather jaunty, and he walked in with a smile at the lady behind the counter, surprised at how many stall-holders were already seated at the handful of tables. He said,
Good morning. Is Lorraine here?" "She is." The woman returned his smile, identifying herself at the same time. "Oh, good. May I ask whether you have a free Wi-Fi connection?" "I'm sorry, but we don't. If you go round to—" "No, that's excellent. 1 cup of black coffee, please. I see you don't have any fancy names for it up there on the board." "It's just coffee, sir, freshly brewed." "What a relief." The woman was already arranging a cup on a saucer beneath the machine. She half turned to him, still smiling, and said, "How about a muffin to go with that, sir?" Muffin isn't a word that is often spoken suggestively, but somehow she had achieved it. Smith could only conclude that the blackthorn walking cane had given him that indefinable something, and wished that he had bought one years ago. "I do not normally indulge this early in the morning, but they do look delicious." They both stared at the heap of buns on a tray between them. Lorraine said wistfully, "I can't resist the blueberry ones." "Blueberry it is, then." He sat by the window at a tiny table for two that had just become vacant, and watched the life of the market. Since Sheila died, he had not been on holiday, other than up to the caravan at Pinewoods. This was what it was like. One could wander about and meet people. One could make spur-of-the-moment purchases of expensive walking sticks. One could visit museums and galleries and go to concerts and gigs. The things that they had once done together one could still do alone. He should do it. Paris, Amsterdam, Rome. Lorraine brought the coffee and the muffin. After she had put them down, she stood for a moment by the table, and he looked up at her. She might or might not be 40, a plain face, but honest and lively, no wedding ring. She said, "You here for business or pleasure, sir?" "Oh, mainly for pleasure, I think." "And is it your first visit to Belfast?" "No, I was here many years ago." She nodded as if she understood something more from that answer than he had intended. "Changed, hasn't it? If you grew up here, this is like a miracle now. The whole place is humming day and night. The peace dividend. Aye, it is. It's paid off all right. But if we'd given into it, you know what I mean, then this would not have happened. It had to be fought for, and one day it'll have to be fought for again. People forget too quickly." When he was silent, she coloured a little and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to preach. Very bad for business." "No, not at all. I agree with you. Enjoy any peace you can get while it lasts." She went back to the counter where there were already customers waiting, and Smith thought, "She's a Protestant, happy to say those things to me because I'm English. And she is right. Only last week arrests in Coleraine, a cache of arms and bomb-making equipment. It isn't over. The fault lines go deep into the earth beneath this island." But the coffee was good, as honest and lively as the woman who was making it. After a few minutes she came back to the table and asked if he would like a second go, and he said yes. And when, after almost half an hour, he left the busy little establishment, she said to him as he passed the counter, "Come again while you're here. We have all sorts of muffins." Outside he wiped his metaphorical brow and shook his head a little. He had thought that the old city might still pose a risk or two for him, but he had not thought it would be as dangerous as this. Then he continued east along Ann Street until he had crossed over Oxford Street, where he turned south to walk along the riverside. The knee was stiff rather than painful, and the exercise didn't seem to be doing it any harm. Eventually he found a bench in the waterfront park, just a few yards from the water's edge, and sat down to watch the lagoon flow steadily by. If he remembered his geography properly, and he usually did, this was now Protestant country. The training had involved memorizing the political and religious districts of the city, if only because saying the wrong thing in the wrong place could lead to yet another flashpoint, the last thing that undercover intelligence officers should be creating. Simply crossing a road could take you from an area in which the Catholics made up 90% of the population to one in which they barely made 5%.
Lives depended on not forgetting such things. Not 2 miles from this bench they had found the body of Tim Marshall, Sergeant Tim Marshall of 14 Unit. He had been tortured, murdered, and branded as a warning to all touts, all informers. Smith had known him well, and had been asked to make the second identification of what remained of the man. Apparently Marshall had said something in a bar that aroused some suspicion, and that was enough in those days. The river Lagan, with its faint scent of being closer to the sea than one might imagine, reminded Smith of King's Lake, and he felt an unexpected twinge of homesickness. Paris, Amsterdam, and Rome? He couldn't even manage a day in Belfast. But it wasn't simply the otherness of the place, of course. It was what lay behind him here, both in time and, more literally, in the west of the city. This was the moment of decision, as he had known it would be for the past 2 hours, despite the diversions he had found. He could continue going east away from it, continue along the waterfront for a while, and then catch a bus to the ferry terminal. Everything that he needed was in his wallet or jacket pockets, except for Christopher Colgate's passport, and that was not strictly necessary to get back home, as he had with him David Smith's photo driving license. He had been one of the passengers whose ID was scanned on the way out, and he had used the passport, but it had been cursory enough not to cause any hold-up in the queue to board. The travel bag, a few clothes, the passport. He didn't need to go back to Mrs. Green's for those. He could go home right now. And quiet flows the Lagan. Rivers are remarkable things. They can be diverted and made to do our will for a brief while, but they cannot be stopped, however high one builds the dam. In the end, the stream will overtop the wall unless it is allowed its way on to the sea. Smith watched the Lagan for a few more minutes, and then he took out his phone and the card and dialed the number. Chapter 5. 30 minutes, Dermot Kelly had said, and so Smith stayed on the bench overlooking the river. It seemed as good a place as any. The girl who had answered the phone told at first that Dermot wouldn't take any calls at all, not while he was coding, and Smith had not pushed the point. He had said simply that if she could let her boss know that it was David Smith, he might want to call him back. "My boss? That'll be the day," she had said, and then, "Are you the man he came to see in England just now?" "Yes," Smith had said, and she seemed relieved somehow that such a person existed after all, and told him to hold on the line for a moment. It had been Kelly himself then, surprised to be called and then astonished at the answer to his question, "Where exactly are you calling from?" "I'm on a bench overlooking the river in the waterfront park." "You've come to Belfast? You're joking me. Are you serious?" "Never more so. Give me 30 minutes. Smith spent all of them preparing to answer the next inevitable question. Why? It was closer to 40 minutes before he saw the figure coming purposefully across the grass towards him. Some sort of rugby shirt, jeans, and trainers. That's what the creative computer types wear for work these days. On his face, Kelly had the same fixed look that Smith had seen in his lounge, and so he stood up to meet him eye to eye. Kelly said, "What is it? You've remembered something? You knew something after all?" "No." One of those occasions when a small lie is kinder than a great truth, perhaps, but the reality was that there was no great truth. Tommy Blake's words to Stuart Riley that night, 30 years ago, might or might not have some bearing on the disaster that had befallen the O'Neill family, but for now it was safer for all concerned that they were not repeated. Dermot Kelly stared at Smith with undisguised puzzlement. "Then what in God's name are you doing here?" Smith pointed at the bench and said, "We might as well sit down." They did so, at either end, both facing the river. Without consciously making the decision, Smith looked around to see if anyone was watching. found himself doing that and shook his head a little at his own foolishness. Kelly said, "I'll ask again. What in God's name are you doing here, then? It's not a social call, is it, looking up old friends?" His accent was stronger here in his home city, and the irony in what he was saying was intentionally undisguised. Their eyes locked for a moment, and it was Smith who looked away first, across the river. "I don't have any privileged knowledge about what happened to Bran. If I did, I could and probably would have shared that with you a couple of days ago, and that would be the end of it. I suppose I'm here because I couldn't give you that. I wondered if I could offer you something else instead, which is my help. And yes, I'm aware that it's unlikely I have any old friends here." "Your help? What exactly do you mean by that?" Then Kelly gave a short laugh and folded his arms. "Are you going to start an investigation, Mr. Smith?" Smith said to the river lagon, "That's one way of looking at it. I have some experience in looking for people, in asking questions. I'm willing to put that at your disposal if you think it would be of any use." A boat passed in front of them, creating a heavy wash as it turned and headed away towards the east bank. As the starboard side became visible, they could see that it was a police launch. Kelly didn't speak until the waves could be heard rolling up onto the nearby shore. "Jesus, I think you're serious." "I am." Kelly said, "If I smoked, I'd have a cigarette now." "I can oblige if you want to give it a try. Let's get one thing straight. Have you any idea how dangerous it would be? I thought you were supposed to be an intelligence officer." Smith was frowning before he said, "One cigarette wouldn't kill you, though you might feel as if it was." Kelly was an interesting mixture, Smith thought, as he turned to watch him again. There was sometimes in his speech the old Irish volatility, the irascible mockery of anyone who seems to treat them as no better than their stereotype, and yet, as now, there were other moments when the modern, analytical mind of the programmer had sway. Kelly said quietly, "I'm talking about the fact that there are still people here who'd slit your throat as quick as look at you once they knew who you are, or who you were. That doesn't matter to them. For them, there is no past, no forgetting, no forgiving. Once a tout, always a tout." Kelly said the final word with contempt, and Smith wondered whether he felt that or whether it was designed only to test him in some way. "I know that these things run very deep and how much they matter. Your grandfather was a great Republican." The young Irishman bit immediately, back straightening, arms unfolding, fists at the ready for something. "The people I was talking about, you don't put my grandfather in with them. He believed in the cause and he made great speeches for it, but he never lifted a finger in anger, never mind pulling a trigger. He hated the violence. He was a famous man of peace in all those times." Smith let it subside a little before he spoke again. "Yes, I know. I had that conversation with him more than once." Kelly saw what had been done then, and the puzzle of it silenced him for a moment. His grandfather, Brannon O'Neill, and this Englishman, sitting down and talking about the struggle for a united Ireland. It was a difficult thing to grasp. Smith said, "I'm being straight with you. Coming here yesterday was partly a whim because I was not at work. If I'd been at work, I wouldn't be here. But also I suppose I came to show you I mean it, the offer of help. It's not just a casual thing to say in my lounge or on the phone. I'm here, and I'll talk to anyone from those times if it will help to find out what happened to your uncle. And not because you feel in any way to blame." Kelly was no fool. That thought had occupied at least 30 of the 40 minutes that Smith had spent waiting on the bench for him to arrive. "I don't know if I was to blame. I suppose that's something I might find out. But I was involved. Eh, you were that?" Smith had decided that this had gone on long enough without a cigarette. He offered the packet to Kelly in a deliberately meaningless gesture that at least brought a brief smile. Then Kelly said, "I told you we've already had this looked into. Yes, the independent inquiry for the location of victims' remains. They seem to have been quite successful in some cases. Several ex-policemen involved, I think, from what I was reading." Kelly was thinking it over now, weighing it up. "You would actually speak to them, to members of the Republican Army?" "If I could find them, yes." Kelly smiled, a different sort of smile, and Smith thought, "Oh, well, from that you know where at least one of them is today. That would be a useful start." "And what's to stop them blowing your head off?" Smith shrugged, enjoying the cigarette. Having read about the risk of post-surgical thrombosis, he had given up 3 days before the operation, but that was all behind him now. "The element of surprise, maybe. Hopefully a shortage of weaponry these days. I haven't forgotten entirely how to be careful." "I'm not sure that careful quite covers it. You say you came yesterday. Where are you staying?" "As I said, I haven't entirely forgotten how to be careful." Kelly nodded and accepted it, and then his face grew more thoughtful as he confronted at last the thing that had been on his mind since he realized that Stuart Riley really was in Belfast. It was a little while before he could bring himself to say it. "And would you want to see her? You know who I mean." "I think it's more likely to be a question of whether she would want to see me. But as your uncle's sister, she's probably a material witness. I told you the truth when I said that I don't know what happened that night. I would speak to anyone who saw him that day. That would be the usual procedure." Kelly stood up from the bench and looked down the river towards the bend where it disappeared from sight. "The usual procedure? There's nothing usual about any of this. I mean, I take it you don't usually interview people that you've been involved with, do you?" "No, of course not. But you came to find me, and now I'm here. This has to be your decision. Actions have consequences, always. You took action, and this is the consequence." Kelly's gaze travelled slowly up the river, bringing his eyes closer to seeing Smith again, but stopping a little short of him. Smith said, "If you now judge this to be a bad idea, I'll understand completely. I'll leave today, and you won't hear from me again. This might be a sleeping dog that is best left that way, but it has to be your decision." The response, when it came, took him by surprise. "Do you have a family of your own, Mr. Smith?" "Children? No, I do not." Kelly looked at him directly now. "Are you not married, then?" "I was. My wife died a few years ago." "I see. Brothers or sisters?" "I have 2 sisters. Why?" "Just wondering. You say this is my decision. I don't know, but maybe we do things differently here. There are more people than me who will be affected by all this, and I need to speak to one of them before I decide anything." "I can see that. We can meet up later on. I'm sure I can amuse myself in Belfast for an hour or 2. Kelly was shaking his head and taking a phone out of the pocket of his jeans, one of those larger, flatter, newer phones, Smith noted. "No, I'm not letting this drag on. I'm going to call someone, if you'll sit and wait for a minute or 2. He was already walking away, fingers busy on the screen, not looking back to see if Smith was in agreement. Calling her was perfectly reasonable, of course, though it wasn't something that he would relish doing himself in Kelly's position. It seemed to confirm one thing, though. Kelly had been telling the truth when he said that no one else knew he had gone to England to find the man they had known as Stuart Riley. Extraordinary. A little over 48 hours ago he had been contemplating what to do with 2 weeks of recuperation, some gentle gardening, some reading, some guitar playing, and now he was sitting on a bench beside the River Lagan in sunny Belfast. And it was sunny, and warming up after the disappointing start that June had brought with it. Smith looked up at the sky, stratocumulus breaking up as the high pressure stabilized, plenty of blue already showing. Then he looked at Dermot Kelly again. The young man had wandered away some 30 yards, and was mostly listening now as someone else asked the questions. Or maybe they were ranting away on the other end, and Kelly was simply hiding it well. Extraordinary indeed. So extraordinary that a second cigarette before midday might be called for. He took out the packet again, weighing it up, and then noticed that the phone call had ended. Kelly was staring over the river again towards the east of the city, but almost certainly seeing none of it. After a few more seconds, Kelly turned and began the walk back towards the bench. Smith said, "Well, what did she have to say?" "Who?" "Your mother." Kelly's expression said more than a shake of the head might have done. "No, that wasn't my ma. That was Aunt Lear. She's on her way over there now." Although they had not spent 3 hours in total in each other's company, the two men shared a moment of mutual understanding then. Smith thought, well, I suppose it was inevitable. If Lear O'Neill, as she was still walking this earth, nothing would prevent her from being present at an occasion like this one. He said, "So what's the plan now?" "We'll head that way ourselves. Did you want to call by wherever you're staying and pick up the body armour?" "No, I came expecting to be murdered more than once in the next couple of days." "Many a true word, Sergeant." Smith stood up, ready, it seemed, to confront the first such occasion. Kelly said, "I need to make one more phone call." Smith's question was not voiced as such, but Kelly seemed to think that it deserved an answer. "To my office. They'll be expecting me back, you understand." This time it was Smith who walked away while the call was made. It could, of course, have been to anyone. Intuition and experience were both telling him that Kelly was being honest, but he had no means of checking that it was so. He could have insisted on meeting everyone involved in a public space of his choosing, but doing so, assuming that any of them would have agreed to it, would mean that the kind of questioning that he needed to carry out would be impossible anyway. These people, would not trust him with the truth about anything if he made it clear that he did not trust them with his life. So, shortly he would be getting into a car with Dermot Kelly. He would be driven to a destination in Belfast, presumably, and walk into a room that might contain any one of a dozen angry people from his past life here, or 2 or 3 of them. He waited then, watching Kelly on the phone again, thinking about the letter that leaned against the little brass dragon on his desk in King's Lake. After a minute or so, Kelly waved him back to the bench. Smith said, "Was that the young woman I spoke to when I called earlier?" "It was." "I have to say she didn't seem too impressed when I called you her boss." Kelly smiled as he took one more look at something on the phone. "That was Mairead. She comes in sometimes when she's not working herself and sorts things out, that's all." "What does she do? Something else in computers?" "No, she's a nurse, does private work, agency stuff." "Oh, right." Smith was waiting, ready to go, but Kelly made no move. "I've told her what I'm doing. She knows about the situation here this morning, and about what happened back then." Smith shrugged, as if it didn't matter to him. "How long have you been together?" 2 years next month." "Well, that's long enough to know, isn't it?" Kelly nodded, but still made no move. "And I do have people that actually work for me. I subcontract all the routine stuff now. In fact, in a couple of months—" Whatever was going to happen in a couple of months tailed away. Smith said, "Well, you're in the right business. The whole world knows that now. I can just about manage the home screen on Word after several years' practice. I have a young assistant of my own for when things get tricky with it. His name's Waters, but we're not going steady or anything. Oh, I can do email as well." Kelly was looking at him oddly then. Was he being too offhand? Was the humour completely inappropriate? Whether or not Kelly found it so, what Smith had said was no distance at all from the truth. Kelly said, "Are you certain you want to do this?" "No, but I'm certain that I should at least make the attempt." "Fair enough, then. I'll take you there." The house on Hannastown Hill had been on the very edge of the city's suburbs when Smith first visited it, but was no longer so. New building had gone beyond it on two sides, and it was plain that in another 3 or 4 years it would be surrounded. As a consequence, it looked a little smaller and a little less impressive than he remembered it, though time alone can have the same effect, and no doubt Smith was about to meet people who would think that he himself was a little smaller and a little less impressive than he had once seemed. It is best to make oneself aware of such things before others do so, whenever possible. Dermot Kelly parked the Impreza on the road in front, the driveway already being occupied by a Vauxhall Astra saloon and a Skoda estate. Once on the A12, the Irishman had driven quickly and intently, like a man heading for a fight, and Smith had felt the acceleration pushing him back into the seat. Cars like that don't come cheaply. Kelly was very much in the right business, by the feel of it. As they climbed out, Smith saw a face at the kitchen window, a woman's face, and he thought for a moment that it was her. Kelly put up a hand in greeting, but nothing came back from the window. Smith squinted because the sun was on the glass a little. The face that watched him do so was fixed, suspicious, and cold. Leah O'Neill, as she was, had perhaps not changed much at all. Chapter 6. As I live and breathe, it is. Leah Wisby watched the two of them standing side by side in front of the car for a moment, nothing being said between them, just the same look exchanged as if they were both wondering which of them was the most apprehensive. Dermot put up a hand, but she did not respond. Her own were both frozen, trapped on the edge of the sink by the intensity of their grip on it. Then they were walking up the path towards the front door. She went to the doorway that opened into the lounge, thinking to warn her that they were here, but said nothing in the end. She would have recognized the sound of the car anyway. Then she returned to the sink to finish drying the last of the breakfast things, her back to the passageway by which they would enter the kitchen. When she heard them come in, she did not turn around immediately. She put down the dish slowly, picked up another tea-towel, a fresh one, and dried her hands methodically, waiting for one of them to speak first. "Aunt Leah, I think you know who this is." "Do I really? Is it Mr. Riley?" Still with her back to them, rubbing the towel between each of her fingers as if nothing mattered more this fine morning than having perfectly dry hands, and then finally she turned and met Smith's eyes directly with her own. "I don't think any of us really knew who you were, and I doubt if any of us do now," with a sharp glance at her nephew. "Hello, Leah." Even had he known her married name, and he had seen the ring before she turned around, Smith could not have addressed her as Mrs., but using the Christian one seemed over-familiar in the circumstances. He could have said simply, "Hello," he supposed on reflection, but even that would not have sounded right. And then he finally concluded that nothing he could have said as a greeting to this woman could ever have sounded right. She ignored him pointedly and looked at Kelly. "What in God's name have you done?" Kelly said, "I found him as all, and I went to ask him what he knew about Uncle Bran. I didn't ask him to come. I didn't know he was here until an hour ago." Smith nodded slightly in support, and she saw it without looking at him. Then she waited for him to return to a state on immobility. He had no doubt at all that a state of invisibility would have been her preferred option. "And you're the one with the brains in this family. Heaven help the rest of us, is all I can say." She shook her head.
looked down and folded the tea-towel neatly, halving it each time until it was no more than 6 inches square. "Anyway, she wants to speak to you first, on your own." Leah Wisby was talking to Dermot then, and she indicated with a nod the doorway that must lead through to the lounge. He went without another word or a look at Smith, shoulders back, head erect, and Smith thought, well, these strong women haven't beaten him down yet, even though he seems to be doing what he's told. When Kelly had gone, he looked directly at Leah, wondering why her sister hadn't come into the kitchen. Wouldn't she rather they had confronted him together under the circumstances? Leah said, "I'm not making you anything. I wouldn't want you to get the idea that you're welcome here." Fair enough. He stood at ease, feet slightly apart, hands behind his back, one holding the wrist of the other. The kitchen was clean and tidy and functional, quite new, in fact, the sink and worktops, bright and shiny and set a little lower down than usual. On the walls, 2 prints of the Irish countryside, a western strand with the surf rolling in, and the other was of mountains in the mist, the mountains of Mourne, he would guess. Simultaneously he tried to remember and to forget that he had stood in this kitchen before, that he had sat at a table just there and drunk whiskey with this woman's father and her brothers. Ironic, don't you think? Probably. Most things are these days. She nodded to herself, as if she had expected no more of him than that. "I mean that it should be me that you see first. Yes, I'm getting a strong sense of the irony in that. Because of all of us, I was the least convinced, wasn't I? I think you knew that yourself. I knew that you didn't like me very much, but then big sisters often don't. I don't mean that big sisters have a down on me personally, just men in general where their little sisters are concerned. It was more than that, and you know it, Stuart Riley. I remember telling you to your face that I didn't think you were right." "Yes, you did." She stared at him. He seemed to her curiously passive, not afraid particularly after all, not ashamed, not anything. He was just waiting, she realized, until she was done with him, until he could see Catty. She said, "Tell me one thing. Is it true what Dermot said? He came looking for you. You did not begin this. That's what happened. And all he's asked you about is concerning Bran." Smith looked at her more directly then, a momentary frown above the blue eyes. "Yes, that's all. Is there something else?" "No, nothing." In the following silence they could hear voices in the other room, quiet and low, and Smith was relieved at that. He had pictured various other scenarios. Leah Wisby, half turned towards the sink, the kettle and the teapot, as if she had forgotten herself. Then she faced him again and waved a hand towards the table. "You might as well sit down." He did so. She turned again, picked up the bowl that she had been drying, opened a cupboard and put it away. When it came again, her voice had been changed, consciously. "Has he told you anything about her? How she is?" "No, our conversations have been somewhat focused on other matters. I'm not a family friend, and I didn't want to seem as if I was trying to be. Dermot might have told you what I do. If he did, well, I've tried to come as one of those, if that makes any sense." "Oh, yes, he's told me." She said it as if it was one more thing to weigh in the scales against him. "But as I'm here now, how is she?" The sense that there was something wrong had been growing in him for some minutes, since they had pulled up outside in the car, but he could not have said what had caused it. Now the longer hesitation in Leah before she answered him confirmed that he was right. "She's not what she was. Every day when I look in the mirror I say a very similar thing." Dermot walked back in through the entrance. He was still upright, but paler. He said to Smith, "Go on in, she'll talk to you." Smith stood up, and as he did so he caught an expression on Leah's face. It was fear,
but he could not tell of what or for whom. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came, and then she looked away. At first he thought that the curtains were drawn, and he stopped walking, allowing his eyes to adjust to the gloom. There was a large, low picture window at the far side, not there 30 years ago, and the heavily brocaded curtains were pulled and tied back, but the garden was full of trees, mostly conifers, that had grown too tall and too close to the house. He tried to remember. There had been a lawn, a fruit garden, a vegetable patch. Brannan O'Neill had shown all that to him once. And there had been light in this room. Her wheelchair was positioned to the right of the window, angled so that she could see out of it, but also so that she could turn her head and see him if she wished to do so. She had heard him come in, he knew that, but it was a long time before she looked away from the window, and all he could do was wait for her. There was a blanket on the sofa, and pillows. 2 crutches, much like the one that he had discarded that morning, leaned against the table that stood at one end of the sofa, and then he noted the other accoutrement of an invalid's life, the jug of water and the glass by its side, the magazines, the television remote, even some red grapes in a bowl. Beyond that small circle of things, of a life shrunken to what is within an arm's reach, he sensed the quiet emptiness of a room that is visited but little lived in. It was his grandmother's room, her sitting-room, reserved for Sunday afternoons. When his eyes came back to her, he found that she had already turned to look at him, that she was watching him. Still he waited, leaving the initiative with her, having no choice in that, because she was smiling at him, and he did not know what to do or say for that moment. It was a full smile, an honest one, without a trace of her sister's irony. She said, "Well." "Hello, Katrina." "I would ask you how you're doing, but I can see you're already on the slippery slope yourself." She was looking down at the walking stick. He used it to take a few steps towards her, and then she put out her hand. It was cool, dry, and as small as he remembered. While he held it, she spoke again. "You do have the advantage of me, though. I mean, you know what to call me. But I don't know what to call you." Again there was no bitterness, and the smile still lingered in her eyes. "David." "David. And now you've come into Goliath's own country. I don't mean this room, of course, and I don't mean me. I'm not so fierce any more. But Belfast, it could still be a dangerous place for you, and you don't look as if you could run away so easily." She was obviously intrigued by the stick he was using. "I had an op a few days ago, nothing major. It was a good excuse to buy a souvenir this morning, though." He held up the cane to show her, and said, "Irish blackthorn. You still have a taste for things Irish, then?" It was fair enough that he should accept a few blows like that. He said, "And you, what's happened?" If he remembered her well, she would not want much sympathy. "MS, for a few years now. I get remissions sometimes, or at least I have had up to now. It's put me into this chair on a couple of occasions before, but I'm not so sure that I'll be getting out this time. Still, they've just given me new meds, so we'll see." "I'm sorry." "Nobody's fault. I don't dwell on it much." There was a chair facing her own on the other side of the window. She pointed to it, and he sat down. She was a little heavier, a little fuller in the figure than when he had known her before, but not so much that he could no longer see the girl within. Her face was rounder now, and there was grey in the hair at her temples, yet the rest of it was still as dark as he remembered. Italian jet shot through with the Celtic red. She knew that he was looking and remembering, and turned her head away again towards the window. She said, "They say time is a healer, but I think it's killing me." And the rest of us, slowly. Looking back at him now with an expression of pain that he guessed was mostly pretense. "I knew this might not be the easiest of reunions, but does it have to be morbid? Let's not be morbid. I don't remember you that way." He had to wonder, of course, how she did remember him, and he had to wonder how to proceed with this. To say simply what was on his mind might be best. "I see you've changed the garden round." She laughed and looked at it. "My mother. When Father died, she decided it would be too much to manage as it was, so she planted trees. Since she passed away, we've been fighting a losing battle with them. Last year we had someone in to quote for clearing them, but it's not cheap, you know. Not to do it properly, no. Dermot, he said he would pay, but—" She looked back at him then, fully, for the first time. "He's done a lot already. All that kitchen done for me so I can manage. That's the most precious gift, you know, giving someone their independence for a little longer. It cost a lot. I know he'll do more, whatever I need, but just now, with the company and his plans, that has to come first. That's more important than a few trees. And I get to watch the squirrel." Smith studied the view through the window. After a silence of perhaps half a minute, she spoke again. "What do you think of him?" "The squirrel, I'm afraid that I can't actually see him at the moment. I'm talking about Dermot." It was an unexpectedly direct question, and he took his time in answering. "What I've seen I like. Finding me took some nerve, as well as persistence and planning. He's obviously smart and devoted to the family. I'd say he's a credit to you." What he said seemed to hurt her for a moment, and he could not understand that at all. He went over it in his mind, word by word, but she was speaking again before he could come to any conclusion. "I don't suppose he would have told you about his plans. He's taken a lease on a building in the city, or at least a floor of one, offices and computers. He's interviewed some clever young people, and they all seem to want to work for him. We always said that he would go places, and now I think he is. We being Justin and me, my husband. I expect Dermot told you something." "Yes, he told me that his father was dead. He didn't say how." This was difficult. That sounded as if he was asking indirectly. He wasn't, but on the other hand, a part of him wanted to know. "Justin was a fireman. He was killed in a building collapse 7 years ago now." "Oh, I'm sorry about that." He stopped himself from going on to say that she had been unlucky. She said, "He was a good man, and a very good father to the children." "You have others, then?" "Finch and Darcy. Younger than Dermot, obviously. They're away, one in London, one in Edinburgh. Both career girls, no grandchildren yet for a while." "A family of high achievers. You should be proud of them. I'm sure you are." "I don't claim much credit for it. I made sure they took their education seriously. The rest is down to them, I think." There was a sense of unreality about this conversation. Nothing had been said about Bran O'Neill, about the reason that he was here. Nothing had been said about his own disappearance from her life 30 years ago. Nothing, not a word, had been said in anger or bitterness. "I think you undervalue what you've done for them. Dermot setting up a company in the business of the age, and he's not yet 30. It was a while before she responded. Her eyes were heavier than they had been when he sat down a few minutes ago. Suddenly she was tired. She said, 28. He was born the day before April Fool's. I had a word with him and told him to hurry up. I didn't want that. Well, it worked. He's no fool." Another long pause. The sun was shining now on the trees, and the leaves on the single silver birch turned over and shimmered in the breeze. The trunk was white as a bone against the dark shade beneath the surrounding firs and larches. "I'm glad that you like him." Smith had already taken the decision to bring this to an end when she spoke again. "I'm sorry, it's the new medication. I'm not used to it yet. I'll end up asleep while you're talking, and you'll think me rude. No, it's fine. There's no hurry. I can come back when it suits you. This evening, say, after tea. I'm normally good for an hour or two then." He was on his feet already, and her hand came out to him again. She said, "Thank you for coming, for offering to help. But I don't think there's much you can do. Not now." To be honest, and he wanted to say her name again then, but could not. "Neither do I. But I would be grateful if you'd let me try." She nodded, and he was moving towards the door when she spoke again. "David?" He turned and waited. "Were you hoping I'd be angrier? Were you hoping I'd throw something?" That, more than anything, went home, went in like a stiletto, that she could see into him now as she had 3 decades before. It was not that she could read him like the proverbial book. It was much more than that. It was as if she had written the book and was reading it aloud to him again, line by line. He managed a smile as he said, "Maybe. I thought so. But don't worry. I think that Leah is angry enough for the both of us." She smiled herself at that, nodded for him to go, and turned to look out of the window some more. "And are you coming back?" Leah had got to her feet as she asked the question, as if she was readying herself to take a run at him if he gave the wrong answer. He had no idea, however, what the right answer for Leah Wisby would be. "Yes, an hour after tea," she said. "Would 6 o'clock be all right?" She looked hard at her nephew. "She's already worn out by this, that's plain enough. What good will it do? You should leave it be now." That was to both of them, Smith could see, but it was Dermot who replied. "When I spoke to her just now, she said she wanted to go on with it tonight. She said she wanted to tell him the rest of it." "To what end? It'll not help find your uncle, God rest his soul. We had those people look into it. They're the experts, and they got nowhere. Raking it up again won't do any of us any good." "But it's what she wants. She told me so. For her, maybe it's about more than what happened to Bran. Maybe that's only a part of it." Smith glanced at Dermot Kelly. Though he had been with the young man's mother for only 20 minutes in the past 30 years, he had come to the same conclusion. Her brother's disappearance was the focal point, yes, but around it revolved other issues, other matters for which she had yet to find any closure. Back in King's Lake, Smith had wondered why now. Having seen her, he had the answer. Kelly had left a space for his aunt to respond, but only a small one. When she didn't fill it, he spoke again. "You'll be wanting a lift back into the city. And how will you get back out here this evening?" "Yes, thank you. Drop me anywhere. I've got one of these wonder phones that shows you where you are anywhere in the world with the satellite thing. But I expect I already look stupid telling you that. I'll get a bus tonight. Use my Belfast Wanderer ticket." "I doubt it. Services have been cut away from the centre. Austerity, you know." "A taxi, then. It won't be a problem. I'll be here." Leah stiffened, but said nothing more. Kelly said, "Come on. We'll sort something out on the way." They were back on the A12, but now Kelly was driving steadily. Whatever tension had produced the speedy ride out to Glencolin seemed to have disappeared. Smith looked around at the interior of the car and found it to be clean and immaculately tidy, just like his own after its annual spring cleaning. There was an LCD screen, though, which his own aging motor did not have, and all sorts of information was coming and going as the driver worked his way up through the gears. He said, "This is nice," and when Kelly looked across he indicated the car.
Yes, now all I have to do is pay for it. Your mother told me about the business, what your plans are. She's proud of what you're doing."
Kelly didn't answer straight away, and Smith became aware again of the undercurrents in the O'Neill family waters.
"I spent a couple of years working for someone else, and I realized that I'd never get rich that way."
"You want to be rich? Not that there's anything wrong with that."
"Not for its own sake. Looking ahead, we're going to need some more cash."
"For the business? To reinvest?"
"No, not for the business. For the place back there."
Smith wondered about it, and then said it anyway. "Like the trees? She was telling me about the trees."
"Oh, aye, the bloody trees."
He looked across at Kelly again, and saw that the swearing wasn't the result of ill temper. Kelly was smiling for a change.
"Yes, they're on my long list. But before that, we'll need some more modifications. A ramp, widen some doorways, a stair lift maybe, a hoist in the bathroom, or a new wet room altogether. There's plenty we'll need doing yet. And then there are Rosa's fees. With Brady having to finish work early, that's something else to think about. He was taking care of that, but now—"
Smith closed his eyes. He had forgotten entirely to ask about Katrina's own mother. "So where is Rosa?"
"A place in New Lodge. Very good, but it's not the cheapest. There was talk of moving her, but I said no, we'll find a way. She's settled there now."
"And how is she?"
"Second stage dementia."
More than anything, it was the way Dermot Kelly said that, matter of fact, just one more thing to deal with, just one more thing that would be dealt with if Smith was any judge of people. Somehow, at the age of 28, Dermot had become the engine that was keeping the family on the road and moving forward. Smith said, "Look, if my turning up here has complicated things for you, I'm sorry. I doubt that there is much I can do. I won't be around for long. You don't need to be involved. It might be best if you're not, to be honest."
"Not involved? I am involved, man. How are you going to do anything without my help? Your address book is 30 years out of date for a start, and any that are still in it and walking about are likely to want to murder you. I don't want that on my conscience, having brought you into it. I don't need to be telling my mother that you've joined the ranks of the disappeared, Mr. Riley Smith."
It was that, the playing with the name, that materialized the question that had been troubling him since he had walked into the house in Glencolin. As it formed, he held on to it with care, because it was important. It would need to be asked at the right moment, and that wasn't now. "Dermot, don't hold back. Tell me what you really think of the situation." Another smile at that. The outlook was getting positively sunny.
"Sorry if I raised my voice. When I went back in to see Mamma after you, she looked a bit different, a bit brighter than she has for a while, even though she was tired. That's something. I know you can't find Bran, I'm not stupid, but if it helps her to deal with it in some strange way, even if you're only here to make a decent apology for the part you played in it, that'll be something too.
A decent apology, if only it were that simple."
"Go on."
They were in the city now, and Smith would soon need to find a place to get out of the car. "It was very complicated, and we were very young, younger than you are, hard as that may be to believe." Kelly was pulling into a taxi rank, as if he had read Smith's earlier thoughts.
"I can do complicated. I'm looking forward to hearing the whole story, but not now. Now, if I stay parked here for more than 2 minutes, we're likely to find ourselves in a spot of bother from the cabbies. So what's your plan? Are you going to do some detecting now?"
This was her 30 years ago, holding on like an Irish terrier in any argument, any debate, for the sheer satisfaction of the thing itself. The whole family were the same, all the brothers and sisters, and as soon as you went there it was plain that it came from the old man, Brannan O'Neill.
They had grown up with that, being told that they could hold and express any opinion they liked, but woe betide them if they had not thought it through and were not prepared to defend it. Smith could remember arguments about politics and history going on long into the night. He could remember that it was one of the reasons he had liked them so much. "Yes, I thought I might, just as a bit of light relief. The Independent Inquiry, presumably it has an office here in Belfast." Kelly nodded the answer. "As they have looked at his disappearance in recent times, I thought I would begin there." "Makes sense, except that you're not a relative. If you were, they'd treat you kindly enough, once they'd seen some proof. If you mention that you're a policeman, they'll show you the door. It's a part of their remit that nothing they discover can be used in any legal proceedings. That was how they got some people to talk. As it stands, you'll get nowhere with the inquiry." "Right. Thanks. Is there a shop in the city that sells public address equipment, or even one of the old loud-hailers?" "You what?" "My plan B, if the inquiry won't help, is to stand outside the Grand Opera House and make public appeals for anyone with information to come forward. If I get shot at, I'll have the satisfaction of knowing that someone knows something." A black taxi was reversing into the rank ahead of them. It came to within a foot of the impreza, making a point. Kelly said, "We don't want to get boxed in here. I wasn't joking about these guys." Smith reached for the door as he spoke. "Okay, let me jump out here. I'll think of something. We've got each other's numbers now." "No, hold on, for heaven's sake. This is all I was saying earlier, that you'll need some help, even if you just want to make a gesture. I dealt with the inquiry here last year. They know me. I'm on their records in Brand's case. They'll talk to me again. Just don't tell them who you are or what you are." Smith thought it over. Was Kelly humouring him, or doing this only for his mother's sake? Maybe. "Well, I'll have to be someone. I'll have to be something, or it will look slightly odd. How's your American accent? Could you do a long-lost relative researching the family tree? They're not unusual in Belfast." "Maybe not, but my accent would be. I can do a bit of Geordie, as long as it's mainly talking about shipbuilding." Kelly looked across and raised his eyebrows. The man looked thoughtful and perfectly serious. "Right then," Smith said. "The inquiry it is. I'll think of something on the way." Chapter 7. They were present in the offices of the inquiry for almost an hour and a half. Helen Reese, the woman in charge, remembered Dermot and shook his hand. Then she shook Smith's hand when he introduced her as an old friend of Bran O'Neill's from those days, shocked to hear what had seemingly happened and anxious to see how the search for him was going. It is always best to tell as much of the truth as possible, and if possible one should tell the whole truth, as he just had. In these situations it is also best not to look or sound like a policeman, something with which Smith had never had too many problems. The woman agreed in principle to give Dermot another copy of their file, though it would be little different to the one that the family had already received, and she would also need time to review what she was handing over. All copies had to be signed for and documented, she explained. She disappeared then for 5 minutes or so and came back with a frown. There were problems with the printer. Could they call back tomorrow? "Hardware or software?" Dermot had said. She didn't seem sure, but everything was plugged in and connected. She was sure of that. Dermot stood up and offered to take a look, and because she knew him, and because she knew from experience that the delay could be much longer than a day, she said yes, thank you. Smith looked around. The independent inquiry for the location of victims' remains was not so grand as its name and the brass plaque on the wall outside the building suggested. Not these days, anyway. From where he sat, he could see empty desks. In fact, he could only see 2 people at work now that the lady and Dermot Kelly had gone into what must be some sort of reprographics room at the back. He knew what the running down of an investigation felt like, and he could feel it now.
It spreads like a quiet contagion, a wordless diminishing of hope as resources and then people drift away before someone in a meeting somewhere makes the whole thing the last item on an agenda. There would be no fanfare at the end, no announcement that all the missing had been accounted for, because they would never find them all, and surely, even at the start of it, they had known that. Smith thought again about the things he would have to say that evening. He must offer them his help, but it would be cruel to offer them any hope. There would be no forensics, not a single thing that could be examined as evidence, even if he had the means to do so. If any of Brand's clothes or possessions remained, and they might, he never ceased to be surprised at what people kept, they would be so contaminated they would be worthless. There would be no mobile phone records and no CCTV, no Facebook, no social media of any description, no vehicle to trace because Brand had not owned a car nor a license to drive one. All that was left behind was memories. These also would be contaminated. We remember to some extent what we want to remember. We certainly remember people the way we wish to remember them. The ones at the centre of this story would retain the key details, of course, but those on the periphery would not. They would have no idea that, thinking about it, yes, they had caught a glimpse of Bran O'Neill walking down West Hill that afternoon, and that might have been the detail that unlocked the case for some detective long ago, and so it had all been forgotten now. Even had Smith the manpower to knock on every door in the west of the city, those memories could not be retrieved. He smiled to himself at the idea of resources in a case like this, and briefly closed his eyes. A case like this? A case like this? There had never been such a case, surely, in which the past behaviour of the investigating detective was probably the motive for whatever had been done to the victim. And he also had to consider how much he could tell them, even now. It wasn't inconceivable that there might still be security implications if the whole truth was told. As a young soldier, he had signed the act, and ludicrous as it seemed, he felt bound by it still. Fortunately, he had opened his eyes by the time Dermot returned. They sat side by for a moment or two before Smith asked whether everything was sorted now, and apparently it was. "Driver's out of date," Kelly said, "so I just downloaded some new ones." "Oh, that, yes. At my place, it's the cars that are out of date. It would be handy if we could download some new drivers as well, though. Maybe it will happen with this 3D printing lark," Kelly said. "I can see you like to keep up to date." "Yes, absolutely. I never cease to amaze my colleagues with my technical know-how." "Right." A landline rang beyond the table that served as a counter, and one of the two women in the office picked it up and began a conversation. Smith listened in, force of habit, and realized that it was about another case, another missing person, and not a gossiping friend or someone selling stationery. It brought something home to him, that there were others out there still searching. Smith said, "There's something I have to ask you, something that I need to know before tonight." Kelly turned to watch him, sensing the change in tone. "Go on, then." "Neither your aunt nor your mother were quite sure what to call me. David Smith was too new. I was still Stuart Riley to both of them. I'm guessing that they heard my name from you for the first time this morning." "Yes, so?" "So where did you get it from?" Kelly did not answer immediately. He looked away from the intense blue eyes and nodded, as much to himself as to the man who had asked the question, acknowledging that it was a good one. "You might say I was lucky. In a roundabout way, I knew the right man to ask. With respect, that's telling me how you got it. It's not an answer to the question." Now Kelly looked back. "The girl you spoke to on the phone? The one whose boss you are not, and never will be if I'm any judge?
I just thought you should know that. Mairead, what about her? Her full name is Mairead McCain.
Now it was Kelly's turn to watch closely for the effect of his words. About 2 seconds it took for the connection to be made, and then unexpectedly a smile.
Tell me she isn't Martin McCain's daughter, his niece. What is it they say about 6 degrees of separation? We only needed 1. So he is still alive, still around? Very much so. About a mile from where we're sitting now.
A shake of the head from Smith. What were the odds that Dermot Kelly was living with the niece of one of the 5 names that Smith had written down in that new Alich notebook? And then, on reflection, he realized that the odds were not so great after all. Only someone with such a connection in the first place could have found him, and such connections were bound to exist in a city like this and a country like this. The buildings might have changed in some parts of it, but one could not redevelop feelings, attitudes, and values. No amount of investment initiatives and tax breaks could do that. He thought about the Protestant woman in the cafe, still on her guard, and about the O'Neills, still staunch Republicans. At least, as far as he could tell, they were still staunch Republicans who abhorred the violence that had marred their cause. Kelly said, I expect your next question is, has she told him you're here? Something like that. The answer would be, probably not. That's probably good, then. I told her everything this morning. Had to, after you turned up like that. It's why I was a few minutes late. I imagine it took a few minutes for her to express how she felt about your midweek break in England and the non-existent business trip. Something like that. They shared a moment of silent commiseration before Smith continued the conversation. So then, when I do speak to him, I should have the advantage of surprise. I expect it will be the only one I do have, though your asking about me will have got him thinking, no doubt. Do you know him yourself, or will we need to through Mairead? Yes, I know him, but... Kelly's voice tailed away, and Smith saw on his face for the first time a look of uncertainty. What's up? You actually want to meet him? Martin McCain? I wouldn't go that far, but I don't really see an alternative if I'm going to do what I promised. The younger man was still struggling with it. He moved in his seat so that he was facing Smith more directly, as if he was concerned that Smith himself had not quite understood what it was he was saying, and as if more eye contact might help him to do so. Martin's always been okay with me, as Mairead's uncle, you understand. But something like this, I don't know how he's going to react if he sees you walking into the room. Smith said, I'm assuming he doesn't keep an old Kalashnikov propped up in the corner for just such eventualities, and I'd prefer our first meeting not to be after dark in an alleyway behind the Republican Working Men's Social Club, if there is such a place. Dermot Kelly's continuing uncertainty had brought him to silence. After another pause, Smith spoke again. When I said I would come and talk to people here, whom did you think I meant? Just your family? The people who lost Bran? What would be the point? They have been over it alone and together 1,000 times. If there was anything to be found in their memories of that day, they would have found it by now. To me, it would make no sense to come this far and not try to speak to the people who might actually have information. I can see that, but can you see the risk in it? Some of these people haven't exactly mellowed. They're not all playing bowls and looking after their allotments yet. You have allotments in Northern Ireland? Funny. You don't think of things like that. Oh, aye, that's hilarious. Smith straightened and flexed his knee, which had been inactive for too long. You're right, obviously. There is some risk in it, which is why I asked whether you have a direct line to Martin McCain. If I were you, I'd keep Mairead out of it, as far as that's possible. When do you want to see him? Smith shrugged and watched as the lady reappeared with folders in her hand. "As soon as later tonight, tomorrow morning. Jesus. Obviously I'd like a bit of time to read through what these good people found first. How are they funded? Should we pay for the copies?" Kelly was on his feet, but still staring at Smith. "There are no charges, not for this. People don't have to pay to—" "No, quite right, too." The lady reached them, but held onto the wallet file. Smith told himself that she had had a little too much time to think about it. She said to him, with a glance at Kelly, "So you were a friend of Bran O'Neill's, Mr. R." Kelly had told her his name when they first met. Either she was forgetful or she was checking the story. Smith. It never sounded convincing in these situations, and so he added, "David Smith," as if that might make a difference. And then, "Yes, we were good friends when I lived here in the city. I left just before Bran disappeared. I looked up an old friend and found this had happened. It's very sad." He felt Dermot's eyes upon him then, and wondered whether that might concern the woman too. "Okay, then," she said. "You understand that everything we do is based on trust. It's vital that the information we gather does not get into the public domain, if you see what I mean." "I do. I'm happy to return this copy to you personally. If it helps, I will sit here now and read it through. It doesn't even need to leave the building." That was enough for her, though Smith suspected that she still could not quite believe the story, true though it happened to be. She gave him the folder, with another meaningful glance at Kelly. Leaving the room and its curious atmosphere of a quiet, final, but never-ending exultation, he squeezed the folder between thumb and forefinger, thinking to himself, "And after all that, this won't take long. There's not much here." "Oh, it's yourself, Mr. Colgate. I've just come down from finishing your room. I'm hours behind. I've never known such a day for interruptions." She had heard him trying first one key and then the other in the front door, and now she explained that the lock was upside down and you have to twist it to the left. She took the key and showed him herself, just to be sure. Then, although he had not asked about her day, she told him anyway. "First, a man came to do the safety check on the boiler for the insurance. They're very hot on that here." Smith resisted the temptation and confined himself to a smile and a nod. Thin though it might be, he wanted to get to the privacy of the room and read the folder. "Then I've had at least 3 of those nuisance phone calls. What would a woman in my situation be wanting with a PPA? I don't mind telling you. On the last one I was rude with the man. There should be laws against that, the harassing of people in their own home. And when that was done, there's people knocking on the door about the census. How a person is supposed to find the time to earn an honest living, I do not know." He stopped his surreptitious progress towards the foot of the stairs. "The census?" "That's it. Do you know it's just 4 years from the last one? I'd forgotten until they told me. There might not be another, they said, with all the new technology. The government is exploring alternatives, which I take it as another way of saying wasting the taxes. But have they nothing better to do than knock on people's doors and ask questions?" "What sort of questions, Mrs. Green?" If he wasn't careful, he would be invited into the kitchen for late afternoon tea, but he needed to know. As she talked, he thought back and checked. He had been here less than 24 hours, and had spoken only to the O'Neills and the Kellys, other than a few strangers in the city. He had carried out the usual precautions, and was sure that no one had been following him on foot or in Dermot Kelly's car. There was almost certainly nothing to be concerned about. "Checking up on changed status since the last one," they said. "Was this still a boarding house? Can they not read the sign on the door? How many customers do I have in a year? How many do I have this particular day? What proportion of tourists, and all that sort of thing?" That seems an odd question for a census, the one about tourists. "I told them I have a website now. Of course I'll get some international visitors and businessmen like yourself." "Oh, did you mention me in person?" "Only to show the sort of people that I have staying here, Mr. Colgate." She must have seen something in the smile that he was managing to maintain, maybe just the effort it was taking to do so.
and she put a hand on his arm to reassure him. "Don't worry, I didn't tell them what you actually do, the coffins and so on." Smith was sure that she could never have resisted telling them such a thing, and so he said, "I don't mind if you do, Mrs. Green. I consider the undertaker to be a most honourable profession. I imagine they were just students earning some spare cash anyway." Now, ironically, he was hoping that she would continue, and she took up the invitation he had left for her. "Well, the man seemed a little too old for that, but then these days, who knows? I suppose the girl might have been. She wasn't from these parts. Maybe she was from the university, as you say." "They weren't Irish, then?" "Oh, he was quite well spoken, but he was an Ulsterman. She was English. She didn't say much, and she only spoke to him, but I heard enough to know that. She was half-caste, but we don't say that now, do we? We have to say something else now." "Mixed race?" "That's it, Mr. Colgate. I can see you're an educated man. Mixed race. Coffee-coloured, my husband used to say. Very pretty, but then they often are, aren't they?" "Are they?" The conversation seemed to have reached its natural conclusion. Smith explained that he had some paperwork to do, holding up the folder, and Mrs. Green allowed her international businessman guest to climb the stairs. And, "Oh," she thought to herself as he went, "isn't that a nice new stick as well?" Perhaps as a result of the many interruptions to her afternoon's work, Mrs. Green had left one of the other upstairs doors open, the door to a room that must overlook the street outside. It was one of the guest rooms. Smith moved quietly towards it, and then waited, listening for sounds of activity downstairs. Then he knocked quietly, paused, and knocked quietly again. When there was no answer, he pushed the door open, looked, and then stepped inside. Mrs. Green had mentioned a couple staying, and the double bed and the shoes under the little dressing-table indicated that this must be them. Middle-aged shoes, hers black with a modest heel, his a pair of well-worn loafers. If he remembered correctly, these people must have booked before him, and so could not be any sort of threat. They would be out in the city, planning to get an evening meal, would not be back in their room at this time of day. Few B&B guests would be back at this time of the day, he reflected, again aware that his behaviour was not making him as invisible as he would like. He moved to the window, to one side of it, and parted the blinds with a finger and thumb so that a section of the street was in view. He studied the parked vehicles one by one, and then the windows of the opposite houses for several minutes, and saw nothing to arouse suspicion. But then he told himself, if they were any good, then he wouldn't, would he? As he watched, he went through it again, piece by piece. A well-spoken Irishman and a coffee-coloured English girl, a survey between censuses, a talkative landlady, all pretty unlikely to be anything other than one of those things that he didn't like to name. He left the room, moving the door back to its exact position before he entered it. In his own room he switched on the small kettle of unknown brand and stared at the small tray of hospitalities on the bedside table. Individual packets of powdered, freeze-dried coffee, a selection of individually wrapped tea bags, including various herbal abominations, individual cartons of UHT milk, and 2 kinds of biscuits, 6 in total, plastically separated into 3s, 3 custard creams, 3 ginger nuts. The evening meal. He thought about the couple in the opposite room, about their comfortable shoes side by side under the little table, and wondered where they would be eating together tonight. Maybe they were going on to a show at the Opera House, or simply planning to stroll along the riverside. It was fine enough and warm enough now. He thought about them. Then he filled the kettle and tore open the packet that contained the English breakfast tea-bag and the packet of ginger-nut biscuits. Then he propped a pillow against the bedstead, opened the folder, and began to read. Chapter 8. At 5:30, Dermot Kelly picked him up on the corner where Albert Street met the Falls Road, as agreed.
There was no quick drive out to Glencolin this time. The work traffic leaving the city meant that the journey was often little more than a westward crawl. In response to a question about the contents of the files, Smith said that it was thorough enough, competently done, but offered nothing else. It seemed clear that he would rather talk about it when the rest of them were present. As to who the rest of them would be, Kelly was unclear. His mother would be there, and he could not imagine that Aunt Leah would allow herself to be shut out again. Along with himself, that would be enough. He glanced across, thinking he would say what had happened with Martin McCain, and saw that the Englishman was looking fixedly away from him, as if he would rather not say anything else at all, and so he maintained his own silence as they made their slow way towards the house. At the turn into Hannistown Hill, he saw that Smith was still looking out of the car in the same way, and then he realized why. He was watching the road behind in the passenger-side rear-view mirror. They parked in the same spot, and Smith admonished himself. There was a disabled badge in the windscreen of the red Astra in the drive, and he had missed it last time. He needed to sharpen up. He was reaching for the door handle when Kelly spoke. "You should know this before we go in. I spoke to Martin McCain this afternoon." "Go on." "I said that I wanted to come and see him. I said it was about the same business as before, and that I wouldn't be coming on my own. He said okay. He didn't ask me any questions, so I didn't say." McCain had been one of the brightest of them. Even today he would know not to say names unnecessarily in telephone conversations, but Kelly's call would have alerted him. He would at least allow for the possibility that it might be Stuart Riley, or David Smith, or both. At least Christopher Colgate was in the clear, for now. "When?" Kelly hesitated before he answered, as if saying it made it more real. "Tonight, if you want. I just have to phone ahead before we actually turn up." Neither of them felt the need to voice the possible implications. Smith nodded and pushed down on the handle. Kelly opened the door into the kitchen and went through first. Smith stepped forward after him, and he saw the expression on Katrina's face change to fright, heard her shout something, a name. "Brady, no!" Instinctively, Smith moved his head back an inch or two before he looked to his left, where she was looking, and as a result the swinging fist caught him a glancing blow on the side of his jaw, rather than the full one that might have felled him. The man who had thrown it was carried forward by the momentum, and again instinctively Smith seized the upper arm with his right hand, twisted down, and propelled him into the table and chairs with his left shoulder. The table scraped noisily in protest, and the nearest two chairs went onto their sides, while Brady O'Neill went onto his knees. Now both women were shouting. Dermot stepped in between as O'Neill got heavily to his feet and turned to face Smith. Their eyes met over the young man's shoulders. Katrina said, "Brady, you promised us." "Ah, maybe, but I also promised myself one punch if I ever saw this scumbag again." Brady O'Neill was still a big man, some inches taller than his nephew, but when he made a move forward towards Smith, Dermot Kelly's hand was planted solidly on the centre of his chest, and there was no fear in the voice that said, "And you've had it. That's enough now." Leah Wisby said, "For God's sake, Brady, you're too old for fighting, and a fool to boot. Pick up the chairs and sit on one of them." Smith had remained perfectly still as he watched Brady O'Neill. When the old man finally prized his glare away from the Englishman's face, Katrina looked at him from her wheelchair with raised eyebrows, while her sister shook her head at Dermot. No one apologized or asked anyone else to do so, and that was good as far as Smith was concerned. This would be quicker and easier if people were not wasting time concealing their feelings. Brady O'Neill had certainly not wasted any time concealing his. At least on this occasion there was to be a cup of tea. Leah busied herself at the sink behind her sister. Smith had brought the folder with him, and he laid it on the table as he sat down. He had one side of the kitchen table to himself, facing the others, who would be arranged in a semicircle when all were sitting down. Bran O'Neill's name had been stencilled on the cover, and he saw Katrina reading it, though it was upside down for her. Smith said, "I've read through the file. As I said to Dermot on the way over, it has been competently done. There are statements from all of you, which saves time, and—"
"Listen to you! It has been competently done. Who the hell are you to be pronouncing on the work of the inquiry?"
They had not told Brady everything then. Perhaps there hadn't been time. Dermot said, "He's a policeman, Uncle. He's a detective."
"Is he indeed? Oh, well, that makes a kind of sense. I can't say I'm surprised at that."
Outside it was a warm June evening, but Brady O'Neill's smile came from the depths of a personal winter. Smith thought to himself, "It's a good thing that I did not come here looking for forgiveness." He took a breath and continued the interrupted sentence. "And I only have a couple of questions to follow up on those statements. But thinking about it now, as I'm here, I should probably give you all the chance to ask me any questions that you have first." The four of them exchanged brief glances. Leah stood up to pour the tea, and Dermot was keeping a watchful eye on his uncle, having positioned himself where he could intervene if the old man lost control of his temper again. Finally, Smith's eyes met those of Katrina, and he found it difficult to read the expression in them. Perhaps she had so many questions that she did not know where to begin. It was her brother that broke the silence.
"Right. If you're the man with all the answers, tell us what happened to Bran."
Katrina said, "He doesn't know that, Brady. He's come to—"
"He knows. He disappears the very same night as Bran. Are we meant to believe that's a coincidence? He knows, and one way or another, he'll tell us tonight."
Brady's fists were huge. They lay side by side on the table, as heavy and as red as half-bricks, and then Smith recalled that Dermot had told him that the old man had been a builder until the arthritis got hold of his hands a few months ago. Brady, then, was a man who dealt in solid things, timber, mortar, and bricks. He would have little time for words, ideas, and theories. "I don't know, Mr. O'Neill. If I did, I would tell you now, whatever the consequences, but I don't. Until a few days ago I did not know that he had disappeared."
"You know something about the business, I'll swear to that. Otherwise—"
"Uncle, he doesn't know where Bran is. Why would he come here and pretend all this if he did? It's a dangerous thing he's doing, just being here at all." Brady looked at Dermot in silence. Smith could see the knuckles whitening as the fists clenched and unclenched, as if they were breathing of their own accord.
Well, that much is true."
There would be more to come, and Smith waited. They had to get past this to make any progress. The rest of the family seemed to agree. Brady's anger had sucked the air out of the room, and they all waited in silence.
"Is there anything else you wanted me to say now, Mr. O'Neill? So where did you go to so damned quickly that day?"
"Friday the 21st I left Northern Ireland that evening. I went back to England."
"And we all know why. Running for your life like the tout and the coward that you were, that you still are, never mind what others here might think."
Katrina, Leah, and Dermot were watching him, and he felt the need to choose his words with care. He did so after a pause. "You're right in some respects, at least, Mr. O'Neill. My life was in danger. At least one person was intent on killing me that day, and leaving Belfast made perfect sense at the time, even though it wasn't an easy choice. I had good reasons to stay." He didn't look at her. His gaze remained firmly on the angry face. "But I was also following orders. I was a British Army officer, working undercover. I believed then, and I still believe now, that what I did was justified. I know that it saved innocent lives." Leah said, "Our Bran was an innocent too." Smith said, "Yes, he was.
He was, as I remember it, the least interested in the struggle out of the whole family. I don't understand how he became a victim of it. And then looking back at Brady O'Neill, and that's the truth. I never met him on that Friday the 21st. The last time I saw him was the day before, the Thursday. He came into the bar that evening and stayed for maybe an hour. That ties in with his movements as recorded in this file. Brady said, "Well, you've had 30 years to get your story straight." Leah had gone to the work surface to pour the tea into mugs. She said, with her back to him, "If we're clearing the air, I'll say my piece. You used this family. We welcomed you in, well, some of us did. And then you used us. We were just camouflage for your grubby little undercover operation. Who would suspect anyone who had been accepted by the O'Neills? You abused my father's trust. He was devastated by it. You abused my sister's trust. And so was she." They had come to the heart of it more quickly than he had expected. Katrina was looking away from the table, and Dermot was staring at him as if he was an odd-looking specimen trawled up from the bed of the lagoon. He said, "Again, there is some truth in what you say. We did look to make friendships amongst the two sides, not just the Catholics. We can see how that hurt people, and I had difficulties of my own with it at the time, increasing difficulties. I liked your family for what they were, not because of the advantage it gave me. I didn't expect to like them as much as I did. I didn't expect to—" Smith sensed her gaze, Katrina's, coming back to him from wherever it had been. Leah said, turning her hands full of mugs, "What? You didn't expect to fall in love?" Katrina's voice was small as she said, "Leah, please." Dermot spoke then, seeing and hearing her distress, and Smith thought as he listened, what does he make of this? The bitterness and recriminations and heartbreaks of people he has known all his life suddenly exposed by this flash flood of anger. Dermot said, "This isn't helping, Bran, is it? We're wasting time on things that can't be changed now. I know the inquiry hasn't succeeded yet, but we might have another chance here. Let's hear him out. He says he's willing to speak to other people from back then if we can find them." "Who knows?" Leah said. "What other people?" It was not the time to name any names. Smith simply exchanged a warning look with Dermot, but Katrina was there before the other two. "No, if you mean what I think you mean, you mustn't do that." Brady said, "Do what? Stop talking in riddles, all of you." "Go looking for them, Brady." "Who, for Christ's sake?" "Them." O'Neill understood then. Smith said, "The report is vague in some respects. It says things like a number of approaches were made to, and so on. I can see why there are no names in any of the documentation. I have to assume that these approaches didn't get them anywhere. One of my questions to you all is this. Do you know who they spoke to about Bran's disappearance, apart from yourselves?" Leah shook her head, but that might not have been in answer to his question. Brady took a long pull at the mug of tea. For the first time that evening he seemed to have nothing more to say. Katrina stared at her son for some seconds, but Smith sensed that it would be her who gave him an answer. "We don't know for certain. We've always assumed they would have approached the people from Rourke's, the ones who used to meet there. I mean the group, you understand, not everyone, not every customer. We know they spoke to Sadie Callahan." Smith said, "If I'm reading this correctly, that's what began this again, when Eamon died?" "Aye, last year. She was there with him at the end, and it was in his last confession. He wanted her to hear it, he said, so that she could do something, make some sort of amends. She came to us the next day and told us." For the moment, at least, he could allow the detective sergeant to take the reins. It was a blessed relief. "Can you remember exactly what she told you? I know you've been over it 100 times, but it would be useful to me." "I'm not likely to forget it. Eamon told them 4 names. People they had dealt with, she said. Bran was one of them.
What do we know about the others?
2 were kneecappings. One of them never walked again.
Smith sensed the same thought in the other 3, but it had occurred to Katrina, wheelchair-bound. She did not show it. And the 3rd?
Fergus Mann. He was shot in front of his family for going out with a girl whose father was UDA.
It seemed wrong to hear this from her, to make her say such things. These were deeds from some dark age, nightmare tales, except that every word had the dull, cold ring of truth. That was the world in which they, as young people, had grown old. He didn't give any clue as to what happened to Bran?
Sadie said no. He just gave the name. She was heartbroken when she came here. She wasn't holding anything back.
He drank some of the tea. This was the moment he would turn to the others and say, "Right, ideas?" Waters would have a dozen, Perm any 3, and fire up the Google. Serena Butler would ask whether there would be any overtime involved. What did she do with all the money? And John Murray would say, after some frowning, Callahan might be dead, but there are still 4 to go. Smith said, "Catty, the 2 boys who—" And then he saw Leah stiffen and look 2 dark daggers at him. He should not have called her that. In Leah's eyes he had lost the right ever to do so, but he could not take it back. "The 2 boys who spoke to you outside the house that night, did you recognize them at all?"
No, they weren't local.
"And they never mentioned Bran, obviously. What did you say to them?"
I asked them why they were hanging around near our gate that time of night.
Did they give you any sort of an answer?
No, when I said I'd fetch my brothers, they went off.
That was all. That was an odd, unnecessary look of defiance in her eyes then, and he thought that she might have just lied to him. His own look tried to say, if you did just lie, you must have had a good reason, but he had no idea whether, after all this time, she could have understood him. He said, "What time was it when you spoke to them?"
It was dark already, and midsummer. Must have been gone 11 at least.
Where had you been when you saw them outside?
Out walking.
Brady O'Neill had retreated somewhere inside himself for the moment, but the other 2 must have noticed something about the way Katrina had answered him. Nothing was said, however, and he could not pursue it as he might have done in Interview Room 2 at Kingslake Central.
"Okay.
I know this is painful, but it might help if someone takes me through what happened the following day when you first realized that Bran was missing. What did the family do? When were the police first informed?" Leah took over the story at that point and told of the growing concern, of the visit to Bran's friends, to the university, even though it was a Saturday morning, before they contacted the police in the afternoon. There had been no official interest in the matter until Baron O'Neill himself had stood in front of an inspector's desk and raised the roof a little. They had known, Leah said, Baron and Rosa, from the beginning that something was terribly wrong. Police had come to the house, uniformed at first and then plain clothes, from the special squads that dealt with what someone called politically motivated crimes. They asked about Bran's lifestyle, showing they had spoken to others before visiting the O'Neills, wondering politely whether it might have anything to do with that. Politely because they had understood now who Baron was and where he stood in the Catholic community. Just as politely, Baron O'Neill had told them that no, it would be nothing to do with that, and the search had gone on. Nothing of significance was discovered. Bran had been working in the university library until 5 o'clock on the Friday afternoon. There had been a withdrawal of 2 medical textbooks in his name at 2 minutes before the hour. There were reliable sightings from 2 separate people who knew him that he had returned to his student accommodation before 6 o'clock, and the textbooks had been found there, on the desk in his room. After that, the trail had gone cold. It had been Brady O'Neill who went to the accommodation building later that evening and found the room was empty and unlocked. Even now, after 30 years, the sense of loss had become palpable in the room, in the house where Bran O'Neill had been born and grown up. For Smith, it was the mention of the medical books. At the end of his first year, Bran had been awarded the Lister Prize for the most promising student of medicine. It was impossible not to wonder what he might have specialized in, what sort of doctor he would have become.
"If you go stirring all that up again, you're an even bigger fool than I take you for."
Brady O'Neill's comment came unexpectedly after a silence of some minutes. Smith said,
"Why is that?" "I'm not talking about any risk to yourself. I wouldn't give a toss about that. But we have to go on living here after you've poked your stick into the hornet's nest and run off back to England again. The boy should not have come looking for you. He might not understand these people, but you surely do."
It was a perfectly valid point of view, and Smith waited for the women to respond to it. Katrina spoke first.
"It's not like it was, Brady. Others have been found now and given a Christian burial without reprisals. We would not be the first to be asking for that, not by a long way."
"I'll give you some of that. It isn't like it once was. But don't go imagining it's nothing like it. Not all of these people have been bought off by the sham up at Stormont. Some of them are playing a very long game, centuries long, and they know their history. They have long memories when it comes to betrayal." Smith looked round at them as he spoke. "I agree with what your brother and your uncle is saying, by and large, at least as far as the old guard are concerned. I'll make it clear that I am not representing you in any way. I am willing to say that I'm acting on my own, out of some sense of reparation or guilt, and that I have only just discovered that Bran had somehow become involved in what was going on. Most of that is true. I'll say that I have spoken to you, obviously, but that you have only been able to repeat what you said at the time of the original investigation, and that you are not naming any names or pointing any fingers." He paused then, but nobody spoke. "However, if the three of you feel that I should do none of this, then I will not. I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning, if that is the case." He looked at Dermot without any sense of apology, and could see that none had been expected. This could only be decided by the missing man's brother and sisters. Katrina said, "I want him found and brought home to us. Anyone that helps with that would have my gratitude. But no one should be putting their life at risk for it. You can't just go knocking on their doors, Stuart." And then she coloured and smiled and said sorry. But Smith was watching Leah Wisby's face. It was difficult to read, and so he waited for her to speak. It seemed that she had the deciding vote.
"Well, whatever your name is now, you owe this family something. You owe us a lot. But as she says, I'm not sure you owe us your life, especially if you are telling the truth, that you knew nothing about our boys disappearing. There's been enough of that over the years. More than 1,000 lives, they say."
Smith said, "More than 1,600.
Leah said, "I'm glad someone's keeping the score. A detective, Dermot says. You must have some idea what you're doing, I suppose."
Not a ringing endorsement, but she seemed to have voted in favour. Smith eased his chair away from the table, seeing no point in prolonging this now, but Katrina spoke up with a different sort of voice, as if she had been preparing what she had to say for some time beforehand.
"I'd like a word alone, please, in my room."
"Is this where I finally get something thrown at me?" She had wheeled the chair to the window, and Smith followed, standing on her right side. The window faced east, and so there was no longer any direct light in the early evening. What little there was seemed diminished by the trees, more so than earlier in the day, as if they were growing taller and more dense by the hour. And when he looked at her, he noticed that her hair was shining and glossy in a way that it had not been in the morning. She had washed it at some point in between times, and it made him remember her. She said,
"I've one or two things to say, and I won't have too long. She won't let us be for long." She never did like us being alone together, I seem to recall.
Aye, perhaps I should have listened to her.
Perhaps. She smiled out of the window.
Anyway, I'm sorry about the name thing in there. I haven't got my head around David at all, though I did wonder again whether you've not chosen a bad time to confront Goliath.
He's a pretty old giant now.
And you're no spring chicken yourself.
Don't let the stick fool you. It's only a temporary measure.
And then he kicked himself again, because the same was not true for her. She looked at him directly then, always seeming to guess when a feeling had gone astray. I hope you have something more than a pocket full of stones, though if you do, I don't want to know.
All I have is my wits, I'm afraid. I'm aware that they might not be enough.
The smile had been replaced by concern. She waved him towards the chair that he had sat in earlier, and he saw her glance at the clock on the mantelpiece. You know about Dermot and Mairead? You know who she is?
Yes.
I can't stop you finding him, then. Martin McCain. He wasn't the worst of them, I know, but I don't want Dermot involved any more than that. If you find any of the others, and I swear I don't know where any more of them are now, I don't want Dermot anywhere near them. Will you promise me that?
Absolutely.
She closed her eyes, as if achieving that, her first objective, had taken something out of her. And then she said, not just because of the danger to him. If he heard anything about what happened to Bran, if he heard any details, or was confronted with anyone who had a hand in it, he might get hold of them, and he's a strong boy with a powerful sense of justice, you understand.
I can see that. It's what took him to England, I imagine.
Yes. Smith could hear voices behind them in the kitchen.
He said, what else? That wasn't all you wanted to tell me.
Oh, Mr. Detective, now is it?
He said nothing more then. Whatever it was she had to say to him was what made her lower lip tremble, despite the sarcastic smile.
That night, when he disappeared, and I came home late.
When you had been out walking?
She smiled again, but with no sarcasm this time, the way perhaps a good book smiles when it is being read with care. Yes. We'd heard in the afternoon that there had been some trouble involving the Rourke's bar people. I went into town on my own. I went up to Cargill Street, to his flat, where he had not been, but others might have been waiting for him. He nodded and betrayed no emotion, because that would not help here. She had not said it all yet. I went to some other places, our places, you might say, but I couldn't find you. I really needed to speak to you that night, to make sure that you were all right.
Was there the slightest point in apologizing after 30 years? What happened when you got back here, the two boys waiting outside?
She stepped away from it for a moment, as if he was pushing her too hard, and she would not be pushed. But Smith could hear furniture moving in the kitchen. After the pause, she said, I wasn't the only one looking for you. It's what they wanted too. They asked me where you were. They knew we were together. They said, Where's your tout boyfriend, darling? She had mimicked their voices. Smith's mouth tightened a little at the sound and thought of it all.
Go on.
I played the idiot girl, denied you, denied knowing what they were talking about, denied it all until it made me sick. But they knew. And then one of them said to me, Never mind, girl. If you won't talk, we'll find someone who will. Perhaps we already have, and you'd best keep your mouth shut anyway. And they drove away, laughing.
And you didn't know them?
He had it then, what it was she had been holding on to like the unluckiest of charms for 3 decades, because she had known them. I knew the one who did all the talking. If you're wondering why the only person I ever told was my sister through there, you'll understand now. It was Lorcan's younger brother,
It was Aidan Quinn.
Chapter 9. She had said to Smith, "You know what happened to him, to Aidan Quinn," and he had not answered her. Perhaps she thought that he must know, but she told him anyway. He was found in the Ardoyne Road the very next day, gunned down by the UDA. She must have been one of the last people to see him alive, and that was why she had listened when Leah told her to keep her mouth shut, just in case Aidan's brother thought the O'Neill family had anything to do with it. The mere presence of such a thought in the head of Lorcan Quinn could have incalculable consequences for them all. As Dermot Kelly drove back into the city for the second time that day, Smith thought that over, along with everything else he had just been told, glancing occasionally in the wing mirror of the Impreza. Objects in the rear-view mirror can appear closer than you think, but there was nothing going on that he could see. It didn't look as if he was still being censused. It must have been nothing, particularly as the girl was coloured, according to Mrs. Green. The cell had typified the army as a whole, he well remembered. Their vision of a united Ireland did not extend so far as an embrace of multiculturalism. He dismissed the idea then and brought his mind back to the present. Dermot had seen the watching of the mirror again, and then couldn't help but do the same. But if they were being followed, it must be by someone on the number 11 bus, not very likely. All things considered, the meeting had gone well, with Uncle Brady only swinging the one punch, and Aunt Leah holding back on the torrent of invective that he well knew could burst forth with little warning. The more he thought about that, the more surprising it seemed. His aunt's restraint had to have something to do with the way his mother had been affected by Stuart Riley's reappearance, the way she had said his name, and the way she reacted to saying it showed that plainly enough. Not for the first time he wondered about what he had begun when he found the man living another life in an unimportant English town. He looked across at him then. They were approaching the city, the taxi rank where they had parked in the morning, and nothing had yet been said about what Smith wanted to do next. The questions the detective had asked the family had been obvious enough, but behind them Dermot could see that Smith had effectively memorized the contents of the inquiry folder. Not once had he needed to refer to it for details. He wondered, too, about what had passed between his mother and Smith during the few minutes that Aunt Leah had left them alone. Leah's eyes had gone to the door many times in those few minutes before she finally called out, "Catty, don't tire yourself. It's almost 7 o'clock now," signalling an end to the meeting between the two of them, as if they were teenagers. A part of it, he knew, would have been about himself, her saying that she did not want him involved in whatever the policeman was planning in the search for the truth. And the rest. He had no idea, but he could see that they had been lovers in those times. No one had ever told him that directly, but it was plain enough when you saw them together now. "So, Sergeant, what's next? Where are we going now?" "We?" "Aye, unless you get out and start walking. I'm under strict orders as far as you're concerned. Don't tell me you're a man who always follows orders. Still the soldier, eh?" Smith thought about a response to that. Kelly had been almost silent at the house, allowing them to begin to clear the air after 30 years of smog, but he had been watching and listening closely. He hadn't missed very much. He would understand much more now than he had an hour or two ago. Was the sarcasm a result of that? "I'll follow those orders out of respect for your mother." "Oh, I see. So you've found some of that at last. Better late than never, I suppose." Smith closed his eyes briefly, opened them, and said, "Right, pull over here." "Cannot. It's a clear way." "Don't tell me you're a man who always follows the highway code, even though you drive around in a vehicle capable of 155 miles per hour. Pull over into that emergency services space. If anyone asks, I'll show them the warrant card I didn't bring." Kelly swept across from the middle lane onto the raised platform, feeling suddenly exposed. He left the engine running. "Turn it off. We're not going anywhere until we've straightened a few things out." It was suddenly quiet, just the hiss of traffic passing them occasionally, a bus, a lorry, a few cars in the late evening sunshine. Smith watched them go and thought, well, if anyone was following, they've lost us now for a while. Kelly had his hands back on the wheel, waiting for Smith to say something. "If your plan is to drive me around Belfast so that you can have a pop at me, we can do that, but it would be wasting time. I'd prefer your uncle's approach, much more cost-effective. We can get out, you take a few swings at me, I'll do my best to dodge them, and then we can get on. How does that sound?" "Ridiculous." "Well, we agree on that." Kelly was staring ahead, his jaw clenched, his hands gripping the wheel as if they were doing the 155 miles an hour. Something had got to him. Something had to be said. "You've worked it out for yourself, I'm sure. Your mother and I got close in my time in Belfast. That wasn't planned. It never is. You're old enough and ugly enough to know that. It just happens. It was complicated, for reasons that are blindingly obvious. I never intended to leave the way I did, quite the opposite, in fact. But when it all blew up in my face, I had to get out in a hurry, and not just for my sake. Anyone who knew me, who had associated with me, was in danger. I couldn't risk contacting any of them." Kelly's head had turned halfway towards him, enough so that he could see Smith's face. "I thought I had got clear, and that they were safe. It now looks as if I was wrong." A police BMW was travelling along the opposite carriageway. It slowed down to have a good look at them and then picked up speed. With not much more than a mile to the next roundabout, Smith calculated that they had about 2 minutes left before they had to explain themselves. He said, "I'm not going to waste time apologizing to you or anyone else. I'd rather do something if I can. You can help me get started on that. Up to you." He seemed to have relaxed a little. His knuckles were no longer white. After a few seconds, Kelly said, "Fair enough. What's next?" "First, drive away from here at the maximum speed allowed. Second, find somewhere to park and make that phone call. Third, tell me everything I need to know about Martin McCain." He lived in a council house just off the Crumlin Road. From the street it looked as if it was still under local authority or housing association control. Around it several other properties had the new porches or windows or paved driveways that proclaimed the wonders of private ownership. A little odd, then, and not quite squaring with what Kelly had been telling him, that McCain was the manager of a local betting shop and had been so for a number of years. If that was the case, he was good enough at the job to have earned a decent income and to be living somewhere better. It might not matter, and probably had no bearing on the business in hand, but it was the kind of thing that Smith's mind worked over automatically. He allowed it to do so, and awaited the conclusion. McCain had been married twice, but now lived on his own, apart from the dogs, that is, Kelly had told him. Mairead was his brother's daughter. The brother, Patrick McCain, had gone south of the border with his work and wouldn't be coming back, but he wasn't political and had never been involved. That was all Dermot needed to say, just that one word, involved. Mairead wasn't close to her uncle, but she kept in touch for her father's sake. They saw him 3 or 4 times a year. Last Christmas they had invited him over because he might be spending it alone. He had declined the offer and sent them a bottle of the best Irish as an apology. Smith had said, "And is Martin still involved?" "I don't know. We have nothing to do with it ourselves, Mairead and me. I don't know what he gets up to be honest." They sat in the car and looked at the house and the houses around it. A quiet road, considering it was still so warm. One would have thought there would be children out playing. Smith looked again at the houses and the road and thought, this place is having an identity crisis. It's somewhere between aspiration and desperation. It has glimpsed the future in television commercials for window blinds and washing machines, but the programs in between are all about the past. Then he thought about the last time he had seen Martin McCain. 4 of them had been holding him, Smith, in the storeroom at the back of Rourke's bar. McCain, Eamon Callaghan, Michael Odell, and Tommy Blake. They were waiting for Lorcan to come. Lorcan would know whether it was true, and Lorcan would know what to do about it. Smith had followed the golden rule, deny, 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 and he could see that Callaghan and Odell were uncertain about what they had been told. They had made him sit in a chair while they stood and waited, but they had not touched him. McCain was the oldest of them, and Blake was the most unstable. Periodically he laughed for no obvious reason, and there was a strange, disconcerting glitter in his eye, as if he had some sort of fever. The thought that they had found a traitor in their midst had excited Tommy Blake much more than it should have done. Smith left the memory there, he would be back to it soon enough, and refocused on the present. McCain would be in his 60s now. He had been the most old school of the cell and knew his Irish history, single-minded to the point of ruthlessness, but not with the irrational, emotional hatred of the English that marked out so many of the younger recruits. Smith had been present early in the year when one of Thatcher's speeches had been showing on the television in the bar. There had been the usual jeering and abuse, which rose to a crescendo when she referred to the Brighton bomb of the previous autumn, and someone had thrown a glass which smashed on the wall behind the screen. When the noise died down, Smith had heard McCain say to no one in particular, "We could use a leader like that." How he might react to seeing Stuart Riley again was anybody's guess, and whether he had in the meantime contacted any of the others was the same. When Dermot Kelly had called him half an hour ago, McCain had asked, "Are you coming alone?" and Kelly had answered that he was not. Smith had been able to hear the conversation plainly enough, although the phone was not on speaker. After a pause, McCain had said, "Is this to do with your trip over the water?" And Kelly said that it was. McCain had said finally, "Okay, then." And that was the end of it. One could only assume that he knew who was coming. When they reached the front door, Dermot stood closest, rapping on the frosted glass pane with his knuckles. Smith looked around at the windows and doors of the neighbouring houses, but there was no sign of any interest. He remembered that, how the people looked the other way when business was going on. Both those who approved and those who did not knew enough to know nothing. Some of those would know who it was who lived at number 17, whether or not he was still involved. The door opened away from the shadow of the porch, and Smith could see that it was Martin McCain himself. He had little of his hair left, and he looked smaller than Smith remembered him. Age does that to some men sooner than others. McCain's eyes looked over Kelly's shoulder and caught sight of Smith, but there was nothing to be read in them. McCain said, "Is it you, Dermot? Come on in, you and your friend. Come on in," walking back down the passageway, leaving them to close the door. Again Kelly went first, Smith following, and seeing the threadbare mat that lay at an angle across the linoleum floor covering. He could smell the dogs before he saw them, a strong smell of wet dog, as if they had just come back from a swim in the river and had not yet begun to dry out. 3 greyhounds lay on the floor in front of where there would be a fire in the winter. 2 of them got up as the strangers entered, tails wagging when they recognized Dermot, despite his 3 or 4 visits a year. When they saw Smith, their ears went up, and one of them gave a low growl. He turned his body side on and looked away from the dog. McCain said, "Now then, girls, remember your manners. Sit down, the 2 of you, and I'll make some tea." Smith realized that the Irishman was talking to his guests rather than his dogs, at least as far as the tea was concerned. The latter remained watchful as he and Kelly crossed the room and occupied the 2 chairs which seemed to have been placed in readiness. McCain went back into the hallway and turned right this time towards where the kitchen must be. Then there was the sound of a kettle being filled and the rattle of cups and saucers. With a growing sense of unreality, brought on by the realization that he was about to take tea with the IRA, Smith observed the room and its contents. There were many photographs in old-fashioned silver and gilt frames, a few obviously of family, but others were of groups of men, sometimes just 2 or 3 men in dark clothes and caps, upright, unsmiling, and facing the camera as if they were part of a firing squad. All of the photographs, he realized, were old, some of them so much so that they had the sepia tints of fading memories. These were some of the forefathers of the modern movement, and Smith did not doubt for a moment that McCain would be able to name them all and tell of the parts they had played. Between the photographs stood seaside ornaments and shells, china dogs and birds, figurines of milkmaids and shepherds, silk flowers in vases, and a leprechaun or 2 peeping out for good measure. Over it all a thin film of dust, the sort that one finds only in the rooms of men who have lived alone and in the past for a long time. Kelly was pointing to a photograph. He said quietly, "That's Mairead." A row of 3 men with 3 small children standing in front of them. The little girl was smiling, and her father's hands were on her shoulders. Smith said, "I can see Martin, and presumably that's his brother." "Who's the 3rd?" "Terry McCain, another brother. He emigrated to the States, and he's never been back. They fell out, no prizes for guessing why. She got in touch with them recently, wants to go and see them, but they'll have nothing to do with Martin here." One of the dogs, the 3rd one that was plainly the oldest, stood up, stretched its long back into a U, and then walked stiffly over to Smith. He put out a hand, and the dog lowered its head a little, the pale blue eyes never leaving his own. With just 1 finger at first, Smith began to rub gently behind the dog's ear. He said, "What about these? Not racing dogs, are they?" "Not now. They will have been. He rescues them from the trainers. They don't keep them long once they slow down." The dog gingerly lowered its haunches, taking care not to move its head away from the hand, even when Martin McCain came into the room with a tray. McCain said, That's Jezebel for you, living up to her name. Would you mind now, Dermot? Throw those papers anywhere." He was nodding towards a low wooden table. Kelly placed the pile of newspapers and racing magazines on the floor and lifted the table into the space between their 3 armchairs. McCain lowered the tray down, and Smith saw that the tea had been served in bone china, as it should be. The evening was growing stranger by the minute. McCain sat down and looked thoughtfully at the tea-tray. Then he said to Smith, "Help yourself there. I'm sorry, I can't remember whether you take milk and sugar." That was it, the first acknowledgment that the 2 of them had ever met before. Smith smiled at it briefly, but Martin McCain's face remained inscrutable. Jezebel continued to rub her head on his hand, her eyes closing now. Smith said, "Jezebel, a good name for a stray dog, if you don't mind me saying so. Well, they're much like women. The only way to love them is not to trust them. She's a tart, as you can see, but I'll not be throwing her out of the window any time soon. Not for that." Dermot Kelly looked from one to the other, at a loss as to what they were talking about. McCain saw the look and shook his head at the ignorance of modern youth. Then he said to his nephew, "Talking of which, how's Mairead?" Kelly said, "She's fine, working hard." "A good girl. Treat her well, or you'll have me to deal with, you know that." Dermot nodded, accepting it, though it was plain he could have put Martin McCain out of the window, never mind the dog, if he had a wish to do so.
McCain said, "When I last was talking to her, she told me you'd plans to buy up half of the city centre." "It's like you said, Martin. You can't believe half the things they say." McCain smiled for the first time, looked at Smith and said knowingly, "Computers?" "Yes, it's all I hear, all day long." It was the only thing he could do. Wait for Martin McCain to address the elephant in the room, to say something across the chasm of 30 years that lay between them, and yet which held them together in a way that the younger man would never understand. Jezebel walked away and lay down with the other dogs, satisfied for now. Smith poured a little milk into the cup and then some tea. It was good china, wafer-thin and finely painted with red roses, quintessentially English, and, under the circumstances, quintessentially absurd. Martin McCain sipped at his own tea, put the cup back in its saucer, and looked at them both, first Kelly and then Smith. "All day, you say? That'll be in your work, then?" "Yes." "As a policeman?" Smith nodded. It seemed that the waiting was almost over. "And is your visit to me any part of that? Is this an investigation, Officer Smith?" There was no confusion over names for Martin McCain. He knew exactly to whom he was talking. "Of a sort, but it's personal to me and the O'Neill family, some of them anyway. There is nothing official about it, and as far as I am concerned there never will be. There will be no records, nothing will be written down." McCain leaned back and interlaced his fingers across his abdomen, the gesture of a kindly old priest ready to give the benefits of his experience and the blessing of his wisdom. He said, "When I gave this boy your name, I didn't think for a minute he'd actually find you. And now he has. Is it a sign, the working in mysterious ways?" Smith said, "I've no idea. Not my area of expertise, Mr. McCain." "Ah, but that's just it, you see. I know that one of your areas of expertise is dissimulation. I have first-hand experience of that. I've never forgotten it. If it's any consolation, neither have I." Jezebel got up onto her forelegs, as if it was time to pay the Englishman another visit. Martin McCain said quietly, "Lie down," and she did so without even a look at him. Then the man regarded Smith for a long time, long enough for Dermot Kelly to feel a little uncomfortable about it. "All right, then. Investigate away. Ask me the questions. There's just one thing before you begin." Smith said, "What's that?" "This Mr. McCain business. No more of that, if you please. Call me Martin." Chapter 10. Martin said one of the stories that went round at the time was that it was because he was queer. It could have been that now, couldn't it? Belfast was not the easiest place to be one in those days. I don't know about now. The intolerance was probably real enough, but that wasn't why McCain had said it. He was making mischief, knowing that Smith would never believe that Bran had left for such a reason, but saying it anyway. Dermot Kelly had stiffened a little at the use of the word, but kept his silence, just as Smith had hoped he would. Smith said, "I very much doubt it. Bran had outed himself early while he was still at school, I believe. At the university, if anything, it made him trendy." And then, with a glance at Dermot, Smith added, "cool," by way of explanation. Bran was, as they say today, Martin, secure in his sexuality. He didn't run away and never come back because of some name-calling, whoever might have been doing that. "Oh, well, you're obviously up on all this. I just put it out there as something said at the time, you understand, in case it's any use in the investigation." "Very public-spirited of you." McCain nodded and poured himself some more tea from the second pot that he had brought in from the kitchen. Smith declined the offer of the same, time was moving on. From the growing dusk outside the sitting-room window, it must be going on for 9:30, and McCain had talked freely enough and told them very little. A little speculation, a little reminiscing, and a little gossip, whittling away the time as if it were a stick of green willow. Gauging how much he was concealing wasn't easy, and would not have been even if Smith had had him for 24 hours in King's Lake. But Smith's instincts were that there was something worth waiting for, if only he could figure out the old man's game. Then McCain was on his feet without warning, making for the door. "Now, pardon me, but I've remembered about the shop in the morning. I'm at the doctor early, and I need to ask one of the boys to be in and open up for me. I'll be 2 minutes." He closed the door to the sitting-room, and then they could hear dialing. There was a landline on a small table inside the front door, Smith now recalled. Kelly shrugged and gave a half-smile, which Smith did not return. It was a mercy that the young man's mind did not operate as his own did. But this was not promising. Martin McCain making phone calls about a doctor's appointment on a Saturday morning. And then the talking very quietly on that phone, with Stuart Riley back in Belfast, and the dusk growing quickly now. He debated standing and heading for the front door with the minimum of apologies, and then, as suddenly, McCain was back in the room and sitting down, the dogs watching him as one. "Now, where were we? If you say that Bran—" There was a burst of wild guitar from Dermot's trouser pocket. If Smith's ears didn't deceive him, it was from Electric Ladyland all along the watchtower, and if the evening could have become any more surreal at that moment, Smith couldn't have said in what way. Kelly whipped it out and pressed some sort of decline button, but within seconds the wailing had begun again. He said, "It's Mairead." McCain said, "Go and take it, boy. Go into the kitchen there, or the garden." Kelly looked at Smith, unsure, and McCain spoke again. "Get on with it. Your Englishman is safe enough with an old man like me. What am I going to do, chop him into pieces with a cup and saucer, stab him with a teaspoon?" Smith nodded, though he had heard of stranger murder weapons, and Dermot left the room, the phone to his ear. When the door was closed, McCain waited for a few seconds until he was sure, and then he spoke in a new tone altogether. "Right, you've got 5 minutes, if that." It took half a second for the penny to drop. "I see why the game of charades. As I just told the girl, it's for his own good. He doesn't need to hear any of this. I don't know much, but what little I do know he doesn't need to be carrying about with him. Does his mother know he's here with you? I'm surprised if she does." "Yes, she does. She said this far and no further. I think she sees you as family already." "Oh, aye, the girl intends to marry him all right. He just doesn't know it yet." There was a pause as Smith thought over the best way into this. "You know something, then, Martin?" McCain was leaning forward a little and keeping his voice lower than it had been. Kelly was in the kitchen, not out in the garden. "I was not involved with whatever happened to Bran O'Neill. Whether you believe that or not is of no concern to me. After you did whatever you did, that cell never met again, not the 5 of us. That was the way of it, the plan, whenever there had been a leak. I expect you know that much yourself." Smith nodded and waited for more. "When Lorcan arrived, we met in the other room, and he told us what you'd done. We left you in Tommy's charge. I don't suppose you've forgotten that." He was looking at the scar on Smith's cheek. Tommy Blake had come to his own conclusion about the English student's part in the betrayal, and had not waited for the return of the others. His face inches from Smith's, with Smith himself already tied into the chair, he had drawn the lock-knife slowly down across the skin as a down payment, he said. The blade was so sharp that it had barely hurt, but then Smith had felt the drip of blood from the point of his chin onto his jeans. He had said no word in response, but was sure then that it would be Blake who killed him in the end. "Go on." Lurkin's plan was to get you to talk first, so we had to get you out of there to somewhere quieter. We couldn't do anything like that in the back of Rourke's. The tip-off gave us time to move things as well. That's where Eamon and me went. We moved the mix and the timers to somewhere it would not be found, just in case you'd given that up as well.
Had you? No, I'd no idea where you kept all that.
Well, our thinking that you might have done was another thing that saved your life. Michael O'Dell went to check up on the place we planned to take you, and Lorcan was making phone calls and watching the street just in case. When they went back in, half an hour later, they found Tommy gagged and tied on the floor with you gone out of the back door.
2 minutes already. McCain seemed to be enjoying telling the whole story and looked as if he might have 1 or 2 questions of his own, but telling him to hurry would be counterproductive. Patience, Smith.
So how did you do that to Tommy Blake?
I realized that he hadn't been in the Boy Scouts.
What? His knots were rubbish. I see. I'm surprised you didn't cut him with his own knife, just returning the favour.
I was in something of a hurry. What about Bran?
O'Neill smiled a little at what he was about to say. Lorcan went crazy. He knocked Tommy down 3 times. In the end, he wouldn't get up any more. Michael told me all this. Eamon and I didn't get back for another couple of hours at least. We had to drive over to Fermanagh. Then he told them, Michael and Tommy, to find any bastard that might know where you were and make sure they talked. By the time we got back, that's what was happening.
Smith said, So it was Michael O'Dell and Tommy Blake? One of them or both picked up Bran?
I didn't say that. Lorcan always had youngsters hanging around, didn't he? He set them onto it as well. Some were looking for you, others for anyone that knew you. I don't know who found who.
Was his brother Aidan out with them?
McCain raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why do you ask that? You do know what happened to Aidan Quinn the very next day, don't you?
It was the second time he had been asked that question within the space of 2 hours. Yes, he lied, he'd read about it in the papers, but McCain hadn't finished with that part of this sorry tale.
Gunned down by the UDA, shot in the back by those cowards because they couldn't reach Lorcan. Aidan would have been something in this movement if he hadn't been cut down like that. He was born to it. That was in his blood.
The more things change. Time hadn't done much for Martin McCain. It had not mellowed him, and if something in his words just now had not caught Smith's whole attention, he might even have found a second to feel a little sorry for him. But there had been something. He was shot in the back, you say?
Aye, where else with those shitbags involved?
Well, I expect he became something in the movement anyway. A martyr? McCain took the comment at face value. That he did. The funeral was magnificent. The more they remained the same, thought Smith. Kelly would be back in moments. Could he find anything more here? So I need to speak to Lorcan, Michael O'Dell and Tommy Blake. Where can I find them? McCain laughed aloud before he answered,
Are you serious, man?
Completely. Then, with a straight face, Martin McCain said,
Well, you'll find Mr. Lorcan Quinn in a large white building that looks down upon us from a hill in the east of the city. I've never been myself, but I expect it's a fancy sort of office he occupies now. Tommy Blake, I've no idea. If I did, I might send you there to see if he would finish what he started. But I don't know.
But you're still in touch with Michael O'Dell? It wasn't a question.
Tell me something. Was any of your story true? Did you have an Irish father?
No, he came from Ipswich.
Were you actually a student at the university?
No.
But we checked that out. I was the one who did that. Your name was down for courses there. Smith needed one thing more to be able to see the next stepping stone. That was all. He didn't have the time or the resources to find Odell or Blake on his own in a city of 750,000 people. Quinn he could find, of course, but getting to speak to him was a different matter. Third-year urban geography on an exchange course with Bristol University. I went to a few lectures, and it was quite interesting. He stopped and recalled something. The demographic consequences of long-standing cultural divisions in an urban environment. Belfast was the best place in the world to have studied that at the time, but none of it was genuine, not my part in it. McCain looked baffled. Smith said, "The unit I was a part of was very good. Arranging cover like that was routine." "It was an intelligence unit, then? You weren't just a squaddy who got picked to get in with the locals?" "No, and the plan was for me to stay undercover. You were never supposed to know I was there. I was supposed to go back to England with the connections I'd made. If there were plans for further attacks on the mainland, intelligence hoped that you'd try to make use of people like Stuart Riley, and that would be the early warning. This was all set up after Brighton." It had to seem that he was giving something to McCain if he wanted to receive a little more, and Kelly was still talking away on the phone. The girl was good. They could have used her 30 years ago. McCain said, "Never supposed to know. What happened to change that?" "Your choice of target for the bomb you were putting together." The Irishman knew immediately what he meant. "How could you have known that? It was never discussed outside of that room. Who gave it away?" After all these years, it still mattered to McCain. "No one. I'd put a tape in there. It was crude by today's standards, but it worked well for months. Each time I'd listen to it myself so that I could plan the next recording and then pass it on. When I heard what you were planning, I made sure that someone else above me had to take some action. You were going to bomb a primary school because some officer's children went there? I wasn't going to have that on my conscience, Martin." "Your conscience? We'd already let you in by then. You'd already done things for the IRA that would have got us 10 years if we'd been caught doing them." And that, of course, was true. The operational choices of deeply embedded undercover officers often became moral dilemmas. He had been set tests by Lorcan Quinn's IRA cell, and he had passed them. There was no other way to get beyond the outer circle, to get close enough to them to put tape recorders in their meeting rooms. Smith said, "I still have those things on my conscience. But blowing up 5-year-olds during their morning story was never going to be another one. If my superiors had decided to let it run, and they did such things from time to time because some of them were as cynical and calculating as anyone in the Provisional High Command, I'd have gone down to the school gates with a rifle and shot you all myself." They were eye to eye then for a long moment before McCain said, "And wouldn't that have been something? Would it? Just another page in your bloody history. At least it was near to the end of it." "You think so? You think it's over? The fact that the war won't be won in my time doesn't matter. This talking and double-dealing won't last forever. I'm not the only one that keeps the faith, David." "The true faith." "Aye." It was dark outside now. The dogs had all fallen asleep, it seemed, and with only a single lamp on the shelf to his left, Smith's view of McCain was mostly in shadow. Smith said quietly, "Michael Odell." "Jesus bloody Christ." It wasn't easy for McCain to give anyone up even now. There was silence in the kitchen. Kelly was either listening or texting or thinking. "I'll give him the same assurances that I gave you. This is about finding Bran O'Neill's body and giving him a proper burial, not about blame. You realize that it was 30 years ago this week?" "I do." "And you know how ill Katrina Kelly is?" McCain didn't answer that. After another long moment, he said, "I'll give you the name of a pub. If you're in there at midday tomorrow, you might see Michael. That's up to him. But understand this. Doing it this way means that I'm telling him who wants to see him, and why. If he's not there, that's done. Don't come back to me. If he is there, I can't guarantee he'll be on his own." "Fair enough. Old Timothy's on Berwick Road." "I don't remember that one." "Well, you're the detective. Midday tomorrow is what I'll tell him. You've had your bodyguard today, but you'll go on your own tomorrow. For Mairead's sake, I don't want the boy involved at all beyond today."
"Dermot as my bodyguard? He gave me a lift, that's all."
"You think so? Our Dermot is a bit of a handful, martial arts and all that sort of thing."
Smith considered it. He had thought more than once that Kelly must work out regularly. It was a possibility. His silence encouraged McCain to say more.
"He used to compete up to a couple of years ago. I'm told he was very good, but then he got into bother and had to give that side of it up."
Off the subject of the cause, Martin McCain was just another Irishman, enjoying the crack, the telling of stories. Smith said, "What sort of bother?"
"He went into a bar in the city and found a good friend of his and his girl being shoved about by a gang of ne'er-do-wells. He asked them to desist, and they did not. It was all over quickly after, but the police prosecuted anyway, him being a good Catholic boy. He was fined for assault, and I think when that's happened, you're out of the martial arts thing. They have to sign something to say they won't abuse their skills. Nonsense, if you ask me. What's any man going to do if he sees a friend taking a beating?"
The door opened and Kelly came back into the room, the phone still in his hand. He said,
"Sorry,"
to Martin McCain, but the old man waved it away.
"We're done here now, whatever little use it'll be."
And then to Smith,
"For Katrina's sake alone, I'd have told you more if I could. I'm sorry it wasn't much."
The look that accompanied the words, and which was not visible to Kelly, was plainly a warning, and Smith accepted it as such. He said to Kelly as he got to his feet, "Yes, done. We won't take up any more of this man's time. I appreciate you agreeing to see me, under the circumstances, Martin." In the brief pause that followed, there was no sign that the man would ever have shaken his hand, and so he did not offer his own. McCain moved towards the door, and all three dogs lifted their heads to watch him. Smith could not resist the thought that had been in his mind briefly earlier on, before the business in hand took over. Here was a man who rescued worn-out dogs from an ignominious death, but who had been prepared to murder children for a political cause. It was still a strange country.
"Well, he said that it wasn't much, which can only mean that there was something."
Smith sighed a little and stared down the Falls Road. He was tired, post-operatively, of course, nothing to do with his age, and his knee hurt more now than at any time since he had left the hospital. Was that normal, or was it because he had not been resting it as much as he had been told to do? As much. He had hardly rested it at all during the daylight. Tomorrow morning, before he set off for old Timothy's, he would put it up for a couple of hours, to compensate for ill-treating it so far. He certainly had some thinking to do. But for now there was Dermot Kelly, who was beginning to remind him of someone else with a young, quick and inquiring mind, and no idea when to stop asking questions. Good grief! Imagine a Waters who knew how to use the Korean death grip or some such thing. A terrifying thought. Still, it might be useful with his current choice of female companion. Smith didn't want to think of her as the girlfriend, because that was an even more frightening possibility. Yes, there was something. It was a tiny something that will almost certainly lead nowhere. I've spent most of the day apologizing to people for involving you, even though I didn't, and promising them that I won't do it any more. Breaking those promises is much more likely to get me killed than a run-in with some geriatric IRA members. Thanks for the lift. Kelly said, "Well, you have my number. If you find anything, or if you need to ask where somewhere is, you can ring me." Yes, thought Smith, I've got your number. That was way too easy.
I should also point out that I have a strong aversion to being followed. I would be highly likely, in that situation, to pull out my real badge and call the police service of Northern Ireland. I would be highly likely to deny all knowledge of anyone they picked up on suspicion of trying to follow me, especially if it was you. The story you'd tell them is so ridiculous they'd probably ask you to do a turn at the annual Federation dinner. Now Kelly, too, was staring along the Falls Road. Just so you know, I have not developed a great concern for you personally. I just hate having got this far, you understand, for you to find something and then get done in before we get to hear what it is. Good, I feel reassured by that. You go and do some empire building tomorrow morning, and if I get shot up, I promise to give you a ring and bleed slowly enough to give you a sporting chance of finding me alive. That's a plan, Mr. Smith. He glanced at Kelly as he was climbing out of the car. The eyes didn't leave the road ahead, but there were the remains of a smile of sorts around them, though at which particular part of the plan it was difficult to say. Albert Street was well lit, as was Milford Street after it, but the turning into the little road where Mrs. Green held court was less so. Smith stood just around its corner, in an angle of shadow, and waited for 5 minutes. If anyone was watching for him, it would surely be from a vehicle. There would not have been time to go through the rigmarole of getting the cooperation of private property owners. The houses were close together, with a passageway between each pair that ran to the rear of them. At this time of night virtually the entire street was lined on both sides with cars, and no one would be able to pull away quickly without him noticing them. He could go all the way down to the far side first, cross over and walk back towards the B&B, giving him the chance to check out 3/4 of the vehicles. He could. But against it was the fact that his knee was painful, and that he was unconvinced that there was anything to worry about anyway. He waited another minute or so, and then stepped out of the shadow, the walking stick making its now familiar click on the pavement as he went towards that comfortable bed at the top of the 14 stairs. The light was in the passageway almost opposite the boarding-house. A light reflected up into a face for no more than 2 or 3 seconds, the light from a mobile phone that came and went before Smith had time to see any details. It could not have been switched off so quickly, and must therefore have been pushed into a pocket or held flat against a body. Someone outside for a smoke, or just making a private call, or sending a message, would have felt no need to hide the light in that way. And whoever it was must have seen the figure of Smith coming along the road no more than 20 yards away. That was why they had hidden it. He debated his options as he watched the black rectangular space between the houses. Then he took out his own phone, flicked sideways until he found the app for the torch, and held it ready. It was quite exciting. He had only used this once before, looking for a leak under the kitchen sink. He stepped off the pavement towards the passageway, noting the pattern of lights in the windows of the 2 adjoining houses, one downstairs on the left, one dim and upstairs on the right, a night light. If they altered, it might explain something. He stood at the entrance to the passage, so that he was still in the glare of the street lamp about 40 yards distant, and switched on the torch. When he pointed it along the narrow space, there was nothing but a bicycle visible at the far end. Whoever had been here had left quickly and in absolute silence. They would have prepared an exit, and there would be no point in following them, or they were waiting for him in the darkness beyond, in which case following them would be worse than pointless. Smith turned out the torch and listened. Traffic in the distance, the bass beat of music somewhere. He walked back to the street and looked at the lights in the houses, but there had been no change. If they were going to shoot him tonight, they would probably have done so by now. He turned and headed across to Mrs. Green's, thinking about the parting joke he had made to Dermot Kelly. This really wasn't the kind of city in which one should risk speaking true words in jest.
Chapter 11. Mrs. Althea Green was an excellent landlady. On his first morning she had asked if his coffee was not too strong, and her guest had said no, that he enjoyed strong coffee. This morning the coffee was just a shade, a semitone stronger, and she watched as he took the first sips of it. His nod of approval sent her away to her kitchen with almost a smile. There were 4 tables in the little breakfast-room. 2 were presently empty. The couple, whose room Smith had briefly occupied when he watched the street, sat at the other end of the room, keeping their voices low and confidential, and their heads close together. They touched hands on the table when they were not actually eating, and although it was plain that they were married, the suspicion grew in Smith's mind that it might not be to each other. He wondered about Mrs. Green's view of the matter, whether she would condone such shenanigans under her widow's roof if she knew of them. Perhaps as a businesswoman who now advertised on the Internet, she had been able to embrace a more diverse and liberal clientele than the Irish landladies of the past. When she reappeared to ask if everything had been satisfactory, he said that it undoubtedly was, and then he asked whether it would be an inconvenience if he worked in his room for an hour or 2 after breakfast. It would not be so at all, she said. Would he like tea or coffee later or while he did so? She was moving away, and then she turned and came back to him, saying that she didn't think the phone people would disturb him, but she ought to warn him just in case. Smith said, "Is there a problem with the phone, Mrs. Green?" "So there is. It went off sometime yesterday afternoon." "And you reported it and they're coming out this morning? That's a much quicker service than we ever get back in England." "No, I never reported it. I didn't know it had gone wrong. A man came to the door and told me. Someone else must have let them know." He drank the last of the coffee before he spoke again. "I'm sure you are careful, but always check the identity badges of people who just turn up at your door. I assume the phone had gone wrong when you checked it for yourself." "Oh, yes, the line was dead, and I am very careful, Mr. Colgate. I know that as a widow, and on my own, I'm a likely target for all sorts of villainy. But he said they'd be working on the pole outside mostly. They might just need to pop in to check that everything had been fixed. Not more than an hour's work, he said." Well, thank goodness for mobile phones. Mrs. Green had warmed to the gossip now. No doubt this gentleman's obvious concern for her safety had touched her in some long-forgotten place. She said, "And yourself now, Mr. Colgate. That was a late meeting you had last night. I'd no idea that the funeral business was so demanding." Smith had no sense last night that she was up and listening for his return when he turned the key quietly in the lock and moved circumspectly up the stairs, missing out the penultimate one, which creaked. "People do not realize quite what is involved, Mrs. Green, but I have to confess to you that I have looked up a couple of old friends while I'm here. We got talking about old times. Even undertakers like to reminisce." "I thought it must be something like that. As you're working this morning, I can bring you a drink at, say, 10:30. That's the time I have something myself every day. Or you could join me in the kitchen if you'd like to have a break from your room." The pages of the Alich notebook were not large enough for the next phase on the investigation, and that was why he had put the A4 notepad into his small bag of luggage. In the centre of a page he wrote Friday the 21st of June, 1985, and then he enclosed that in a neat rectangular box drawn with a 6-inch plastic ruler, one that he believed he had owned since his school days. From the box he drew a series of straight lines, each one terminating with the name of a person, someone who had in some way become a part of that night's sequence of events. Another short line on from the name, and then details of where they had been or claimed to be, with whom, and what they might have been doing. If it had been a representation of a clock, the members of the cell formed the numbers from 1 around to 5 o'clock. Then he added in Aidan Quinn and his unknown associate at 6, Leah Wisby at 7, and Brady O'Neill at 8. According to Katrina, Leah had been at home with her parents, and Brady had been in Lisbon, been courting his girl of the time, the one who became his wife. If there was an answer, it was probably to be found somewhere within this circle. Any of those that he had spoken to already might have lied to him, and he always allowed for that. Everybody lies, but not always, and not all at the same time, thank goodness. He thought that Katrina had told him the truth. She had much more motivation to do so than to lie, considering the situation in which she found herself. Leah had not mentioned the fact that she had been told about Aidan Quinn being outside the house, even though a fool could see that it was potentially significant, and that led to two thoughts. First, she was not a fool, and second, she might have kept other matters from Smith, and even from her sister. Strangely, he also thought that Martin McCain had been as honest as he was ever likely to be with someone like Smith. McCain and Callahan often did operate together, Smith could recall that, and so the story about moving the explosives had the ring of truth. And McCain could very easily have given him nothing at all. Instead, he had a name and a place to be in a couple of hours. Of course, it was possible that what McCain had actually given him was a death sentence. It was not the first case Smith had worked in which the memories of people were the only resource. One moves painstakingly along the chain of connections, hoping it will turn somewhere into a chain of causality. Sometimes one returns to links in the chain that one has visited before. Sometimes one returns several times, refining questions in the light of what one has subsequently uncovered. But that was not a likely possibility here. McCain had already said, hadn't he, "Don't come back to me." Smith had the sensation of being on thin ice. It was breaking behind him as he pushed off for the next step, and there would be no opportunity to retrace the ones he had already taken. At a little after 9, there were new voices downstairs. From the top of the flight he could see the lower half of Mrs. Green speaking to someone at the front door, and a few seconds of listening in told him that it was the telephone engineer. He went down and stood behind her, watching the man. "Yes, just a minor fault in the distribution point outside here. We're replacing all these old aluminium connections anyway, ma'am. When we're done, we'll pop in and check that everything is working to your satisfaction." He was young and tanned, with a moustache. Mrs. Green seemed pleased that he would be popping in and making sure that everything was working to her satisfaction. When the engineer moved away, Smith could see out into the road. There was a van in convincing colours, and another older man in the same uniformed overalls with the company logo already putting a ladder up against the pole. He looked for a few more seconds and could see nothing wrong with it, but that didn't make it right. The census, the night watchman, and now an unreported telephone fault. The first one could have been the provisionals checking his location, but the problem of the mixed-race girl remained. Hiding in dark alleyways was right up the IRA street, so to speak, but surely a BT van with matching uniforms was beyond their reach. Not to say some sort of overkill. Overkill was not a notion he readily associated with Republican terrorists, but if this was not all coincidental, someone had just parked that notion out in the street. "Mrs. Green, I'm going to be busy for another hour, and then I have a midday meeting. I'd love that coffee in my room if the offer is still there." If she was disappointed that her kitchen seemed to hold fewer attractions than his room, Mrs. Green concealed it well. Coffee, she said, would be served at 10:30. He went back up, aware that he must now make a decision. It was Friday, and Serena Butler was not on duty this weekend. It was sad but true that he would remember something like that from completing the rotas a fortnight ago. If she was going to look up what he had in mind, it had to be today.
It was also now clear that he would need to extend his stay at the boarding-house into the beginning of next week. There wasn't much likelihood of him reaching any other members of the old cell this afternoon after his meeting with Michael Odell, always assuming that even that took place as planned. He sat in the occasional chair by the window, his leg up and resting on the bed. What he needed from Serena wasn't so bad. Being asked to explain why one had asked a colleague to look up the details of a 30-year-old crime was preferable to being asked why one had sought details of living, breathing individuals while one was off duty. But it was still something of a risk for her, and he thought for several minutes more before he decided to take it. "Hello, Serena, it's me."
"Hello, sir. How's the knee?"
She sounded positively cheerful and pleased to hear from him, which was suspicious for a number of reasons, not the least being that she was usually pretty sullen until midday. He'd need to look into that later. "Oh, it's still halfway down my leg. Where are you?"
"In the canteen, getting a late breakfast."
He closed his eyes at the thought of April's bacon sandwiches. "That's nice. How's everyone?"
"Chris is all right now. As he'd been on the team for a whole 5 days, he started giving me orders yesterday. I had to take him out the back and knee him in the groin a few times, but he's walking again this morning."
"Good work, and good practice for his new relationship." Serena was laughing as she finished eating something. It had to be a bacon sandwich. He could almost taste it.
"Oh, I met her. She was in the car park waiting for him on Wednesday. She's very nice, DC."
Very nice? A chance, then, that Waters had seen the light and moved on already. He asked for a description.
"Tall, skinny and blonde, driving a Saab coupe. They look good together."
No, that was her. "Yes, a lovely couple, especially when they're into their street fighting. You should ask for a demonstration." Heard from John. Her voice changed, became more confidential and serious, even though she was plainly enjoying the fact that she was bringing him up to speed.
"You missed the excitement. Maggie had a show yesterday."
A show? What sort of a show? When he had last seen Maggie Henderson just 5 days ago, she had seemed as far around the middle as a medium-sized pony. She was certainly in no fit state to be performing anything. Perhaps it was a fashion show at their house, baby clothes and things.
"It's when the plug of mucus in your cervix that protects the baby comes away. It's usually a sign that—"
"Okay, got it. How long now?" Suddenly he had gone off the idea of a bacon sandwich.
"They couldn't say, but they thought she was having Braxton Hicks as well."
"Dear me, fancy getting that as well as being pregnant. Is it serious?" He could hear voices then, someone speaking to Serena as they passed by, and a muffled response as she covered the phone. A few seconds passed before she continued.
"That was John Wilson. We've got a briefing in 10 minutes. DC, I found a wonderful video about all this on YouTube. We can watch it together when you get back, if you like."
"Oh, yes, definitely. I'll get some popcorn in. If you're out and about today, it doesn't matter."
"What doesn't?"
"What I was going to ask you to do. Remember when you called round?"
"I can do that. What do you need?"
He explained it to her, and she made a few notes on her phone at the same time as he did so. He had no idea how that was possible. As soon as the briefing was over, she said she would get onto it and call him back with whatever she had found. He passed the time by locating old Timothy's on his own phone and then planning how to use the Belfast Wanderer service to get there. After that, he thought about John Wilson sitting down with Christopher Waters and Serena Butler, wondering whether his lot were ever still called Smithfits by the other teams at Kingslake Central. He hadn't heard it for a while. All misfits and strays found their way to him in the end, someone had said. Quite a while ago now, but the force didn't seem to have the characters these days that it used to have. Perhaps that was why he was never up to full strength any more. It was down to recruitment, of course, the profiling and targets set by human resources, weeding out the really interesting people before they could do any good. And then he wondered about that particular morning briefing. What was it about? A week, and he had already lost touch. He received a text message, first saying that the system was busy, could she please try later. Really, this was criminal records, for heaven's sake, not a call to the company that sold you the extended warranty on your television. 10 minutes passed, long enough for him to have doubts form about whether he should have asked her to do this. If he heard nothing in the next 5, he would text back and tell her to forget it. He stared at the 15th minute, waiting for it to end before he pressed reply, and then the phone rang and vibrated in his hand. "DC, I've got something, but it's only a police surgeon's report. There's no full autopsy on the system that I can see. It all looks different to what we do now." It was, for all sorts of reasons. What was the surgeon's name? Hold on. Missick? No, never heard of that one. What was the stated cause of death? Serena read back from the screen into her phone. Aidan Quinn, age 18, body found by an army patrol early in the morning, multiple gunshot wounds consistent with being ambushed by a number of assailants, more than one weapon involved. There are some details about the guns used, if you want them. Smith didn't answer immediately. The expression on his face could only be described as blank. It was the closest he ever came to showing surprise. No, maybe later. What does it say about the locations of the wounds? Okay, it's here somewhere. 5 in the back and 2 in the front. 1 in the chest, 1 in the head. There is speculation that he was hit first from behind by fire from an automatic weapon and then finished off by pistol shots. This is all gruesome stuff, isn't it? Oh, yes, thought Smith. You have no idea. Thank God. Right. Thanks, Serena. I owe you. Well, that's all there is. No autopsy report. The case remains on file. No one was ever charged. Is this what you're up to? Are you going to find them after 30 years? There was no way to answer her that would not have been disrespectful to someone, somewhere. He said, "So what was the briefing about?" "Superintendent Allen winding up the drugs push, I think. We've all done very well." "Sorry I missed that. Anything else going on?" "A body in a field out in Eastacre this morning. I think he was one of these metal detectorists. Suspicious circumstances, but I don't know how suspicious, and I don't know who's getting landed with it yet." "Eastacre? If he was on the old priory site, he might be a victim of the curse." "The what?" "Don't worry. I've got a book about local myths and legends. We can sit down and read about it after we've watched the YouTube video. Keep me up to speed on Maggie. It looks as if I'm going to be here over the weekend now." "Okay, DC. Got to go now. Be safe." He'd got the current location thing working on the phone, and because he had accidentally dropped a pin on the site of Old Timothy's, he could watch his progress towards it as he sat on the bus. Or at least he could until he realized how quickly this was draining the battery. He turned current location off after that. It was a fine June morning. He made a show of being interested in the changing street scenes as the bus journeyed on, just like a proper visitor, watching first out of the left-hand window and then the right, taking the opportunity, too, to look back along the interior at the handful of other passengers. There was no one of obvious concern, and he had made a point of being the last person to get aboard. From his seat he could not see the traffic behind the bus, but at the other end he could continue with the basic precautions. The internal debate that had been going on since he arrived in Northern Ireland continued, one part of him saying that he really was too old for all this, and the other saying that's as may be, but you can still do it, can't you? That's something after 30 years. Martin McCain had not known the truth about Aidan Quinn's death. If he had, last night's meeting would have gone differently, and much more like the ones he had anticipated. Smith had broken one of his own golden rules. He had assumed that McCain would know that truth, but now, after the phone call from King's Lake, one had to ask instead which truth. The truth in the police surgeon's report, which wasn't actually the truth at all. McCain had been the most solid and respected member of the cell, effectively Lorcan Quinn's second-in-command, and he had not known, still did not know, what had happened to Aidan. Who else did know? Michael Odell? Smith was perhaps 15 minutes from finding out the answer to that one. The process of elimination, he thought, with the grim ghost of a smile. I believe what McCain told me, that he and Callahan were miles and hours away when Lorcan gave the command to find anyone who knew that English bastard. I believe that McCain was never told the truth about what happened to Bran O'Neill, because I know now that he was never told the truth about what happened to Aidan Quinn. And I know without the shadow of a doubt where these confusions and complications came from, where the double-dealing and dissembling have their source. What better training could there have been for the man with the fancy sort of office in the white building up on the hill? Smith got out of the bus, one stop away from the one nearest to old Timothy's, and watched it drive away. The cars behind carried on with their morning, and he could see nothing of interest in them. Then he began to walk north along Allen Road, looking for the left turn that would take him to his destination. The day was so warm and breathless now that he didn't really need his jacket. He felt perfectly alone. Chapter 12. Some public houses are perpetually dark, and some are even more so on the brightest of days. Old Timothy was one of these. Smith stood inside the doorway, allowing his eyes to adjust and his nose to grow accustomed to the smell of stale Guinness. No, not stale so much as ancient, for it had been absorbed into the very timbers of the building. There was no sawdust on the floor, but in every other respect old Timothy's was exactly that, proudly and defiantly old and out of date. Someone had been smoking in the bar until minutes ago, and perhaps they still were. It was impossible to see into all the alcoves and snugs that would undoubtedly be out there in the gloom. Smith had the sudden urge to smoke himself, and thought that if he saw another doing so, then he might as well. When in Rome. And it had been years since he was able to sit in a pub with a pint of beer and enjoy a cigarette. There was no music, and he approved of that, too. Live music, yes, preferably some blues and local folk of an evening, but juke-boxes and their like should be banished to countries that have no history. English or honorary English pubs like this one should be for drinking, smoking, and talking, and nothing more. As for gastro-pubs, well, he could smell no food here, and there was no sign of a menu. For a moment he thought he might have died and gone to heaven, and then he remembered that in a few minutes he might well have done so. Perhaps he should have that cigarette. He moved towards the bar, where a small, thin, elderly man stood waiting for him. The closer Smith got, the smaller, thinner, and older the man seemed. He had to wonder whether this might be old Timothy himself. "Yes, sir." "Guinness, please." 2 words, but they were enough. The old man did not hesitate, and nothing in his face moved, but the nationality of the visitor had been noted. The hand and arm that pulled on the pump had the colour and grain of old oak. The two of them watched the dark liquid foaming into the glass. Then Smith was told of the price, and he duly paid. The man said not a word more. The area behind him, between the bar and the door, was the best lit, and Smith decided to remain here. There were clearly other spaces off to the right, but he could not see into them. In addition to the 5 small tables, each with 3 or 4 chairs, there were benches and settles around the walls, and Smith made for one of the latter, one that gave him a view of a small section of the road outside through a narrow window. At the far side of this space, one of the tables had 2 occupants, 2 men in their 40s or 50s. One, wearing the traditional flat cap of those who work with racehorses, watched Smith cross in front of them, and he continued to watch until the visitor's eyes looked back at him, and then the Irishman seemed to wince a little before he looked away. His companion never glanced up. He continued to stare gloomily down at the folded newspaper that lay on the table in front of him. Smith checked with his watch. 12 o'clock exactly. If he had been in Odell's position, always assuming that McCain had made the call, How would he have handled this? Well, he would have sat right where he was now and watched the road outside the pub, any suspicions, and he could then disappear into the recesses beyond. Perhaps that was what had happened, and Odell had been sitting right here moments ago. One way or another Odell would want to see before he was seen, and Smith had no doubt that if he, Odell, had decided to make this meeting, then he, Smith, had already been observed. But the Guinness was divine. It was worth making the journey across the sea just to taste it, and he wished that the gloomy newspaper man would reach for a packet of cigarettes that lay on the table in front of him. It was all that he had drunk during his days as Stuart Riley, apart from the whiskies that Baron O'Neill had shared with him on the nights that he had visited the family in Hannerstown. Those were good times, and it was hard to believe that they had come to this, the search for the remains of the bravest and brightest of them. The man with the flat cap murmured something to his companion and stood up. Smith caught his eye again, and this time saw that there was something indirect about its expression. Then he was looking at the man's back as he moved into the rear of the pub, where the ceilings seemed to be even lower and the shadows more intense. The barman was motionless, an automaton, looking out across the tables and chairs, but apparently seeing nothing at all. Then he, too, ducked out of sight behind a heavy green curtain, and Smith felt the hairs on the back of his neck begin to rise. Voices back there, a question, an answer, another question, and another monosyllabic response. The flat cap reappeared, still not looking directly at Smith, but he did not return to his seat, and now the other, the newspaperman, was watching too, his hands flat on the table as if they were ready to push him up onto his feet and away. A third figure came out of the darkness now, one that Smith recognized. Michael Odell was more than the man he used to be, that much was certain. He must weigh close to 20 stones. It was all around his middle, because the face, though much older, was hardly changed. Smith thought that if that's what the Guinness does to you, it's a good thing I left in such a hurry after all. The fact that Odell had been a big man in the first place redeemed him a little now. The frame was just about able to carry the weight, but one more pint might topple him into obesity. Smith stood up. It might to an observer have looked like politeness, but he had concluded that being on his feet might be a good idea. With Martin McCain, he had never felt that he needed a bodyguard, though he had unwittingly had one. Now some martial arts might come in handy, though he had no regrets about leaving Dermot Kelly out of this. Odell said slowly, "When he called me, do you know what I did?" Smith said, "No, I honestly cannot imagine what you did. I looked at my watch to make sure it wasn't April the 1st. Really, if you had to check, it might be time for a new watch." The Irishman's lips stretched into a thin smile. "Will you not join us in the back? We have our own little snug there. We can talk privately if that's what you've come for. Here is fine. I don't feel an overwhelming need for privacy just at the moment." Odell looked towards the doorway through which Smith had entered the pub. "Thinking of making a dash for it? There's 2 outside stopping anyone else coming in, and they'll do the same for you if you decide to leave." "No, I'm not leaving just yet. I was hoping to ask you a few questions, and then I'll leave." "Oh, aye," said the flat-cap man with a snigger that was ignored by Odell. "Do you know what? I'm going to sit down with you, just for old time's sake. But before I do, there's something we need to take care of. Sean." The newspaper-reading man got up slowly, edged himself around the table, and approached Smith. He stopped 3 feet away, or rather he was stopped by something in the eyes of the man in front of him. Then he turned and looked at Odell. "There's one precaution I must insist on. Sean will just pat you down. If that's a no for you, perhaps we have our answer, and you can then do the attempting to leave thing." Smith accepted it,
raising his arms as Sean moved close enough to run his hands over arms, legs, and upper body. When Sean asked him to remove his jacket, he did so, handing it to him. The Irishman went through the pockets and then checked Smith's upper body again through his shirt. They were not looking for a gun. While the search was going on, O'Dell said, "You have a bit of a history with recording devices, it seems. Wouldn't want to make the same mistake twice, you see." It was safe to assume, then, that McCain's conversation with O'Dell had not been a brief one. Safe to assume that everything he had told McCain was now known to Michael O'Dell. Sean nodded and stepped away, back to his own table. The flat-capped man went to the bar where the bartender had reappeared, presumably because he felt sure enough that he was not yet about to witness anything that he would rather not, and O'Dell came forward and took a seat opposite Smith's. This close, there was an unexpected smell about the man, a flowery scent of eau de cologne, freshly applied, and Smith wondered whether he should feel flattered. He had shaved that morning, but not brought with him the quite pricey aftershave that he had bought for himself last Christmas, an oversight if they were to do battle by fragrance. "Martin tells me you like to be called David now." "Yes, and it's convenient, as it's my name as well." The others in the bar did not appear to be listening, or at least taking the slightest interest in what was or was about to be said. Smith wondered how many more there were, 2 inside and at least 2 more outside. He had no doubt that O'Dell had been telling the truth about that. McCain was alone with his dogs, out of it, cradling his memories and imagining a brighter future where the oppressors had been driven from the shores of his native land. But O'Dell was still a part of something, with a crew of his own that did as they were told. A part of what, though? The Republican movement had always been prone to splintering, but since the peace agreement all sorts of odd groupings had formed and reformed. Smith knew that much from the Sunday papers. He should have known more. O'Dell said, "When we first heard in the phone call, and even when Lorcan came in and said it was true, I couldn't believe it. You'd done such a job on us. Using the O'Neills like that was brilliant." David. A nice touch. Had O'Dell found that in something that McCain said, or had he worked it out for himself? He could almost have been talking to Leah Wisby, come to think of it, and Smith did think about that fleetingly before dismissing the idea. Still, it was better for O'Dell to be trying to hurt him in that way than in some of the others that were, at this particular moment, at his disposal. Smith said, "I was lucky, that's all." "A lucky soldier. And are you a lucky policeman, too?" "So far. I have my moments." O'Dell leaned back in the chair and looked him over. "You don't come across as a copper, I have to say. But then you didn't come across as a tout. I guess it's the same thing. Some people just aren't what they appear to be. It's a rare sort of talent. I think it's important to make the most of what you're given. You only get one life." There was a pause before O'Dell said, "Yes, you do." If he had said instead, "Yes, we do," it would have been a little more comforting. Smith wondered what odds Martin McCain would give him here and now on whether he would be walking out of old Timothy's in one piece. Obviously it would be difficult to walk out at all if he was in 2 or more pieces. O'Dell said, "I need to understand your motivation in all this. You got out against all the odds. You survived at least one attempt to pay you back for what you did to the Irish people. After 30 years, one would have to say you were free and clear. And then you voluntarily walk back into it. What in God's name would make anyone stupid enough to come through those doors and look me in the eye?" Ah. Smith had often wondered whether the 2 attempts on his life back in England had anything to do with the cell that he had exposed. For all he knew, there was a separate branch of the IRA that dealt with betrayal, and his name had simply appeared on a list.
But Michael Odell knew something about it. It's just as I told Martin, and I'm sure he has told you. The inquiry looked into Bran O'Neill's disappearance after Callahan's death last year, and they didn't get very far. A member of the family found me recently, wanting to know if I could shed any light on what happened. At that point, I didn't even know that he had gone missing. I offered to help, and that's why I came through those doors. Help to do what? Put someone behind bars? No, it's no different to what the inquiry itself does. The family want to find him, bring him home, and give him a Christian burial. Always assuming that he is dead in the first place. It would be a strange thing to do to someone who wasn't. But he is dead. He was killed that Friday night, or the following day, I'd say. All I need is to speak to someone who knows what happened to him after that. There are plenty of precedents now, you know that. You know how this can be done. Odell leaned in a little. The warmth of the early afternoon, the stuffiness of the bar, and the directness of the conversation had combined to produce a faint gleam of sweat across his forehead. Yes, I do. What I don't know is why I should bother. Despite the precariousness of his situation, or perhaps because of it, Smith felt a flutter of excitement at that moment, when those words were spoken. Odell had something for him. All he needed was the right reason to give it up. Smith said, "The O'Neills were decent people, and they still are. What's more, they are still good Republicans. You don't need me to tell you that. What they believe in is what you believe in, assuming that you still have that belief yourself, assuming that you're not just some sort of gangster now. If you are, I'm wasting my time, and probably my life, sitting here talking to you. Tell me if so, and we can cut to the chase. I'll get up and see how far I can get before you finish the job that someone else could not." A risk, but not so much as it might seem. Odell would have seen a softer, more sympathetic approach as weakness. At least this one had made him smile. "Will you listen to this?" Odell said, looking around at Sean, who nodded. "If I still had fighting cockroaches, I'd put you in with one of them." It was the wrong moment to say any more. Smith took a long pull of the warm Guinness and wondered why on earth no one was smoking yet. Time might be short, so he picked up his own packet from where Sean had placed it on the table and asked Odell if he minded. "And here? Surely that's against the law. But I understand. Condemned man and all that. Go ahead." Nicotine hits the neural transmitters instantly, smoothing out one's thought processes, bringing a sense of calm, the belief that all will be well. There was no need to hurry this, whatever the outcome. The sounds of the road began to intrude, and the voices of a group of schoolgirls chattering and laughing passed by, first growing louder and then fading. Smith glimpsed them through the narrow window. He thought, there is nothing in this world more sensuous and seductive than the laughter of Irish women. Odell said, "Baron O'Neill was a fine speaker, I'll give you that. He pulled people to the cause, but then he stopped them from doing the only things that will ever work. Words, 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 that's all he was in the end. Not reason enough to lose a son, though. That's not why he—" A confirmation at last, and Odell realized that he had given it. After a moment he said, "How much did Martin tell you?" "Not much. He and Callahan went to Fermanagh. You were out finding some place to entertain me. When I declined the invitation, Lorcan and Quinn sent out anyone and everyone to find me or anyone who knew me. Someone found Bran O'Neill. Quite how it went from there to murdering him is beyond me at the moment." The mention of murder was a mistake. Smith saw Odell back away and silently cursed himself for it. He said, "I don't need any names. I don't even want any names. If you give me names, I'll have to stay, and I'd much rather be going home. All I need is a place. The place where they buried him, because that's what they always did." It wasn't enough.
Odell eased his bulk back in the chair and shook his head once or twice. Sean turned over a page of the newspaper, and at the bar the flat-capped man and the bartender continued a desultory conversation. There might be more than one reason why Odell could see no point in giving Smith what he wanted, and one of those reasons might be that he had concluded that Smith would not be continuing with the investigation, and therefore did not require further information. What had Odell said? The condemned man and all that. Better make this cigarette last as long as possible.
I don't think I can help you, Mr. Detective.
And I think you mean you won't rather than you can't. But that's your choice. I'm not going to try any of the heavy stuff. I'm not going to rough you up a bit. Thanks for putting my mind at rest on that score anyway. Smith nodded as if that really had been his intention. Odell said, "So what now? Are you done here in Belfast?" "No, still 2 to go. I don't know where to find Tommy, but I understand that Lorcan should be available. I'll just have to make an appointment." Just for a moment, the pleasure that Odell had taken in having this situation under his control wavered. At the mention of those names, his eyes flickered across to Sean, who, to his credit, never gave an inkling that he had heard them.
"I'd not advise you to go looking for Tommy Blake."
This was most promising. Odell was concerned for his welfare. Perhaps he wasn't going to be dismembered and pickled in Guinness after all, at least not this afternoon. "He's still around, then? I had wondered whether you'd already been in touch, and he would be here as part of the reunion. I knew that Lorcan would be too busy to make it at short notice."
"Too busy? Too effing important. He has nothing to do with the likes of us. Hasn't in 20 years. Sinn Féin. Fancy dinners with the very people that were gunning down our boys on our streets. Even his own brother. Towards a united Ireland, but only by peaceful means. It's nothing but a gravy train."
The cigarette had gone out in the ashtray. Smith lit it again and drank the last of the Guinness. Still holding the glass, he asked Odell if he could get him another, and the Irishman laughed aloud at his cheek and said, "Yes, why not?" When he was back at the table, Smith said, "It's always the way. The rebel leaders become the bosses in the end, and then it's meet the new boss just like the old boss. Have you read Animal Farm?"
"I have not."
"Well, don't bother now. You've seen it for yourself." Odell mumbled to himself, "Animal effing Farm," and drank some of the beer that Smith had bought for him. And Smith did spy a kind of hope. He said, "It's obvious that some of Lorcan's boys picked up Bran O'Neill. It wasn't you or Martin or Eamon. Tommy? Maybe, but I'm guessing not. Lorcan always had the youngsters ready to go, eager to please, and I'm sure that's what happened. They found him at the university and marched him out through a side door or something like that. Then what? They'd have taken him to Lorcan, very pleased with themselves. Lorcan saw Bran alive that night. He would have asked him plenty of questions. How much had he known about me? Where was I now? Was he at out as well? I can imagine all that happened." Odell was listening and watching, showing no sign that Smith had got anything wrong so far. "I can't make out what took place after that. You were all afraid of Lorcan, yes?" The question seemed to jolt Odell out of the reverie into which he had fallen as he watched and listened to the mongoose performing in front of him. Smith said, "Don't be insulted, so was I. So would any sane person have been. But why, apart from the fact that he was a psycho? Because he was a clever psycho. I mean, look where he is now. They're the most scary sort, the clever ones, and I should know. I've met a few since then. That's what I don't understand. Lorcan Quinn was way too smart to have killed Bran when others knew he had been with him that night, however pissed off he was about me. Either he didn't know it was going to happen, or he got himself well clear before it did. I plan to ask him which it was, at some point. As to the body, I can't imagine him with a shovel in his hands, but he'll get me closer to whoever did have one." After a silence, Odell said, "He'll never see you.
He won't give you the time of day, no more than he would me."
Smith nodded as if he agreed, and drank more of the Guinness, which tasted even better than the first pint, the mark of a truly great glass of beer. The fact that he was no longer afraid for his life, not in the slightest, made it all the sweeter.
"He certainly won't want to see me, but I can be quite persistent. What's the security like up at Stormont?"
Odell shrugged and didn't answer.
"I expect there's a nice big foyer where you can hear someone shouting. Must be a permanent press office as well. If I can find his secretary, I'll get her to say that Stuart Riley would like a quick word."
Michael Odell was smiling at the idea and shaking his head again at the same time. Smith emptied the glass and put it down.
Smith said, "If you can give me something, anything, however small, just to let him think I know enough, it would help."
More silence from the Irishman, but it was the silence of serious consideration this time.
"For example, a name or two of the boys that brought Bran O'Neill to Lorcan. If he thinks that I know those and that I'm going to be looking them up as well, he might feel inclined to take me seriously. He's certainly going to feel that his day could have gone better than it is."
If he had judged this correctly, Odell might go for that. An appeal on behalf of the O'Neills had failed, but the chance to hurt Lorcan Quinn might tempt Michael Odell. Of the two men who had damaged the cause, Odell would probably have the greater contempt for his former leader. In sending Smith towards Quinn armed with a live grenade, and that's what a name would be, Odell was not beyond calculating that he could harm the both of them. Jackie Fitzgerald was one of them. I remember him because his father was the boxer, fought for the Ulster Championship one time. Smith accepted the name quietly, calmly.
"Okay, that's useful."
And then, because the questions to which we already know the answers are often the most productive, he said,
"Just as a matter of interest, was Aidan Quinn involved?"
"He was not.
He was shot down in the Ardoyne the same night. How could you not know that?" "It's me getting my wires crossed. Thanks for clearing it up."
Smith got to his feet, and Sean looked up at him, and then at Odell. Smith said, "Right, I'm going to catch a bus over to Stormont." Odell looked vaguely puzzled as to how they had reached this point, and didn't answer. "So I'm wondering whether your two chaps outside will realize that I'm leaving with your blessing, so to speak."
Odell turned to Sean and said, "What two chaps is he talking about?"
Sean said,
"Two chaps? To be sure, I've no idea."
Chapter 13. In 1985, this was one of the ways in which he had travelled about the city, and being back on these buses brought those times to him again. He had owned a bicycle then as well, and often used that to get him out to Rorke's Bar, and later to Hannah's Town and the O'Neill family home. Sometimes Henry Lee, his flatmate, borrowed his brother's car, but Smith had never accepted lifts from other members of the unit, even though he knew other undercover soldiers that did so. He lived the life of Stuart Riley, the student, completely, and so convincingly that in the end it had become almost indistinguishable from the life of Captain David Conrad Smith. He had entered and had dwelt in the curious no-man's land familiar to all deeply embedded operatives and their handlers, a place so strange that only men and women of a certain detachment can survive in it for any length of time. That ability, or is it perhaps a disability, matters as much and maybe more than the quick-wittedness and physical courage that are the more obvious prerequisites of a life of absolute deception. He had to change buses at the terminus in the city centre, and there was a wait of 20 minutes. That gave him time to sit on a bench, to enjoy the pleasant after-effects of the 2 pints, to look around for anyone who might be taking an interest in him, and to think. He was certain that no one had followed him this morning. It was difficult on a bus, and there had been only 3 other passengers on the ride back into the city, all of whom had gone their separate ways without a backward glance. Mobile phones made it much easier these days to arrange takeovers of surveillance, but looking around he could see no one who might have done so. He took out his own mobile and checked his present location. Of course, there was the phone itself, and he remembered the events of last year when they had been searching for Petar Subic in Kings Lake, but to imagine that the IRA had that sort of capability really was to stray into the realms of paranoia, and this phone had not been out of his hands since well before leaving England. Satellite tracking? No, they couldn't do that either, splintered as they were into the angry, ageing, and somewhat sad little groups that met in places like Old Timothy's. Martin McCain had not known the truth about Aidan Quinn, and neither had Michael Odell. It was difficult to believe, but it must be so. That, more than Stuart Riley's betrayal of the cell, was what he had assumed would determine their reactions towards him, and there had been nothing, no hint of their knowing what had taken place. The likely truth was slowly taking shape in Smith's mind as he came at it from different angles, playing out various scenarios, and it was a truth more shocking and dangerous than any that he had brought with him on the ferry. More dangerous to Lorcan Quinn, and therefore more dangerous to anyone who had come into the possession of it. If the name Jackie Fitzgerald was a live grenade, the truth about what happened to Aidan Quinn could be 50 pounds of Semtex packed into the boot of a Ford Cortina. Was he really about to go and park such a thing in the foyer of Stormont Castle? The Great Hall is a public space between the hours of 0900 and 1600 hours Mondays to Fridays. Smith waited in the short post-lunch queue to go through the security check, aware that one of the guards had watched him since he joined it. Not too difficult to guess why, he thought. This bloke's neither one thing nor the other, on his own, not dressed like a tourist, no camera, not an official of any description, not a journalist. But nothing beeped, and they had no reason to detain him other than his being a little too ordinary, a little too extravagantly nondescript. It is a magnificent building, even more so inside than out. There is, of course, something about marble. It is stone with the authority of beauty, and it lends its own sense of permanence to the laws that are made within it in legislative assemblies across the world. In Stormont, the 3 shades of Italian travertine, walnut, cream, and gold, combine in a harmony that belies the uneasy truces that have prevailed here since 1998. 4 times the Parliament has been suspended, and then the halls are silent, listening perhaps for the sounds of distant gunfire, or the tramp of feet returning to try the ways of reason once again. Smith wandered about and read the notice boards and the plaques on the walls. He knew that parts of the building had been used as an operations centre by MI5 during the Troubles, but there was no commemoration of that irony. Perhaps there had been once, but it had been removed to avoid offending some members' sensibilities. As he walked and stood and read, he thought about the next move. He could approach Quinn in 3 ways, which one would prove most productive. He could be himself, Detective Sergeant Smith, no need to mention which particular force, and that was usually intriguing enough to get face-to-face with people. He could be Christopher Colgate, businessman, hoping to encourage the export of coffins from the constituency of Mr. Quinn, MLA, which was... there must be something here to tell him that. Or he could be Stuart Riley, an acquaintance from the good old days, who just happened to be in town. At an information point headed "The Current Assembly" was a stand with a screen and a keyboard. Smith scrolled down until he found what he was looking for, details of the current members of the Legislative Assembly. Then he scrolled again towards the end of the alphabetic list and found him, Lorcan Quinn, MLA,
And then Junior Minister Policing and Justice. Really? He checked again, making absolutely certain that the position of responsibility was held by the member for Lower Falls, but it was so. Maybe the explosives in the boot of the car now weighed closer to 100 pounds. A Minister for Justice. Clicking on the name took him to a personal profile. There was a photograph, and Smith would have recognized him from it, but perhaps only because he had seen him from time to time on the television news bulletins, not speaking, but one of the suited figures that are always in the background, smiling or solemn according to the occasion. It was a sharp but handsome face, a little younger than one might have expected, but then Quinn was no age when he had taken command of the cell, and time and success had been kind to him, or at least to the public face of him. Smith read the rest of the profile. It was bland enough, full of the usual superficial words about a new age for his country, a sharing of power and responsibility, putting behind us the divisions of the past and looking forward to a united and prosperous future together. Yes, Smith could imagine all that coming naturally enough from Quinn, and he could imagine how well it went down with people desperate for change. Quinn's history, some of it, was well known, and his membership of Sinn Féin, before it became politically respectable, when it was, in effect, the high command of the IRA, had never been disputed. But Quinn could say, probably with some honesty, that when he, along with the rest of the country, had had to make the choice between the bomb and the ballot box, he had chosen the ballot box. Lorcan Quinn could say, with some justification, that the rest should be history. 2 o'clock. 2 hours before the building would close for the weekend. Smith walked away from the information point. He had more than enough information. From one of the great windows on the south side of the building was a view of the grounds sloping away, the spacious and beautifully manicured grounds that represented in some way the hopes of the city and the country. Here was order and civilization made visible. He had read that somewhere, something about the cultural significance of gardens through the ages of mankind, and it seemed to be working here in Belfast. He thought about the vibrancy one could feel in the city, about Dermot Kelly setting up a new technology business, and then he had to ask whether this was the right thing, being here, and planning to confront one of its leaders with his deeds of 3 decades ago. In a normal investigation, the thought would never have occurred to him, but now he had to examine for a moment just how much of this was personal. To what extent was he now using the O'Neills again? Was he using their loss to confront his own demons? If so, he should walk away now. If it had been solely about what happened to Bran, he might have done so. The family would accept that his finding and speaking face-to-face with 2 of the men potentially involved, McCain and Odell, was effort enough on his part, possibly more than enough. If he went back to them now and said, "I have tried, and I cannot find him for you," they would understand. It would be done then, and he could go home. But now it was also about Aidan Quinn, something that he could never have foreseen when he began this. That was about as personal as it gets. It was about a truth so close to him that even now it cast a long shadow in the strange lamplight of his dreams. "May I ask who is calling?" Lorcan Quinn's secretary was English, but more to the point, she had asked a very good question. Now he had to decide. "Stuart Riley." "And are you a constituent, Mr. Riley?" Well, yes, he was, somewhere, and of some bodies, so he could have answered yes, but his philosophy was well known to his team: never lie unless you absolutely have to do so. "No, not of Mr. Quinn's." "I see. May I ask what your inquiry is about, Mr. Riley?" "It's a personal matter." "Oh, I'm afraid you've come through to his business line. Yes, I realise that, but it's the only number I have, and I don't imagine that you are able to give me a personal number for him."
"No, I can't do that, Mr. Riley."
Smith was still by the window. Stormont had its complement of pigeons, and they performed a fly-past. A handful of people were standing on the gravelled paths, taking photographs of the building. Smith wondered whether he would appear as a tiny figure, just a face looking out at them. The woman said,
"If it's a personal matter, you could email or write to Mr. Quinn. The addresses are on the Parliament's website."
"Thank you, but I'm only here in Belfast for a day or two. Can you tell me whether Mr. Quinn is in the building this afternoon? I'm in Stormont myself, you see." He was beginning to get her attention now.
"No, I'm afraid that I cannot divulge that information either."
"Can you divulge why you cannot divulge that?"
"It's a security matter, sir."
"I see. But the members' attendance at the Parliament during a session are a matter of public record, aren't they?"
She paused, obviously irritated, but also experienced. "Yes, they are, but published in summary at the appropriate time, not on a daily basis."
"I understand. Does Mr. Quinn have extra security, or is this standard procedure for all the MLAs?"
"It is standard procedure, sir, though I have to say we don't often get asked that sort of question."
"Good. She would remember Mr. Riley now. It's a rather important matter. I'll have to find some other way of getting in touch with him then."
As he had hoped, she didn't like the sound of that. "Mr. Riley, if you can give me some idea of what this is about, I will pass on the fact that you have been trying to get in touch with Mr. Quinn."
"Would you? I would be very grateful. Can you do that this afternoon?"
"Yes, I can."
"Wonderful. You have my number there, I take it. If you could tell him that it's about his brother." A pause of several seconds. She might have been writing down his mobile number, but when she spoke again, the cause of the delay became clear.
"There must be some mistake, Mr. Riley. I have been Mr. Quinn's PA for several years. I know his family. He has 3 sisters, but not a brother."
If one of those tourists had taken a photograph at that moment, they would have caught on the face in the window the ghost of a smile. Smith could not have asked for a better result. He said, "Nevertheless, please pass on my message to Mr. Quinn. It is about his brother." Smith caught a bus back into the city centre. It was unlikely that Quinn, even if he received the message in time, would want to meet Stuart Riley in the Great Hall of Stormont, assuming that he would agree to meet him at all, of course. Better and safer to be in control of that potential meeting place oneself. He spent most of the journey considering what he would do in Lorcan Quinn's position, and he would do something because the message that Smith had sent was a provocative one. Even the PA might have an innocent-sounding question for her boss about long-lost relatives. Quinn would, after some thought, reach out in an attempt to verify that Stuart Riley had resurrected himself in Belfast, but reach out to whom? McCain and Odell had both given the impression that Quinn had left them and the cause behind a long time ago, and that they despised him for it. On the other hand, someone as intelligent and as ruthless as Quinn would not have left himself with no resources to deal with those men and memories that might come out of their graves in an attempt to haunt him. At the bus station, Smith sat down again on the same bench he had used earlier, and went through the same security procedure, observing the ebb and flow of passengers. Security. Quinn might go that way and alert the services, playing the responsible citizen anxious to avoid an incident. Stuart Riley would not be the first soldier to go back and try to right some perceived wrong after many years. But Stuart Riley had made a direct reference to Aidan Quinn. Could Lorcan Quinn, MLA, take even the slightest risk of having what Riley might know put in front of a member of the PSNI? Smith didn't think so. Quinn would have to come at this in some other way than that.
He had not eaten since the morning, and it looked as if he was going to need some more cash. Booking 3 more nights with Mrs. Green had taken almost all that he had. These short city breaks are more expensive than one first imagines, he reflected, tapping his way along the pavements towards the general area of Joy's Entry. There was sure to be a cash machine or 2 there, and he quite fancied another muffin. The first objective had been achieved, and he was in the process of using the map on his phone when it began to ring. He looked at the number and did not recognize it, unsurprising as he did not recognize any mobile numbers unless they had the name from his contacts attached to them, which this one did not. He answered it anyway. "Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?" Irish and professionally cheery. Had PPI found him even here? "I was all right." "That's excellent, sir. Now, I'm wondering if you could spare a few minutes of your time. If you can, there's an exciting free offer in it for you at the end." "I see. I expect it's just a survey and you're not trying to sell me anything." "Absolutely not, sir. Just a few questions that'll take up no more than 10 minutes of your time. We are Eurex Marketing Services, and—" Smith looked at his watch as the voice performed its circus routine. "So can you confirm for me, first of all, that you're in beautiful Belfast this fine afternoon?" "It's a mobile phone. It's mobile. It could be anywhere. How would anyone know where he was if he had been called randomly? And 10 minutes was more than enough time to trace a phone nowadays. No, I can't confirm that. Would you put Mr. Quinn on, please?" "Who, sir? This is Eurex Mar—" "I'm going to hang up now. Tell Mr. Quinn to call me directly so that we can make arrangements to meet. Goodbye." Any lackey could have made the call, but if he was right about a trace, that meant the security services, and if he was right about that, then he was surprised. He wasn't usually surprised when he was right, quite the reverse, in fact, but it was only just over an hour since he had spoken to Quinn's PA. Smith began to move on towards the city centre, wondering whether one of Waters's drone things was already hovering overhead, ready to deploy a Hellfire missile or 3. Did he actually need to turn his phone off as well? He couldn't remember, but if he did, then the whole exercise became pointless anyway. He found Lorraine's again, but no Lorraine. Her place had been taken by a young man in an apron, very businesslike, managing to keep the establishment running smoothly despite a post-work rush that Smith had not expected. He found a different window seat and thought the whole matter through again. The call might have been a coincidence. Maybe marketing companies do have ways of seeing where their targets are. Waters would know. Technology again, getting away from him, from Smith, but getting away from most other people as well, as far as he could see, which wasn't very far these days. Must get an eye test. The phone in his pocket was ringing again, a landline this time with a Belfast code. Why would they do that? Whoever it was, he needed to keep it short and sweet. "Hello, Stuart. David, is that you?" He recognized her voice immediately, but waited for a few seconds, thinking and listening intently to the phone line. "Catty, what's happened?" "Nothing. Well, I say nothing. I'm sorry to ring you like this out of the blue." "Who gave you the number?" "Dermot. Should he not? I don't want to cause any trouble." "No, it's fine. Something's happened. What is it?" She was at home on her own, with Leah still at work and Brady at his own place. The phone rang about 20 minutes ago, and there had been a man asking questions straight away. He said his name was Auster from the city police, and would she mind answering a few questions. Then he was asking them anyway, had the O'Neill family been contacted by a man calling himself Stuart Riley? This man had been making a nuisance of himself during the afternoon, and there had been a complaint made. He had made mention of the O'Neill family in Hannerstown, and that was why Mr. Auster was calling, to warn them about this man and to say that they should not become involved in whatever confidence trick he was trying to pull on the good citizens of Belfast. Smith said, "The nuisance bit is true." "You've not mentioned us like he said, have you?"
Yes, to Martin McCain and Michael Odell, both of whom knew perfectly well what I was doing when I turned up. Neither of them is responsible for the phone call you received.
So who is?
He needed time to think now. This was in danger of turning into a mess, a potentially serious mess at that. Quinn had played an unexpected card. We shouldn't talk about this on the phone, Catty. I'll catch a bus. I'm right here in the station.
No, I'll not be on my own for long, and Leah will have too much to say when she hears about all this. I'll come and pick you up. In the central bus station, you say?
He must have misheard, but when he said as much, she insisted.
It's the new medication. I often get a boost for a week or two. I need to make the most of them. I'm running out of options there. You must have seen my car. It's adapted, and I know I can drive today. Can you give me half an hour?
Half an hour. After all that he had taken from them, he should be able to manage that. When she had gone, he thought about the Mr. Austen nonsense. The story she had been told was ludicrous. For example, how many people had the surname O'Neill in Belfast, and how had they chosen the very ones, and whoever had made the phone call knew it. The thing had been done solely to alarm her, and possibly to get her to confirm that Smith had already visited the O'Neill family. But it was something that he had not anticipated, and he didn't like it. Chapter 14.
When I rang Dermot, he was in a meeting, with the bank, I think. I'm sure it was important. He said he'd deal with it later, but I got your number from him. I never usually ring him at work, so he must have thought it was urgent. I shouldn't have disturbed him like that, but... And he'll be ringing me soon enough to find out what's going on.
The car had an automatic gearbox which was controlled by levers on the dashboard, and the standard driver's seat had been replaced by something more bulky and complicated. As she chattered, she drove, slowly but confidently, heading north but with no particular destination in mind that Smith could see.
So you'd better tell me what you've been doing this afternoon. You've plainly got up somebody's nose.
Katrina looked at him then, smiling, and Smith realized that she was enjoying herself despite her worries. It wasn't difficult to imagine why that might be so. He told her, summarizing his day out in the city and omitting a description of the reception that he had initially received from Michael Odell. He made no mention either of the possibility that someone was already aware of his presence in Belfast, already trying to track his movements. Through force of habit he glanced occasionally in the side mirror of the car, having to lean forward a little to do so. She said after a silence,
"Lorcan Quinn. I never liked that man."
It was true. He could remember her saying it as much at the time, when they used to go to Rourke's. And he knew then that she was saying it because she was concerned that Smith, or Stuart Riley, was getting too close to the men who always sat around the same table in the bar, and who sometimes disappeared, one by one, into the back rooms of that establishment.
"And you think he knows something about Bran?"
Smith said, "It's only a hunch, but yes." He had not told her either about the message he had left with Quinn's PA. The business about Aidan Quinn had to be solely between himself and Lorcan. No one else could be involved in that.
"Do you think the inquiry spoke to him, then? He's a big man now. Do you think they would?"
"Perhaps, discreetly. He wouldn't have to make much of a denial before they'd back off. That's my guess, anyway." They were approaching the northwestern edge of the city, entering the suburbs a long way north of Hannistown. Wherever she was taking him, it wasn't home.
"So who is this Mr. Auster?"
"He might be exactly who he says he is, a local copper. Or he might not. I could check without too much trouble, but there isn't any point. Directly or indirectly, he's responding to orders from Quinn or his security. I never mentioned the O'Neill family in Stormont, but Auster did, and I'm certain nothing came from McCain or Odell. Either Lorcan Quinn remembered the connection himself, or someone was very quick to look at records."
"They'll have records going back that far? To all that? 30 years?
"Oh, yes, and further. Don't underestimate these people." "And take your own advice there," he thought, "because you just did that."
She drove without saying anything else for a couple of minutes, and Smith kept one eye on the wing mirror. Nothing to be concerned about, but the nagging thought that his phone made a following car redundant continued to trouble him. Then she said, "I'm not blaming Dermot, but we shouldn't have stirred this up. It's still dangerous even now. It's not worth anyone getting hurt." He did not answer immediately. The ground was rising, and there was a hill on the horizon now. In fact, the horizon was a hill, and one that he recognized. They were on the Antrim Road. He said, "No one has got hurt, apart from when your brother tried to knock my head off. We'll keep Dermot out of it. I don't think you or yours are in any danger. It isn't like it used to be, thank God. The phone call was to warn me off, to make me think I'm up against superior forces and out of my depth." She didn't say anything else. After a pause, he said, "And I'm not, by the way. I've got my 25 meters certificate and a life-saving badge and everything." Katrina smiled and almost laughed, but it was only momentary. "But you are concerned. I know it." "How do you know that?" "Why else do you keep looking in the mirror? Do you think I'm going to get a speeding ticket?" Cave Hill was Cave Hill Country Park now. Signs pointed the way towards the visitors' centre, the adventure playground, the eco-trails, the orienteering routes, the footpaths graded according to length and difficulty, and to the restaurant further away in the castle. As she parked the car, Catty said, "Remember this?" And he said, "Yes, of course." She had brought him here on a spring afternoon all those years ago. It was a thing to see, she had said, and everyone who comes to Belfast should see it from here before they leave. Not that there had been thoughts of leaving at that time. They were close by then, and getting closer. She had wanted to show him everything, all of the place in which she had lived her life so far, as an offering, perhaps. And on Cave Hill, of course, the sirens and shots would be only a vague and distant troubling of the ear, if one could hear them at all. She said, "You told me all about it as we went up, and I remember thinking, how does he know all of that, when I've lived here all my life?" "I'm always talking rubbish. What did I say?" "All about the geology of it. Volcanic rocks overlaying limestone. I remember that much." That she should remember hurt him as much as he had been hurt since he stepped foot off the ferry. Nothing he had said then should have been remembered in that way. Nothing that Stuart Riley had said or done should have been hoarded away by anyone, but especially not by her. She added, "But you were a geography student, so it wasn't that surprising, really, was it?" She looked at him fully then. "Maybe it was all just a part of the plan. You looked it up and memorized it the night before, just to convince me so that I could convince everyone else." There was no defence against this, no excuse, no explanation that would do. All he had now, sitting in the front of her car 30 years later, was as much of the truth as he could give to her without endangering anything that she still held dear. "No, not part of the plan. I've always been interested in it. If I'd gone to university, I would have read geography. I won the school prize for it in my 6th form." "To go with your swimming certificate?" She was doubting him, but at least it was with amused irony rather than with bitterness. "If you like. I really do have that certificate, though." "Well, it's good to know that if I topple into the fountain at the castle, you'll be able to dive in and pull me out." "On condition that you don't tell your sister where we got wet." She managed a proper laugh this time. "Jesus, can you picture her face if she knew where we are?" Being late on a Friday afternoon, there were only 4 other cars parked, and no one else was in sight at that moment. Smith had noticed the folded wheelchair in the back of the car when he got in, and he wondered what her intentions might be, whether she expected to get out here and be pushed. He took out his phone and checked the signal. No bars. That was life in the hills for you. No bars or 5 of them. In Lake it always seemed to be 3. He said, "As we're here,
We could have a look round, if you like. Go and have a swim in the fountain." She pushed down the handle and opened the door. "I'll see what I'm like, but I'd say I'm good for a stroll today." He climbed out himself and went around to her side. By that time she had swung out her legs and was in the process of putting her weight onto them. He reached out a hand, and she waved it away. She said, "There's a stick on the back seat. Not so smart as your own, but we'll make a pair at least." He found it, a metal one, with a plastic handle shaped to fit the heel of the left palm. It was well worn. He held on to it and watched as she took a few experimental steps away from and then back towards the car. "Pretty good. Often when they change the medication, I get a new lease of life for a while. Weeks, sometimes. And then the disease works it out and I'm back in the chair." "Oh, right. Well, if you're up for a short walk—" "The thing is, they've told me now that I've come to the end of the line as far as medical miracles go. There isn't much more they can give me, so I'm not up for the short walk. I'm up for the long climb." She was pointing towards the path that led to the hill itself, the one that they had taken long ago. His face must have given away too much of his concern, and she shook her head. "It's all right, nothing to worry about. If I can't make it, nothing awful will happen. My legs will just refuse to go on. The rest of me will be fine. I doubt I'll get very far, and you can fetch the chair. We could take it with us, just in case. And you're going to push it how, with a stick in your other hand?" Smith frowned, weighed it up, and she burst out laughing. "Let's face it, we're in a bit of a bloody state between us. Come on, I'll race you." From the summit of Cave Hill, all of Belfast can be seen. It had taken them over an hour, and the walk had included several stops, appreciated as much by Smith, he recognised, as by Katrina O'Neill. The final climb up the side of the rock had been almost too much for her, but he never once suggested that they give in and settle for anything less than conquering this peak. Instead, he had gone a few feet ahead, planted himself firmly on his good leg, and taken her hand as she inched herself onwards, sometimes shuffling on her backside over the ridges that might otherwise have tripped her or caused her to stumble. Over the final 100 yards, they had said very little. Now the city lay spread before them. They sat on the short turf amongst the harebells and wild thyme, stared, and said nothing at all. The lagoon was a strip of molten silver in the evening light, widening on the left into its estuary, where it became polished steel, and then blue-green glass in the sea distance. And the sky was blue and cloudless, as it had been on that spring morning, but a deeper blue, a deepening blue as the sun fell slowly out of it behind them in the west. The breeze from the south was enough to cool their faces, but not enough to make any sound over the summit. In the silence around them, only their own breathing existed, as they slowly regained the oxygen they had spent in advance with the effort of the climb. Katrina said, "Well," and Smith said, "Timeless." Another 2 or 3 minutes passed before they spoke again, and then she began to tell him about her family, the people he had known when he was Stuart Riley. She told him as if he had asked the question, which he had not, but it didn't matter. Lear and Brady he knew about already. Cayley was in New Zealand, just a carpenter, she said, but what jobs he had done now, working on film sets for some of the great movies made there. She went to see them all, and wondered which of the scenes he had nailed together. Cayley himself she had not seen in more than 10 years. She had been wondering, she said, whether, if they found Bran, Cayley might come home for that. And Adriana, well, it was no surprise with her beauty and her talent that she had married a wealthy man, a banker. Literally, Catty said, he owns a bank. They lived in Switzerland. Smith said, "And do you see her?" "Oh, yes, sometimes, every year or two. She's not high and mighty. She's even asked me to visit, but I wouldn't go, not like this. It all gets too complicated. And the mountains are much bigger than this, aren't they? Can you imagine it, seeing them and not being able to climb them? Still, you should go. It's a beautiful country." "You've been?" "Yes,
"With your wife?" He nodded, and she looked away. After a time she said, "You know, when you used to play that guitar and sing with Adriana, I was so jealous sometimes." "I didn't know that." "I used to torment myself about the two of you, that she'd steal you away. And then you'd sing songs just to tease me, looking at me as you did. And I'd know it was all right." "I'm sure you're confusing me with someone else. I'm not one to tease people. What songs?" She was frowning with the remembering and smiling with the pleasure of it at the same time. He thought that she must have waited a very long time to say these things. "There was one. He was Jamaican. It played in all the bars. 'No Woman, No Cry'?" "Bob Marley." "That's it. Whenever I hear it on the radio, I remember. I heard it a few days ago. I listen to the radio a lot when I'm laid up. Sad, isn't it?" She wasn't looking for sympathy. "I don't think so. I still listen to the radio, and no one could ever describe my life as sad." "There you go, teasing again. Bob Marley, he sings about good friends." "Good friends we had, good friends we've lost." "Do you still sing and play?" "I still play. I don't sing very often outside the bathroom or the car." "That's a shame." "And he sings about the future, in this bright future." "You can't forget your past." "That's it." She was looking at him, and it was hard to bear. Somewhere very close by was the girl that he had teased, to whom he had sung, and from whom he had stolen something beyond price. He was afraid that he might see her if she looked at him that way for too long. She said, "You know, that guitar is still in the house somewhere, in the attic, I think. No one has played it since. You should take it back with you. Will you?" Smith said, "I need to be boring and ask you a question about the night Brand disappeared." "Go on, then." "When you saw the boys outside, Aidan, Quinn, what time was it? You said it was late. How late?" She thought, still looking at him. "It was June and getting dark, but not actual dark, if you know what I mean. So I suppose it was 10 o'clock gone. Why?" "And he said something to you about maybe they already had someone to ask about me?" "Yes. Of course at the time I had no idea who. If I had—" He took out his phone to check the signal and found 5 bars. If someone wanted to reach him, they could certainly do so here. Katrina said, "And I notice you're still very good at not answering my questions." "Yes, I know, it's a rare gift, but mostly I don't know the right answers anyway." She seemed cross with him then, and it was almost a relief. They both looked out over the city, and the light had already changed. It was softer, more muted, and the far edges were more difficult to see. She said in a different voice, "That night, I was desperate to find you and make sure that you were all right. When we heard there was trouble at Rourke's, you know how these things were talked about then, how the rumours used to fly. I thought—" Smith didn't say anything at all. "Well, I thought you might be dead already. But I had to see. There were things I needed to say to you, and then you'd gone. We still thought they'd taken you as well. It was weeks before the truth came out, or some of it. Weeks. And it was too late then." He told her almost all of it after that. How he had heard what the cell were planning, and how soon. How he had put pressure on his own commanding officers to prevent it, and how that had led to his cover being leaked to someone in the IRA. It might even have been a member of the intelligence service thinking to use the enemy to eliminate a loose cannon like the young Captain Smith. Nothing was beyond them. Once he had escaped from the room behind Rourke's, there was no going back, not for anyone. If he had done so, if he had come to find her, other lives would have been at risk. To have been seen with him then would have been a clear sign of complicity. She said, "And did you hear nothing of us? Did you not find out anything?" I was debriefed pretty thoroughly after, well, all that had happened, and because they had made serious attempts to kill me, I was out of any public eye for several months. I got to know Salisbury Plain very well, though.
They tried to kill you? When? I thought...
He had said a little too much, had not meant to give that away. He pointed to his cheek and then rubbed one finger along the scar. This wasn't quite the end of it.
Jesus.
She said it under her breath and looked frightened for a moment, as if it had all taken place an hour or two ago. After a while she said,
"It was all terrible, wasn't it, in those times?"
"Not all of it." She was going to cry, and looked away from him, to the northeast, where the sea was becoming a deep purple-green in the ever-changing light of Ireland. There was nothing more to be said, and he could not touch her, could not put an arm around her, because then the dam itself might break and sweep her away. Instead, he glanced down at the phone and thought about Lorcan Quinn's next move. She saw what he was doing when she looked back, and then took out her own phone. She said,
"I'll text Leah before she calls the police."
When she had finished, Smith said, "What did you tell her?"
"I said I'm out partying, not to worry, won't be late home."
Younger sister, still misbehaving.
"I know how she comes across, but she's been very good to me. With Dermot so busy now, I don't know what—"
He had placed his phone on the grass in front of him, and she fell silent when it began to ring. They watched it, buzzing on the turf like an angry bee, and then Smith said, "I'm sorry, but I think I'd better take this." Chapter 15. After he had answered, there was quiet again. If the person on the other end had been waiting for him to repeat the greeting, they waited in vain. Katrina watched Smith, and Smith found an airliner far up in the evening sky and studied its silent progress due north, as if it was heading directly for the Arctic Circle. Eventually a voice responded to him. "Is that Captain David Smith? Or is it Detective Sergeant Stuart Rayleigh? I must admit I'm getting a little confused here. You must be wondering who you are yourself sometimes." Smith nodded to Katrina, and she understood who it was. He knew that because she looked afraid. "Hello, Lorcan. I'll confess to moments of self-doubt, but I don't think I've changed any more than some of the people I left behind here. In 30 years, we've been entirely different people several times. Did you know that? The body replaces all its cells systematically until we get too old. Except for the brain, that is. The brain just loses bits of itself and they never get replaced. Isn't that fascinating? Yes, hopefully it will come up the next time I'm playing Trivial Pursuits." Katrina's face was a picture, and Smith couldn't conceal a smile at the sight of it. "Talking of which, then, is that what you're doing over here, playing a game of Trivial Pursuits?" "Partly right. I wouldn't describe what I'm doing as trivial, though." Smith could not make out whether Quinn was alone. It was a mobile phone, but there was no background noise. Quinn's voice sounded a little flat, no echo or resonance at all, and so the best guess was that he was outside. If he had gone out of whatever building he was in, he probably was alone as well. "How would you describe what you're doing?" But even if Quinn was alone, he might still be recording the conversation. The wisest plan was to proceed as if he was doing so. "I'm trying to help the O'Neill family. Bran O'Neill is listed among the disappeared. Obviously you know that. It's time to find him and bring their waiting to an end." There was no immediate response. Quinn was a politician, a successful one, and he would be thinking in political dimensions as well as personal ones. The answer, when it came, was a perfect demonstration of that. "Okay, I see. That's an admirable thing to be doing. I remember the O'Neills. They were good people. Are you with them now?" "One of them." "Well, pass on my respects and my sympathies for what they've gone through. Many of us lost loved ones in those difficult times."
Quinn paused there intentionally, and Smith knew why. "But I have two observations to make on what you've told me. One, I don't know why you would think that I would be able to shed any light on what happened to Bran O'Neill. And two, that's not what your message was about this afternoon, the message you left with my secretary." Katrina's own mobile began to ring in her bag. She took it out and then mouthed to Smith that it was Dermot. He nodded and said quietly, "You should take it." She went to stand and could not do so by herself. Then she shuffled a few feet away and began talking to her son, so quietly that Smith couldn't make out what she was saying. He turned his attention back to Lorcan Quinn. "In my job I have to turn over lots of stones. When you do that, you can never be quite sure what's going to crawl out. It isn't always what you expect, but once it's crawled out, you have to deal with it anyway." "Nice. You're telling me I'm something that's crawled out from under a stone. Very professional, Sergeant." "No, I didn't say that. You put it on yourself. If the cap fits. But I came over to help the O'Neill family, that's all. Since I arrived, I hear some odd tales about what happened to Aidan, and now I have to wonder whether the two things are not connected. I can't help it, it's how my mind works. On the subject of the O'Neills, I offered to help. They didn't ask me, and they're not involved in the inquiries I'm making. Tell Mr. Auster not to bother them again." "Who?" Smith wouldn't dignify that with a response. Katrina was still alternately listening and talking to Dermot. Quinn asked a couple more times about Mr. Auster, and then Smith moved things on. "As to my professionalism, it's irrelevant. I'm not here in any official capacity, just as a friend." "A friend? That's how the O'Neills see you now, is it?" Quinn was laughing at him down the phone, and Smith said nothing. "And don't tell me you haven't been in touch with the local force about something here. If you have and you've been bandying my name about, well, that would be unwise. You're making unfounded allegations." "I have made no allegations to anyone, and I've spoken to no one in any official capacity. You can check easily enough. You're a Minister for Policing and Justice, after all." Smith left a space for that to go home, and he could sense that it did so. What Quinn was doing, calling him like this and having such a conversation, was faintly absurd and potentially dangerous. The fact that he had called at all, when Smith thought about it, spoke volumes. "That's true, I am. As such, I might be able to help you in an official capacity, you understand. Nothing more. I can put you in touch with some very senior officers and ask them to go over what you have. And the inquiry, too. Have you spoken to them yet?" "I've read the report. It politely says we give up on this one. Did they speak to you?" Quinn had lost none of his sharpness, and he picked up the implication immediately. There was even a trace of amusement as he answered, "They did not. They had no reason to do so. As part of the peace process and putting down of arms, I made full disclosure. This was all done with over here a long time ago, David, and I've nothing to hide now. But I'll help you if I can. Would you like to speak to one of our top detectives and see what he can do for you? He'll be independent of me, and I'll not interfere." Yes, thought Smith, and the Tooth Fairy is really a leprechaun with a dental practice in the mountains of Morn. Quinn wanted to know what he had. What better way to find out than to have Smith himself interviewed by one of the PSNI's finest? "No, thanks. I'll just carry on with what I'm doing." "Which is what? What are you actually doing?" "At the moment, just looking up a few old acquaintances." Quinn was clever, but he was also human, and sometimes there is a conflict in that. Would curiosity overcome caution? He must be desperate to know to whom Smith had spoken, and to whom he intended to speak. And if he asked, of course, then that probably meant that he did not know as yet. That would be significant. It would confirm that neither Martin McCain nor Michael Odell had made contact with their former leader. Such as?
Smith's mouth tightened a little. One could almost have mistaken it for a smile. "I can't say, Lorcan. When people speak in confidence, there has to be some sort of trust." The inconfidence would worry him, and that was the intention. It is what anyone would ask for before they revealed something damning about a man as powerful as the junior Minister for Policing and Justice, and a man as dangerous as a former senior officer in the Irish Republican Army. Quinn had to assume now that someone had spoken to Smith in confidence. Trust, that's a good one. For a moment it was the former senior officer on the end of the line and not the junior minister. Smith let the conversation hang there, guessing that Quinn might have more to say. "Well, I've made you an offer of assistance, which you have turned down. I'm not sure what else you want. Why did you call my office? Did you want to ask me questions? Did you want to interview me?" The final question came with a note of contempt, as if the very notion was something of an insult. "Yes, to the last 2 questions, and I only had 2 questions of my own." "Really? Just the 2? Well, what the hell are they?" The junior minister seems to have lost a little of his earlier objectivity, Smith reflected, before he asked his 2 questions. "First, I would have asked about your whereabouts on the evening of Friday the 21st of June, 1985. "Right, well, that's an easy one. I was 50 miles from wherever you thought I might be. Next." "I would ask you then exactly what happened to your brother Aidan that same night." This time there was no glib, contemptuous response, just a long, burning silence that caused Katrina to look in puzzlement at Smith, her own call having ended now. Eventually Quinn said, "I think you know exactly what happened to my brother." "Ah, this is where it gets a little complicated. What's the best way to put this? I think that I thought I knew what had happened to Aidan, but since I arrived back in the city I've discovered that I was mistaken. I only knew some of what happened to him. A lot more happened to Aidan that night than I had realized. I also think that you know exactly what I'm talking about." Already the nearest parts of the city, the new western suburbs, were in the shadow of Cave Hill. Looking east into the blurring light of the horizon between the sea and the sky, another shadow had appeared, the darker, bluer smudge that was the Isle of Man, with its odd air of quirky independence and strange histories. Smith said, "And I just cannot help thinking now that what happened to your brother and what happened to my friend are linked in some way. But I can see why you'd rather not talk about all this on the phone, Lorcan. I've got a couple more people to see, but if you want to meet up, just give me another ring and—" "Oh, he's gone." He looked at the phone and then listened again as if he could not believe it. Katrina said, "Just like that? Did he say anything else?" "Yes, but my Gaelic's pretty rusty. What's F off?" "I'm not saying that." "Go on, I won't tell Leah." "No, I'm not. What did you hear?" He frowned before he attempted it. "Something like Pog Mo Toin." She laughed a lot then, before she said, "Mr. Quinn, the MLA, the great man, he said that to you. But I was listening in. You do have a way of needling a person. I can't believe he said it, though." "And what exactly did he say? I think it's time you told me, Catty." He leaned forward and pushed her shoulder gently, only playfully, but her face changed, and her laughter subsided a little before it bubbled up again. "All right, I suppose it's not so rude as the other thing you wanted me to say." "Yes, but you still mustn't tell Leah." "Okay. Do you give your word?" "Yes, and if that doesn't work, I might have to arrest you. What did he say?" "Pog Mahoin, the great Mr. Quinn told you this. Kiss me arse. Don't you just love it?" She was laughing so much again that she lay back on the turf among the harebells and the wild thyme, and Smith thought, at this rate it's going to be dark before I get her back home. It was. They sat in her car at the bus stop, no more than 200 yards from her house, and waited for what might be the last bus back into Belfast. She was certain that there would be at least one more to come that night. Catty had wanted to drop him back in the city, but he had insisted on seeing her home in the old-fashioned way, and she had not argued too much with him about that. It also gave Smith another opportunity to see if they had been followed, but there had been no sign. Friday night, he thought, in the quiet that came when she turned the engine off, the same night on which Bran had disappeared 30 years ago this week. She might have been thinking the same thing as they both watched, two young couples, arm in arm, making their way along the darkening road towards an unseen bar or club. They came right by the car, chattering and smoking, oblivious of the two middle-aged people in the front. Their voices rose and then fell away, talking of who said what to whom and why, and she'll regret putting that on Facebook. Mark my words. "So, Switzerland, you say. Where else do you go, you and your wife?" It must have been more than 2 hours, more like 3, since he had mentioned that, and now she was carrying on the conversation as if it had only been 2 or 3 minutes. "Oh, we weren't great travellers. Europe, Greece, the islands, and France, Italy once. We used to have some long weekends in cities as well, Paris, Amsterdam." "Weren't? Why don't you still go?" And then after a pause, "Are you divorced now? Most people seem to be these days." His own hesitation was only a brief one. In the light of her own tragedies, somehow, it was easier to say than usual. "No, we didn't get divorced. Sheila died of breast cancer." "Oh, my God, I'm sorry. I wasn't—" She had put her hand on his forearm for a moment. "When?" 3 years. Coming up for 4. It's all right, no need to apologize. You've had your own share of that, I know." "Even so, it's a terrible thing. What did she do? Did she work?" "She was a teacher." Katrina nodded as if that didn't surprise her at all. "And all her poor pupils as well." These words caught Smith unawares. No one else that he had told since Sheila's death had grasped that. The get-well cards covered in the optimistic scribbles of youth, the flowers, the visits to their home by her sixth formers, the poems that she had told them to read, preparing them unwittingly for the inevitable end. The two of them sat in silence for a time, a minute, maybe 2, before she said, "And you had no children?" "No." It was difficult for her. In the end, she used to say that goodbye Mr. Chips thing, that she had had hundreds of children, so what did it matter? But she would have been a very good mother, just like yourself. When he looked at her, he could see that her eyes were shining. She said, "I'm sorry." "For what?" "It's what happens. It's the cost of living." "Maybe, but it seems to be going up all the time. So many sad stories, all that living, and we've both ended up alone." "You're not. You have your children, your brothers and sisters." "And my GP, and my consultant, and my home nurse." But she was smiling as she said those things now, and the tears that had filled her eyes had not fallen. She looked at her watch. "The bus will be here any moment. Can I ask you one thing about what you were saying to Lorcan Quinn?" And Smith nodded in reply. "You think Aidan had something to do with what happened to Bran?" "Yes. But sometimes I put 2 and 2 together and make 6.3. "I don't see how. He was shot himself the same night in another part of the town altogether. How could he have?" "I don't know any of the details. I just have a strong dislike of coincidences. It's why I want to speak to Quinn." "You seriously think that Lorcan Quinn was involved? Jesus, can you imagine the fuss if—" Smith knew that he was on the very edge of a minefield here. Catty herself wasn't daft, and if she passed on any of this to Dermot, the consequences might be unwelcome to say the least.
No, I didn't say he was involved. I think he knows something, which isn't the same thing, necessarily. But he doesn't seem to want to talk to me, so I'll have to think of another way." The bus was visible, far down the road, its lights on, making its way slowly towards them. "I imagine you already have. What will you do tomorrow?" "I have 1 or 2 more names." She was looking directly at him, her eyes moving over his face. "Tell me you're not going looking for Tommy Blake." Perhaps she had remembered him in Rorke's, always with the knife in his hand, or on the table in front of him, sometimes opening it and stabbing it into the wooden surface. Smith had not told her who cut his face, but she seemed to have a sense of it, if not the certainty. "No, an encounter with Tommy Blake isn't number 1 on my list, assuming he's still around. No one has said so, but I got the feeling from Martin McCain and Michael Odell that he's lurking out there somewhere." "I don't doubt it. The horrible never die young." The bus was just half a minute away now, and Smith made ready to get out of the car and cross the road. He said, "I'll call you if there are any developments tomorrow, and let me know if you hear from Mr. Auster again or anyone like him, though I don't think they'll try that twice." She said, "Well, be careful." And then he stood outside the car with the door still open. She spoke again, but he did not catch her words. He leaned back in and asked her what she had said. "I said that it was a pleasant afternoon and evening. I had some fun. It made a change. And I'd say we should do it again sometime, but—" "Yes, I know." There was no one else at the stop, but the driver had pulled up, realizing that he had a passenger about to cross the road. Smith looked back as he boarded and gave her a final wave. Then he watched from the back seat as the bus began its journey into the city. He watched until the road in which they had been parked was out of sight, but he never saw the car move out, never saw Catty drive the last few yards to her home. Of course Lorcan Quinn was involved. He had to be. It was after 12 o'clock when Smith set foot in the city, but he did not take the most direct route back to Mrs. Green's. Considering that he had climbed half a mountain earlier in the day, the knee was holding up well, and it would do no harm to wander about and be a pain in the neck to anyone who might be keeping an eye on him. But he had no sense that he was being followed tonight, and that part of all this was puzzling him. Why watch him some of the time? Walking steadily frees the mind. What modern researchers in their universities have discovered, Buddhists in their monasteries have known for a few thousand years. Smith looked at his watch and roughly worked out a route that would give him 20 minutes of steady walking. Gone midnight, 30 years ago tonight, Bran O'Neill had already been taken off the streets or out of his student's room. 30 years ago tonight, Smith was moving like this through the dark streets, alone, the gash on his face hurting now, but knowing exactly where he must go to be safe. 30 years ago tonight, in about an hour's time, Aidan Quinn would be dead. Those were the facts, the certainties. But after them, he thought he knew what came next, but had no one but himself to run it by. It was odd how one comes to need people for that. Alison Reeve, Murray, Waters, or Serena Butler, any of them would have done at this point. He would say it aloud and then watch them thinking, would listen to and evaluate their response in the light of responses that they had made to him in the past. Then his own thoughts would move on in the light of what they had said, using their subtly different echoes of what he had put forward as a means of triangulating for the truth. Over time, after taking a number of such readings, the location of it was almost always revealed. He could ring one of them up, of course, and even at this time of the night they would listen to him and ask what they could do to help. The thought touched him for a moment. Not Murray, though. Best not to interfere with what might be happening there. Not any of them, really, at this time of night. Jo Everson? He had heard nothing from her for a fortnight, and he had sent the last text. Perhaps that trail had gone cold. It's a long way to Munich, and a wide space between an aging detective trying to put right a mess he didn't even know he had made many years ago, and the exciting worlds of forensic psychology, lecturing, research, and some very sophisticated company after dinner. Talking of which, he hadn't eaten since lunchtime, and that had been just a sandwich. There might be a fast food place open somewhere nearby on a Friday night, and the thought of a kebab had a sudden and rather decadent appeal, after which came the certain knowledge of what such an indulgence would do to his digestion at around 3 a.m. Maybe Mrs. Green would have put out in his room another 1 or 2 of those little packs of biscuits, something she had obviously initiated once she had begun to seek the international clientele through her advertisements on the internet. It's what all the posh hotels do. And he could make himself a lovely cup of instant from one of the sachets and enjoy with it the unique flavour of the homogenized, pasteurized, and probably irradiated fluid that came in a capsule labelled milk, but which undoubtedly had more to do with NASA than a cow. Riches indeed, Smith. What was it D.C.I. Miller used to say? It's a grand life if you don't weaken. Chapter 16. There had been no biscuits, and he had to wonder whether Mrs. Green was taking him for granted now. To make up for that, he ate the full Irish breakfast and drank a succession of cups of coffee, and then she redeemed herself anyway by bringing him a copy of the Belfast Times. Smith glanced over the headlines and then turned to the sports pages at the back. It was a long shot, but he had little else to go on this morning. Boxing had always been important in the city. As Stuart Riley, he had kept up his road work and fitness, and he had used the gym off the Shankill Road, though he had not sparred there. The gym was Catholic and Republican, and though he was known to some extent as a regular in Rorke's, the opportunity to land blows on an Englishman, any Englishman, would have been too tempting for some of the members. He could not recall the name of the gym, and it was unlikely to still be there, but the thread that he was following now was a thin one indeed. He had to begin somewhere. The newspaper mentioned the City Academy in its story about one promising youngster, and in a few moments he had found that on his phone. Calling from here would be a complete waste of time. He needed to see faces in order to work the conversations around to what he really wanted to know, and it was only a short bus ride away. Boxing clubs tend not to open early, but it was a Saturday, so he might be lucky. If not, he would simply wait around. It had been a busy week, and he wouldn't mind a bit of that, as it happened. Back in his room, he took a more considered view of the situation. The fact that Lorcan and Quinn had not called again might mean a number of things, but Smith's best guess was that he would now wait and see whether he, Smith, had any more moves to make. Finding Jackie Fitzgerald would be very useful, but even the act of searching for him should send a message to Quinn that the detective was serious about discovering what had happened to Bran O'Neill. How good was Quinn's own intelligence network these days, though? Did it still reach down into the back streets, the bars and boxing clubs? If it did, Quinn would receive the message loud and clear and soon. If it did not, Smith might be taking unnecessary chances and wasting what little time he had left. He could not stay here indefinitely. For one thing, the widow of Milford Place might begin to get entirely the wrong idea about her English undertaker. He had been given an extra sausage that very morning. The City Academy of Boxing had opened promptly at 9 a.m. Smith walked in off the street and stood in the small foyer as he examined the posters on the walls. There are always posters on the walls in boxing clubs, past glories papered up for some sort of posterity, many old and fading, though the place was modern and recently decorated. Someone had taken the trouble to remove the posters and then returned them to the walls. These are all that remain of those nights of primal conflict, when two men stand face to face, eye to eye, and there is nowhere else to hide. These, and the scars, of course,
and the names in record books, and the tarnished cups in cabinets, and the belts gathering dust in forgotten cupboards. 2 teenaged girls in tracksuits walked in behind him, each carrying a sports bag. They were both blonde, both pretty, and one said a polite good morning as they passed by and saw him looking at them. He watched them go through the double door and then watched the doors swing to and fro, a little less each time until they were still. The tough, unsmiling faces of Buster McGuinn and Wild Boy Williams and a dozen others looked down like painted saints upon Smith, and Smith looked at the doors for a few seconds more before he moved towards them. In front of him was the main ring, empty at present, and off through another doorway to the left was a gym and training area. The 2 girls must have gone that way. Other doors led into other rooms beyond and to the right of the ring. It was all well lit and clean, money had been spent, and he could imagine that it was not difficult to raise cash to keep the young people off the streets of the city, especially the young people who would come and be good at this. He had never forgotten the type since he first entered the ring as a new army recruit. Quick and naturally skillful, without ever having suspected it in himself, he was nevertheless at first simply bowled over by the aggression, the sheer, wildly swinging anger present in some of the other men. His own upbringing hadn't always been easy, but what had happened to some of these to produce such apparent hatred of perfect strangers? He had almost backed away from it until the major in charge, Major Agassiz, had said to him, "Use their anger against them. The smart bastard wins in the end most of the time." A young man in shorts and a vest left the small group who were strapping up beyond the ring and came towards him. Smith wondered what this might look like, a middle-aged bloke hanging around a gym amid all these fit youngsters. "Can I help you?" "Possibly. I'm a bit of a fan, doing some research. I'm staying in the city for a few days and thought I'd look up some of the old-time fighters just to see what happened to them." "Research? Are you writing about them?" The prospect seemed to please the young man, and so Smith went along with it. "That's a possibility. I was hoping to track down Wally Fitzgerald if he's still alive. He fought for the Ulster title 40-odd years ago now, light heavyweight." The vest was embroidered with the words "Chief Coach," and he looked as if he might be. The muscles in the arm were tight but not bulky, and below the left eyebrow was a single scar. The face was narrow and hard-boned, and the skin was taut. He had been hit there too often. "Wally Fitzgerald. The name rings a bell, that's all. I don't think he fought from here." "Okay, not a problem. I'll try some other clubs. Is there still one out on the Shankill Road, do you know?" "Aye, there's a few small places still, just gyms, really. Nothing on the Shankill that I know of. Sorry." Smith was turning away, but the coach wasn't quite ready to lose the chance of a mention in print. "You should talk to our Paddy. If anyone'll remember, he will. He's around somewhere this morning. Hang on here. I'll find him for you." 2 young men climbed into the ring, their hands now bandaged and gloved, their heads protected by the helmets that Smith himself had never encountered in his own time. They began shadow-boxing in opposite corners, demonstrating the full range of their punches and bouncing up on their toes, never looking at Smith, but aware that there was an unfamiliar spectator this morning. He allowed himself a little smile at the sight. The male animal in full display, the attempts to subdue the opposition before a punch is thrown. Outside the ring, a somewhat older man of 35 or so was giving them instructions, just a warm-up for a couple of rounds, nothing full-on, a competition next week. Good luck with that, thought Smith. If there isn't a bit of history between these 2 lads, there soon will be. The man outside rang an unseen bell, and there was an immediate flurry of punches. Though they were at about Smith's own fighting weight, there was a noticeable height difference, at least 3 inches, and the taller one seemed the more powerful as well. But looks are deceiving, and within 30 seconds Smith had judged that the speed and the accuracy of the smaller boy would win him the points in a properly scored match. When the bigger man swung a huge right cross that missed his opponent, His opponent leaned away from it and then stepped in with a short right counter to the ribs that brought a temporary end to the proceedings. Smith must have flinched as he watched, feeling either the delivery or the impact of such a good punch. And then a voice at his side spoke.
"You've been in there yourself, then?"
It was a heavy Irish accent, and the speech was a little slurred. "A very long time ago, as you can probably guess."
"Never leaves you, though?"
The coach had returned to the group on the far side, adding his voice of complaint to that of the bell-ringer. How were they going to win competitions if they were beating each other up in training? Smith turned to Paddy. This could be no one else. Every club has one. He had a face full of clichés, a flattened nose skewed to one side, a permanently puffed lower lip, one ear half as large again as its companion. That's true.
"Where were you? Welterweight?"
"Yes." Paddy eyed him up speculatively and a little lopsidedly.
"We sometimes get the older blokes in here trying to get it back. You know the sort of thing. They never do. A few weeks and they're gone."
Paddy himself might be pushing 70, but in his present condition it was hard to be certain. Smith shook his head. "No, I'm definitely not trying to get back into that ring. Your coach said you might be able to tell me what happened to some of the old Belfast boxers." Paddy was not to be put off. He took the stance in front of Smith and raised his fists. On the other side of the ring, a couple of the men were watching and grinning. Paddy said,
"I think you still fancy yourself. Show me what you got there."
A left jab, not even close to his jaw, but Smith swayed away from it, keeping his own fists by his sides. Another jab, a little sharper, with the same result.
"What are you, one of those alley sorts? Are you going to do the shuffle any moment now?"
Two more jabs, and then an attempt at a right. The old man had no speed, but if these landed they would bruise or draw blood. Smith tried to get a look at Paddy's eyes and assess what was happening, but they were squinting, half closed, as if Smith had already landed blows on them. Was this just a foolish old punch-drunk, or had he, Smith, been made somehow? From the other side of the ring came the sound of laughter. They were all watching now, and they had seen this before. There was the sound of a stick clattering to the floor, and when the next jab came, its target had disappeared. With an open left hand, Smith tapped Paddy's right cheek twice. The Irishman grunted in annoyance and lunged in with another right, but it found only air. Then two more taps, a little more firmly, one on his left and another on the right. Now Smith had his hands up, and despite himself he was up on his toes too, ready for the next assault.
"Okay, then," Paddy said. "Just making sure you're not one of these bullshitters. I can see you've done a round or two in your time."
The old man stared across the ring, and the young ones looked away and got on with their own business. Paddy began to walk towards the gym as he spoke.
"Come on, I'll show you around. What was it you wanted to know?"
Wally Fitzgerald had boxed out of a gym owned by a man called Mullins, but Wally Fitzgerald had been dead for years. Mullins had become a promoter on the strength of his one excellent fighter, but when the title bout was lost on a cut eye, nothing much more was heard of Mullins, and it didn't matter because he was dead as well. Paddy's conversational skills had taken a few hits over the years, as well as his physiognomy, but they got there in the end. The gym was still in business, but now it was run by a fellow called Harmer, and, to be honest, said Paddy, with a look that could even have been construed as a warning, he didn't think they actually did a lot of boxing there now. Smith had thanked him, and said he might give it a try anyway. They might be able to put him in touch with some of Fitzgerald's family. There had been a son, hadn't there? Paddy had said nothing then. Smith continued, "Jack Fitzgerald, or Jackie?"
"Oh, no, I don't know anything about him. I never knew the family personally, you understand."
Paddy wanted that to be understood. And as he walked away from the academy, Smith reflected on the odd wording of that final answer. "I don't know anything about him." There had been a waiting on him. Paddy might have claimed that he did not know anything about Wally Fitzgerald's family, about whether or not there had been children, but his answer had said otherwise. More than that, Paddy knew something about Jackie Fitzgerald that made him want to say he knew nothing. It also suggested that the said Fitzgerald was still around and could still be found. At the bus stop, Smith worked out his route. He would need to go back into the central terminus and take another service out into the north of the city. Then there would be a walk to Mr. Harmer's establishment, where he would be able to continue his research into the history of semi-professional light heavyweight boxing in Northern Ireland. That little bit of sparring with Paddy had left him in a rather good mood. There is a decent club in King's Lake. He could join it, get himself toned up and show some youngsters a move or two. Why not? He took out the morning's first cigarette to celebrate and decided not to inhale too deeply, just in case. In comparison to his reception at the fitness establishment owned by Mr. Harmer, whom Smith could never be certain that he had actually met, his welcome to the City Academy, where he had only had to do some sparring to save his honour, had been positively tropical. Beyond the two worryingly overdeveloped men that barred his way after half a dozen paces in, he could indeed see a couple of punch-bags suspended from the low ceiling, and a few pairs of boxing gloves on a shelf, but there was no ring. What there was a great number of weights and bars, weights of all sizes and bars of all shapes, on which to thread them in order to torment the human body into ever more painful exaggerations. The two men in front of him had plainly been in such torment for many years. That must explain their rectangular form, their unsmiling demeanour, and possibly their rather low-slung foreheads, too. Members only. At least communication had been established. Smith said, "Very good, just the sort of exclusive place I'm looking for. Where can I get an application form?" "You can't." "Have you run out? I expect demand is high, isn't it? Do you have a waiting list?" His mistake had been in asking 3 questions in quick succession. These had been enough to crash the software of the nearest specimen of Homo musculans. On reflection, he thought, not a mistake. I wonder how many of these I can take down with well-directed inquisition. The second man stepped forward as if his accomplice had been assaulted by the visitor. "It's a private club. No new members. F off." "Thank you. Perhaps we've got our wires crossed. I'll talk slowly so that you can understand me. I do not want to join your club because I do not want to end up looking like you. I do not want to enter your club any further than this point here in case I breathe in any more of the hormone supplement-soaked atmosphere. At my time of life, that could be quite embarrassing. All I want to do is talk to someone for a couple of minutes." "Who?" "Good question. Shall we say someone intelligent?" The stocky man with a moustache and a shaven head had been watching and listening from the far side of the gym since Smith had entered. Tweedledum had turned his head in that direction now, plainly awaiting instructions or rescue, and the bald head nodded once. Then Smith was escorted over to him. He had no illusions about why he had received such an unfriendly welcome. The moment he had opened his mouth, the moment they had heard his accent, he was persona non grata. "Who are you?" The man was cleaning one of the machines, a bench with 2 arms that develops the pectoral muscles into dinner plates. He, too, was Irish, but several rungs up on the evolutionary ladder from his 2 companions, who had wandered off to a respectful distance. "Stuart Riley." "What do you want, Mr. Rayleigh?" "I'm looking up some of the old boxers from the city, trying to track some of them down." The bald man folded the cloth he was using meticulously so that a fresh piece was available, and then he carried on rubbing. He had yet to look Smith in the eye. "And why, in the name of all that's effing holy, would anyone be doing that?" "It's a personal interest. I might write something about it." This chap did not seem half as excited by that prospect as the head coach at the academy. "So why here? Anyone in particular?" "Yes, Wally Fitzgerald."
Laughter then, but the eyes which met Smith's for the first time were very pale and cold. "You're going back some there. Walter Fitzgerald did train in this place, but you'll not get much reminiscing out of him." Smith had become aware that more men were watching and listening as they talked, another 2 or 3 in addition to the welcoming party. There must be other rooms that he hadn't noticed, and someone had given them the heads up. He had broken one of his own rules. This was not a public space. "Yes, I know he's passed away. I wondered whether there was anyone left here who knew him, or whether I might be able to get in touch with his family." Something changed in the way the man was using the cloth. The rubbing became slower and more thoughtful, if such a thing is possible. "None of us knew Wally." "Family, you say?" "Yes, I think Wally had at least one son, Jack Fitzgerald, or Jackie." The cleaning had come to an end. The pale eyes were fully on Smith's for the first time, and the bald man was thinking before he spoke. "Not a member here, pal." "OK, got that. Any idea where I might find him? Still in the area?" If this was going to work, it had to be persistent to the point of being blatant. "You must really be into your history. First you give my 2 friends there some lip, and now you're getting in my face. You know, either of those 2 could pound you into minced beef with one hand and sell you to the local Thai restaurant for meatballs." "I don't doubt it for a moment. We'd never get it past the food hygiene regulations, though, not with my athlete's foot." The bald man looked again, deep into the level stare, and if there was fear, he could not see it. He seemed to come to a decision, and the decision brought a brief smile to his face. Smith guessed that the man had decided to give this annoying little sod with his English accent and his walking stick what he wanted, because he would soon realize that he didn't want it. That is, if he was in a fit state to realize anything at all after he had found it. "I believe that the family still resides in the area, and I believe that some members of it frequent a pub called the Star of the County Down on Clifton Street." "Mr. Riley, you said?" "That's right. Thanks for your help." "No problem." The wintry smile took in 1 or 2 of the other faces as it turned to the next machine. Smith nodded to the rest and headed for the door. The purpose of that name check was clear enough. By the time he reached the Star of the County Down, there would be another welcoming committee. That should save some time. But when he arrived, there was no sign of one. Perhaps the bus service was just too quick and efficient. It was only the early lunch time, of course, and though the weather was fine and the doors of the pub were wide in anticipation, the weekend drinkers had yet to arrive in any numbers. Smith counted only 4 as he made for the bar, and 2 of those were ladies of uncertain profession. The Star was not as ancient as old Timothy's, but there were definite similarities. The same smoke, beer, and politics had soaked deep into its fabric. He asked for a small cold lager. This was not a day on which he wanted to risk dulling his senses too soon. There was a distinct shortage of warm welcomes, and although he had got away with it so far, all his instincts told him that the man he was now ostensibly searching for, and who knows, he might actually get to meet him, was more dangerous than McCain and Odell. Jackie Fitzgerald. Smith could not remember him as an individual, but there had always been a group of youngsters hanging around on the edge of the cell, admirers of Lorcan Quinn, anxious to gain his respect. Fitzgerald would have been one of those. Most of them had been in their teens, and so this Fitzgerald was probably in his late 40s now, a different generation to the 2 old men he had already encountered, young enough to still be active in whatever sad remnant of republicanism still held sway in this corner of the city. The solitary barman was not even half the likely age of Jackie Fitzgerald. No, he hadn't heard the name, but he was new here, and no, he wasn't expecting much of a crowd now because there had been a big do last night. but if the gentleman cared to come back this evening, it was likely that someone would be able to point him in the right direction. Then he went back to polishing the glasses, and Smith felt oddly grateful that someone had been polite to him, even though he was English. As ever, hope must lie with the young and the innocent. Sometimes it seems that only those with little past can have much of a future. He waited for 15 minutes, but only one more person came into the pub, a third woman who joined the others. She sat down, said a word or two to them, and then looked up at the solitary gent at the bar. Smith anticipated being asked if he would like to buy a lady a drink, upended his own, and was heading for the door before she could get back on her feet. The wall across Alexandra Park was built in 1994, long after his own time, commencing on the day of the first official IRA ceasefire. Smith read that through twice to make certain that he had not misunderstood. No, he had not. In fact, this was one of a number of such constructions known as peace walls. Inevitably, he found himself taking the idea apart, and then he stopped. It seemed blindingly obvious to him that if you have to build a wall to keep the peace, you're not actually keeping the peace. You are simply keeping the warring sides apart. But here in Belfast such contradictions have become over too many centuries, some upside-down version of normal. So he began to walk instead, admiring the artwork on the green corrugated surfaces, some of which was excellent. A large purple cartoon duck had been particularly well executed. The path took him then to a gate in the wall where he was able to inform himself of later developments in the peace process. 17 years on, someone had decided that the two halves of the park, strikingly similar in most respects, in that they both had trees and grass, might be rejoined on an experimental basis. The gates would be opened for limited periods. Catholics would be able to go south into the park, and Protestants would be able to go north into the park. Quite what happened if one was on the wrong side when the ranger closed it at 3 o'clock each afternoon was unclear. There was a small lake. Smith sat on one of the benches in the shade of a beech tree, and looked at this lake, and its 6 assorted ducks, and its little wooden landing stage for sailing model boats. No one was doing so, but at the far end was a playground where some small children, young mothers watching, were running and climbing, far enough away to be more seen than heard. Soon he would allow himself to sit and stare, to play the game of this is what it would be like to be retired. But first he made himself go over the case. Somehow it had become a case, after all. At the very least, Lorcan Quinn should be watching and listening, taking notice. If it came to his attention that Stuart Riley or David Smith was making a serious effort to find Jackie Fitzgerald, Quinn was likely to do more than watch and listen. If Fitzgerald knew what had happened to Bran O'Neill, and knew, too, the extent of Lorcan's involvement in that, then a nuisance had become a threat, and that was what Smith was relying upon. Quinn would need to take some sort of action. He might call again, or he might send others to do the calling for him in person, but one way or another he would have to break cover. Once he does so, Smith concluded, I have a chance of a shot. And then there is the other business, his brother, Aidan. Smith closed his eyes, hoping that he would not see it this time, hoping to hear only the sound of the ducks quietly gabbling to each other on the sunlit water, and the distant shouts of children playing in the park. There was no need for their mothers to hurry them away. The opening hours of the gates had been extended for a trial period. Chapter 17. Late in the afternoon he had left the park and caught a bus back into the centre. After something of a search, he found a small restaurant that had a few French dishes on the menu in an unpretentious sort of way, and spent an enjoyable hour and a half over a starter of moule marinière, a nicely cooked poussin with summer vegetables,
and a more than respectable blend of coffee in the Parisian style. He had also bought the Times and the Daily Telegraph, and he made a start on those. He was not expecting to make many close acquaintances in the Star of the County Down, and so some substantial reading matter was in order. Over the years it had become a habit to read a broadsheet from cover to cover occasionally. Amazing what you can learn by studying items that you would never read in the course of a normal working day. Who would have guessed that the first international cricket match was played in 1844, not by any of the modern test-playing nations, but between Canada and the United States? Or that stonefish anti-venom is the second most administered in Australia? At a little after 7, he went back to the bus station and waited for the next one that would take him along Clifton Road. The city was warm and full of people, and for once the bus he boarded was busy. The driver slowed things down by closely examining the Wanderer ticket, as if Smith might have gone to the trouble of faking one simply to ride around Belfast on a Saturday evening. Once seated, he looked out of the window as they made their way slowly westwards again, still seeing the flags, the barriers and murals as they crossed the divides, the bus weaving its way through the streets as if someone had devised the route as part of an attempt to stitch the districts together into a patchwork quilt of orange and green. He had a moment of impatience with it all, and then the impatience became doubt that it would ever be resolved, and then the doubt became a short-lived conviction that he was wasting his time here this evening and taking pointless risks as he did so. If this came to nothing tonight, surely he would be justified in leaving for England tomorrow, taking an early ferry. By the time he reached the Star, at a little after 8 o'clock, it was already filling up, already past the point at which he would be in any way noticeable, and the noise was such that he would have to raise his voice to make his accent heard. As he waited to be served, he studied the bar staff, wondering which one might make the best starting point. The youth had disappeared, and now he had a choice between 2 short, shirt-sleeved men that might be brothers, and a handsome-looking girl in her 30s. In the end it was the girl who turned to him and said, "Yes, sir." "A pint of Guinness, please." She looked down the bar and saw that both pumps were in use. "Won't keep you a moment, sir." She smiled warmly enough, and so did Smith. "I was told I might be able to find Jackie Fitzgerald in here tonight. Would you happen to know if he's been in yet?" The name didn't mean anything to her, he could see that. "I'll ask for you, sir." And then she was away down to the pumps. As she pulled the pint, she asked the question of one of the other barmen who stood next to her. Smith could not hear the man's question, but his lip-reading was good enough. The man had said, "Who wants to know?" The girl pointed him out, and the barman took a long look before he answered her, turning his head a little as he did so, and preventing Smith from seeing what was said, though he didn't have to wait long to find out what it had been. "Sorry, sir, we don't know anyone of that name here. That'll be £3.60. He gave her a £5 note and watched her closely as she fetched the change. Her manner towards him had altered slightly, and all that had intervened since he first spoke to her was the conversation she had had with barman number 1. So the barman had not said simply that he had never heard of Jackie Fitzgerald. He had said something that made the young lady back off. It was a pity that the sparkle had gone out of those brown eyes, but in all other respects, Smith thought, this is a bit of a result. As he turned away, somewhat encumbered by the pint-glass, the walking-stick, and 2 newspapers, a couple left their seats at a small round table, and Smith moved between other bodies queuing at the bar to take one of them. He drank some of the beer, noting that they kept it a little cooler here, and looked around at the people in front of him, but all the while keeping a weather eye on the bar staff. Sure enough, within a minute, the barman, who knew no one of that name, had glanced in his direction. Smith fought down the impulse to raise his glass in salutation. With any luck, all he had to do was play the waiting game. That thought and the Guinness cheered him up a little. He was almost in a holiday mood, he decided, and so he made a start on the Times. At 9:30 he finished the paper, having read it, as promised, from cover to cover.
Don't old soldiers have splendid obituaries? More men had arrived in the bar than had left it. There were almost no women present, and Smith had had to time his move to the bar for a second pint to the split second in order to avoid losing his seat. He had no way of knowing whether the barman had said to anyone that there was a funny little Englishman asking about Jackie Fitzgerald. Maybe he had just kept the thought to himself. Smith considered asking more people in the bar, but the majority were by now already well into their cups, and the result of doing so would be increasingly unpredictable. Another half an hour, he decided, and then I'm done here. The spare seat had been taken a while ago by a man in his 70s and a faded, stained brown trilby, and the two of them were now on a nodding sort of acquaintance. Beyond this chap, a group of 6 men had been sitting for half an hour or so, drinking steadily and talking quietly amongst themselves. A couple of them looked up and around from time to time, but at no one in particular, or so it first seemed. But for the past few minutes Smith had been aware that whenever any of them did so, their gaze around always seemed to include the table where he was sitting. He picked up the second newspaper and adjusted his position so that he could see them over it more easily. One was relatively young, probably not 30. The rest were in their 40s or 50s. 3 had their backs to him, and the one in the middle had the reddish hair of the Celt, cut short and closely shaved on the back of the broad neck. The 3 faces that Smith could see were unremarkable. One had a moustache, and another wore thick, horn-rimmed spectacles. All, as far as he could see, were drinking pints of Guinness, except for the younger man, who was holding a glass of lager. Smith looked down at the newspaper, no longer taking in what the words were saying, and when he looked up once more, he saw the eyes of the bespectacled man were watching him again. After a moment they left him, and then the man said something to the 3 in front of him. There was no doubt in Smith's mind then that they were talking about him, and that they had been doing so for some time. They were between him and the door into the street. He looked around, but could see no other exits, and the bar itself was of the high, old-fashioned type. He wasn't going over that in a hurry without someone getting hold of him. The old man sitting next to him did not appear to be a part of it. He had nodded and smiled at them a couple of times, but so he had to most of the people in the bar. Still, 6 to 1 at least, he would not, if it came to it, be fighting his way out of this one. The young man stood up, and Smith felt himself go tense, but it was only to fetch more beer for a couple of the other men. So maybe he had a few more minutes. He reviewed what else he had: the walking stick and an empty glass. A broken glass is a horrible weapon, but once one has smashed the glass, a statement has been made, and that's what they will use against you when you're down. He would rather be thumped and kicked a few times, and maybe that's all it would be. Always look on the bright side. And then, strangely, the bar began to empty, the people nearest the door going first, as if they were being pulled out by a vacuum that had formed in the street. Heads turned, and questions were asked. Something had kicked off outside, someone said, and then a few more men were making for the exit. Suddenly, there was open floor in front of him, and the opportunity to leave the bar unimpeded. If someone had been intent on creating a diversion for him, they could not have done so more effectively. The party of 6 were all looking towards the doorway, too, and Smith moved quickly, leaving behind half a pint of Guinness and the Times. He was past them before anyone realized, and did not look back. Getting out into Clifton Street was not so easy. Several men had stopped right in the doorway, their glasses in their hands. Smith turned side-on and carefully shouldered his way through, more concerned with getting into the open than with what had actually taken place to cause the disturbance. The Star of the County Down has a narrow alleyway down its right-hand side, barely wide enough to take a car, and whatever had happened or was happening was situated at the junction. Smith reached the edge of the crowd, certain that he was safe enough now, and stopped. 2 men lay on the ground several yards away. One was face down, but moving and cursing. The other was supine,
motionless and silent. A third man was leaning with his back against the far wall of the alleyway and bending forward slightly so that the steady stream of blood from either his mouth or his nose or both could run freely onto the pavement beneath him. As Smith watched, two young men left the crowd and went to the one on the road who was not moving. They began talking to him, tapping his face, and then they adjusted the way he was lying. Smith guessed that they were medical students enjoying themselves. His own instinctive impulse was to get involved as well, to start asking who had seen what. But fights outside pubs on Saturday nights are not unusual in Belfast, or in most other places these days. He began to piece it together simply by listening to the gossip around him. These three had been together, and they had picked on the wrong man. Someone had pulled a knife. It wasn't clear who, nor whether any of the casualties here had been stabbed. The police had been called, and the ambulance. No sign of the chap who had done all the damage. Must have been more than one, though, surely, but it wasn't a robbery. Someone settling a score, maybe. The man who's unconscious, he's no spring chicken, is he, a bit long in the tooth to be brawling outside the pub. Smith felt someone edge in beside him, and he flinched a little. The talk of knives had made him wary, as it usually did. And then he saw that it was the wrinkled old man in the brown trilby. "Did you hear what happened? I wish I'd seen all that." Whatever it was, it had obviously made his evening. Smith said that he didn't know what was going on. "Well, from what I can gather, these three got mixed up with some fella they shouldn't have. Minding his own business he was, and they had a go. All over in few seconds it was. They never laid a hand on him, and now, look at them." The old man had been sitting beside Smith when all of that took place, if it did, but despite his wish that he had seen it, his account was already that of an eyewitness. By tomorrow he would be telling it as if he had had a ringside seat. Behind them the crowd was already thinning out as the men returned to the pub. It was time to be going. "And you a visitor to our fair city. This doesn't happen often these days. I should say that to you, sir. Don't judge us all by what happened here just now." Smith smiled and said that he would not. Perhaps the old boy worked part-time as a goodwill representative. "Can I buy you a drink as some small gesture of compensation?" It was more than likely that the old man had plans to be bought a drink or two rather than to buy them, and Smith declined politely. "Well, that's a pity. It's a fine public house. I've drunk here, man and boy, for 40 years. It was considerably more than 40 years since this fellow was a boy, but a thought occurred to Smith when he heard that. He was safely outside and in the daylight. It wouldn't do any harm. He explained that he had been hoping to meet a man called Jackie Fitzgerald, had been told that this was his local. "Well, then you must come back in. I know him well. You've been sitting there not 6 feet from him all this blessed evening. Come on back in and I'll introduce you." "Really?" Smith had said. "Which one is he?" "The fellow with the red hair, that's Jackie Fitzgerald. His father was a famous boxer, and you sitting just a few inches away from him. Will you come back in and say hello?" The two students had got some sort of response out of the injured man, and they were trying to move him off the road and onto the pavement near the pub doorway, where it was a little wider. They were half dragging, half carrying him, and his head, with its pale face, lolled to one side before straightening up again as consciousness returned with some reluctance. As far as Smith could see, he was not stabbed or even bleeding, but he had undoubtedly received a blow heavy enough to knock him out for several minutes. As they manoeuvred him by, Smith saw the face properly for the first time, and then suddenly the face was all that he could see. The old man was asking him again to step inside to meet this wonder of wonders, this Jackie Fitzgerald, but the voice had become odd and hectoring, like a barker at an old-fashioned fairground. Smith watched them prop the injured man up against the wall of the Star of the County Down. He looked and looked again to make certain that he was not mistaken, and then he was walking away. The old man and his trilby protested, and Smith said as he went, "Maybe another time."
It wasn't the worst of ways to come across Tommy Blake again, though. Chapter 18. He had been walking steadily for a full 10 minutes before he thought about Dermot Kelly, and the thought stopped him in his tracks. He could not see how it was possible for Kelly to be involved. No one had been told about his, Smith's, plans for the day, and he had not been followed, and certainly not by an amateur. It was almost 11:30. If he phoned and Kelly was in bed, perhaps with Mairead, it would be more than a little embarrassing. If Kelly wasn't, there was no guarantee that he would tell the truth about where he had been that evening, and whoever had given Tommy Blake and his boys a pasting had got away unhurt by the sound of it. Phoning would not help much then. When he next saw Kelly face to face, Smith was sure that he would know anyway, but it could not have been him. The boarding-house was locked up and silent when he arrived back. He wondered what Mrs. Green was making of the funeral business by now, as he missed out the noisy step and padded past her room towards his own. Once inside it, he drew the blinds, opened the window, and looked out. There were floodlights somewhere near the cathedral, enough to illuminate the tower against the amber city sky. And there was still the faint hum of the city's nightlife. Nothing specific, no sirens, no car horns, no screams or shouts of the drinkers weaving their way home, just the low, distant throbbing of the beehive. Smith breathed it in and put the window on the latch. It was almost too warm for sleep tonight. He lay down on the bed, still clothed, and thought about it again. First principle, there is no such thing as coincidence. Jackie Fitzgerald and Tommy Blake converging on the same pub out of the hundreds of pubs in Belfast on the very same night that Stuart Riley happened to be sitting in it. Yes, he had made a point of searching for Fitzgerald, and had gone to the place where he had been told he might find him. But for Tommy Blake then to be outside that same pub was no accident. Was that what Fitzgerald and his friends had been waiting for? Tommy Blake to come in and finish the job he had started 30 years ago last night? But then, if there is no such thing as coincidence, what were the chances that Blake would run into some sort of avenging angel a few yards from the doorway of the Star? He went back to the beginning, but the questions seemed to be multiplying. Had Fitzgerald called Blake, or had someone else put the two of them together? Was Martin McCain involved, or Michael Odell? Could a member of the Stormont Assembly have just been involved in a conspiracy to murder an English policeman? And while he was about it, he'd better start wondering what might be in store tomorrow. He undressed then, turned out the bedside lamp, and lay back down on the quilt. As the questions slipped away, he was left, strangely, with Detective Superintendent Allen's face, in its usual territory, somewhere between harassed, annoyed, and nervous, and his voice saying, "Normal? Smith has no idea what a normal day's policing even looks like." It was oddly comforting. Breakfast was over. The coffee pot was almost empty, and he knew that Mrs. Green was working her way around to asking him what had kept him out so late last night when his phone began to ring. He tried not to look grateful as he said that he really ought to take this, and moved out of the dining room and towards the staircase. He said simply, "Hello." There was no telling who it might be, and therefore who he should be on this occasion. He was at the top of the stairs before a voice responded to his own. Perhaps we should meet after all. Lorcan Quinn. Smith had climbed the staircase too quickly, and was reminded again that this was not in order. He winced, but waited until he was back in his room. The door closed before he responded. "Fair enough. I don't have much on today." His mind had gone from 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, and mentally he applied the brakes at this point. No coincidences, so this was connected somehow to the events of last night. No need to have the details now. They would become clearer if he did manage to get Quinn in front of him. That was the priority, apart from staying alive in the process. I'm assuming that you're staying here in the city. Meet me in an hour in the car park of— No, sorry, that isn't how this works. What are you talking about? I've just said— Sorry again. It's very much in your interest to meet up and talk, Mr. Quinn, but it's going to have to be on my terms. I have to think about health and safety. Health and safety? What in God's name are you talking about, man? My health and my safety. You might not know this, but last night I had something of a close encounter with an old mutual acquaintance of ours. On the other hand, you might know more about it than I do. Might I? The only thing I know for certain is that I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, I'll put that on the agenda for when we do meet. In the pause, Smith looked at the number showing on his phone, and it was not one that he recognized. Quinn had only called him once before on Cave Hill, and maybe he had not registered it properly then. Worth a check when this was done, though. He waited on. The next move had to come from Quinn. Don't make a bloody meal of this, Smith, or you might find there's no meeting at all. Health and safety, my arse. That's just the point, though. It's mine on the line, not yours. Not yet, anyway. Another wait while Quinn brought himself around to handing control of the meeting to Smith. Right, tell me a time and a place. It'll need to be no later than lunchtime. That suits me. I'm not far from the centre, so I'll set off now. I'm assuming you've got some wheels and can get to where I suggest fairly quickly. I'll ring you on this number in 30 minutes and let you know the place. Seriously? Do we need all this cloak and dagger stuff? Yes, funny you should mention daggers. More colourful language directed away from the phone, presumably to thin air, before Quinn repeated, 30 minutes it is, and ended the call. Smith found the Alich in his travel bag and wrote down the number showing on his phone, the number from the call that he had just received. Then he went back into recents and found the call he had had from Quinn on the Friday afternoon. The numbers were not the same. 2 different mobile numbers. One of them, at the very least, was a burner, and Waters would be proud of him for thinking the thought and using the word. No need for this cloak and dagger stuff, Quinn had said, but he was being careful not to leave any sort of phone trail himself. Smith wrote down the second number. Then he tore out a page as neatly as he could, an annoying thing to have to do, but needs must, and wrote on it a brief account of where he was going and whom he was meeting. If, after all, they managed to nail him, they would not do so without some sort of consequences for themselves. He folded the paper into a note and tucked it under the edge of the coaster on the bedside table, a picture of a fountain above the words, "A gift from Lourdes." Smith murmured to no one in particular, "Say one for me," picked up the notebook and the walking stick, and left the room. Out in the street he had a thought. If Mrs. Green was the nosy sort, she might decide to read that message anyway. It didn't give too much away, but Lorcan Quinn was a name known to all in the land. Funny if something leaked out in that way some time after the meeting they were about to have. He shrugged it off and continued on his way. "Something silver is a traditional gift when a baby is born, sir. Do we know yet whether it's a boy or a girl?" He said that we did not, and glanced again through the window and across the pedestrianised street outside. Then he turned his attention back to the object in his hand. "Well, that sweet thing you have there will be perfect for either. It's an antique, of course, late 19th century, Victorian. The rattle is the silver, and that little teething ring is ivory." "It is. I take it that its sight's cleared, then?" He had meant that as a joke, but the lady took him seriously. "It most certainly is, sir. I can see you know what you're doing when it comes to the law. Now, I can wrap it and put it into a lovely little box. It's a gift that will last a lifetime, and it will only increase in value." Smith shook the rattle gently again and turned it around in his fingers, wondering inevitably how many tiny hands had held it in the last 120 years. It was a beautiful thing. "I take it I can pay by card?" "Of course, we have all the modern conveniences here, sir." She took it from him and returned to the counter,
busy then with finding a suitable box and a sheet of tissue paper. The rattle would have needed more cash than he had left in his wallet, but the card should be safe enough now. He would be gone within 2 days at the most. One way or another, he thought. He went back to the window display and looked out at Joy's entry again. The Sunday market was busier than when he had first arrived, but he could still see easily enough into Lorraine's cafe. There were still seats and tables available near the window, and that's where he had told Lorcan Quinn to wait for him. The suggestion had not gone down too well. "I'm not making a spectacle of myself. People recognize this face." Exactly, Smith had thought. That was just one part of his insurance policy, that Quinn would be recognized and remembered after sitting in such a place on a Sunday morning. Meet me in the car park behind the derelict cinema or some such. No chance. "There you are, sir. All done. You say the happy event is any time now?" "Within the next week or two, I believe. I'm not really au fait with the details of that sort of thing, but it's soon." "None yourself, then, sir?" As she took the card from him. "No." "Well," with a smile that seemed perfectly genuine, "that makes this one all the more special. It's a lucky child that has someone else to look out for him or her from the very beginning." She offered him his card in one hand, and the little box tied with a red ribbon in the other. He took the card and said, "I'll leave it there with you for a moment. You have so many good things, I'll have another browse around." Back at the window, it was barely a minute before he saw Quinn, coming from the left and looking around as if the place was unfamiliar to him. He was wearing a tracksuit and trainers, as if doing his best to appear different to what people were accustomed to see on the screen. But he was still 6 feet tall, still had the short, thick beard, was still an imposing figure. Smith watched as Quinn passed Lorraine's, looking in and then around the street, the eyes passing over the front of the antiques and fine gifts shop, but not seeing the man that he had come to meet watching him from within it. The Irishman was not happy at being moved around like a minor chess piece, that was apparent, and that was good, too. The more rattled he was, the better. Smith waited for him to do as he had been told, to go inside, order 2 coffees, 1 black, and sit at a table that could be seen from the street. Any moment now, that's what he was going to do. Smith looked up and down the street as far as he could from inside the shop. One burly man in a suit, but with no tie, seemed a little out of place. He came from the same direction as Quinn, and the closer he got to the shop window, the more dishevelled he appeared. Someone whose Saturday night had gone on much longer than anticipated, most likely. There were no looks passed between Quinn and the man in the street, and Smith watched him until he was out of sight, and then out of mind. Lorcan Quinn was at the window-side table now, and Smith had to smile when he saw the 2 coffee cups. The fact that the member of the Legislative Assembly was here at all spoke volumes. To see now that he was behaving himself so well only confirmed that he was worried enough about something to humiliate himself a little too. Smith breathed in, straightened his back, and brought his chin in a touch. It was almost time. Do not be smug, he told himself. Be careful. Do not forget that he will have questions for you also. Do not underestimate this man. When he entered the café and saw the proprietor's face, he remembered what it was that he had forgotten, her political affiliations. There were 2 people in front of Smith waiting to order, and he saw her glance going towards the table by the window every few seconds as she worked. Looking around, Smith could see that she was not alone. 3 or 4 other people were plainly aware of their distinguished visitor, and at least one couple were talking about him in lowered voices. Quinn himself was staring resolutely out of the window, and it was Smith's guess that he had been spotted as soon as he arrived at the café's entrance. "Oh, it's you," Lorraine said. "Indeed, the drawer of the blueberry muffin is irresistible. I can fight it no longer." "Okay, that's what I like to hear. One with a black coffee?"
"I've already got a drink, thanks, but I'll take 2 muffins just in case my friend is hungry." She was still smiling, looking about for his acquaintance. "That's fine. I'll bring them over to you. Where are you sitting this time?" He pointed and said, "Over there, by the window." "Thank you." As he turned away, he saw her face falling as her understanding grew, and then he was by the table where Lorcan Quinn was waiting. Smith pulled out the other chair and sat down. The Irishman continued to look across the street, and neither of them spoke. Eventually Quinn's head turned, and he was staring down at the package on the table. "There was no need for that, Stuart." The use of the old name was intentional. Quinn had already used his proper one more than once. Smith did not respond to it. "Someone's birthday?" "Yes, literally." "Grandchild?" As if there was any imaginable circumstance under which he would reveal a personal family detail to Lorcan Quinn. "No." Quinn looked around the café, clearly not oblivious to the fact that some of the clientele were very much aware of his presence. "A nice choice of venue, I have to say. I like a dash of irony with my coffee. And it's decent coffee, too. I might make this a regular place of mine. I can see that lady behind the counter is just praying for me to do that very thing." Smith was already feeling a little guilty, and so he avoided looking in her direction for now, but Quinn hadn't quite finished his opening remarks. "And you've bought me a muffin as well. I'd say that makes us all square, wouldn't you? We can just shake hands now and go our separate ways, eh?" Quinn had always been difficult to read. There appeared to be genuine amusement in his face, even around the eyes that were now looking directly at Smith for the first time. He seemed for all the world like a man who was actually taking some pleasure in meeting an old adversary after 30 years. But he, Quinn, had been the most fanatical of all those that Stuart Riley had known, as well as the cleverest and most calculating. The first of those 3 things could conceivably have changed, but the other 2 would not have done so. The safest approach would be to keep things as simple as possible. "Going our separate ways sounds good to me. I just need you to tell me one thing, and then we can do that. And the one thing is, where Bran O'Neill is buried." Smith had spoken the words quietly enough, but not so quietly that someone nearby and intent on listening could not have heard something of interest. It was intentional, and Quinn's face lost a little of that amused, ironic expression. When he responded, his own voice was lowered. "What makes you think that I have any bloody idea where he would be?" "Several things, including the fact that you're here in the first place. Do you want me to go through the others one by one?" The smile had returned, but only to the mouth. Then Quinn picked up the coffee cup and drank from it, looking away from Smith, looking at the busy Sunday market. He nodded to the scene as he spoke again. "Who would have thought it, eh? People going about their business, people setting up businesses, tourists and visitors like yourself, trade fairs, international conferences. We're in the future now. It's a future nobody ever dreamed of in those times. Yes, there's still the sectarianism," drawing a circle with one finger to indicate Lorraine's cafe, "but we're going forward now. Side by side, almost all of the time, not face to face, not fighting each other. That's all done with." It wasn't at all difficult to see why he had been elected. The words came easily, fluently even, and the voice that delivered them was rich and convincing. Smith said nothing. "And now you're back, 30 years on, hunting ghosts. What's the point of that now?" "I don't believe in ghosts." "What do you believe in?" Smith took a sip of his own coffee before he answered, and Quinn watched and waited. "Justice." "Oh, I see. As an officer of the law. As the minister responsible, that shouldn't be too hard for you to grasp. But not justice for me. I know what I did back then, and I'll take my chances. Justice for the innocents like Bran, and justice for his family, who only want to bring him home and bury him themselves." Giving Quinn that opening was deliberate. The Irishman knew that it was so, and he shifted in his seat, facing Smith more directly now. Around them the cafe was quiet. Smith looked and realized that it was almost empty, and why? Only the couple remained. Lorraine was behind the counter, watching. Quinn said quietly, "And what exactly was it you did back then?" "I think you know." They had come to it much more quickly and directly than Smith had anticipated. Two uniformed policemen were talking and laughing with a stall-holder out in the street. Quinn followed Smith's gaze, and then looked back at him for a long time before he said it. "Was it you?" "Yes." "You yourself?" "Yes." Quinn reached for the coffee cup again, raised it an inch or so, and then paused. His hand was shaking, and he lowered it slowly. "Why?" "You must know that, too. If you want the details, I'll give them to you. Perhaps I should say, if you need the details, I'll give them to you." "Go on." Telling this now, after those 30 years, felt like an exhumation in itself. He had written it all in the reports over the following days, and then buried it deeply within himself. Even Sheila had never known of it, though she had, he knew, suspected that there was more hidden beneath the surfaces of those times than he had shared with her. But as he spoke now, he kept his voice level and his tone factual, as if he was giving an account of it to a fellow officer at King's Lake. "You know most of it. I had made a phone call after getting away from Tommy Blake, and then I went up to the haulage yard to wait for them to pick me up. It was a prearranged place. I never discovered how he found it or knew about it. Did you tell him? Did you send him?" "Aidan, no, for God's sake, he was a kid." "Lots of them were. It didn't seem to bother you at the time." It wasn't easy to judge how likely Quinn was to lash out now, but Smith was not going to pretend any more guilt than he actually felt. Quinn had encouraged that fan club of young men, and had known that his own brother was a leading member of it. Smith said, "Well, we had our undercover people, and so did you. Someone told him where to look for me." "And he found you?" "Eventually. I could see him looking about the place. I kept out of his way for as long as I could. I thought he'd assume it was a waste of time and leave. Then I kicked over a fuel can, and he knew there was someone after all. He shouted out my name. When I moved again, he started firing." Quinn was listening intently. He said, "And you had a gun as well. Where did that come from? They must have searched you." "It was mine. I kept it hidden near Rorke's in case I ever needed it." Quinn acknowledged that with a nod. "What happened next?" "He fired 8 shots in total. I don't know how many he had left, I never checked. But it was a Browning like mine. He was too wild with it, but there were a couple of near misses. I kept moving away, but the place wasn't well lit. Eventually he had me backed into a corner. I shouted a warning several times, and I fired shots over his head." "How many?" 4 shots over a couple of minutes. He had enough time to realize that it was serious if he kept coming. It was important to stop there and allow Quinn to take that in. He lifted the coffee cup again, this time managing to take some of it. All the time his eyes were fixed on Smith's face, looking for the shadow of a lie, but if he thought he had found one, his own face never gave the thought away. Quinn said, "But Aidan being Aidan—" "What I hadn't realized was that he had a torch. He hadn't used it until then. When he switched it on and kept coming, I was out of options. There was a doorway into a workshop behind me, but it was locked. I called out a final warning to him." "What did you say?"
Smith could see why it mattered, but that didn't make it any easier to go through it again, line by line.
I said, "Back off. I've only fired over your head up to now. Do not make me shoot you."
And what did he say to that?
He laughed and started firing again. He was still coming forward.
"That's when you shot him?"
"Yes."
"How many times?"
"You already know the answer to that. I fired once."
Now there were people out in the marketplace looking into Lorraine's cafe, just 3 or 4 aware of the presence of Lorcan Quinn, MLA. For all the world it must look as if the member was out having a morning coffee with a friend. It might even seem to them that he had chosen this particular establishment to make a statement as part of the ongoing process of improving community relations. Quinn said, "You seem very definite about the number of shots you fired."
"You know why?
We were issued with 6 rounds. That was the standard. You soon learned to count them if you had to fire."
"So you had 1 left now?"
"Yes." As far as Smith knew, Quinn had no legal training. He had never been a lawyer, but he would have made a good one.
"Why didn't you fire twice, to be certain?"
"There was no need. He went down immediately." Quinn seemed to have himself perfectly under control, now that it had been said aloud.
"1 bullet remaining, and that one was for you, yes?"
There was no need to answer that. Members of the British Army and anyone suspected of undercover work or of being informers were routinely tortured before they were executed. To be taken as both would have meant a grisly end indeed.
"What did you do then?"
"I went over to him. It was clear that he had come there on his own. I checked for a pulse but couldn't find one. He died instantly as far as I could tell."
"1 shot? In the heart?"
"You already know all this. That's how you found him, or how he was when someone else brought him to you. I've seen the post-mortem report this week for the first time. If you take offence at what I'm going to say now, rest assured it's intended. I showed your brother more respect when he died than you did." There was no fist thrown towards him or smashed down onto the table, no cursing, not even a blaze of anger. Quinn simply accepted it. And Smith felt his own temper rise momentarily, as when the air moves over molten metal and turns it white.
"For God's sake, man, you used your own brother's body to fake a hit by the UDA. You had someone fire shots into it, and then you dumped him on the street for children to find. Or did you do all that yourself? And then you stood by your mother and father at the funeral."
Quinn could see and hear the anger, and Smith knew that the Irishman would be looking for a way to use it against him. He breathed then, consciously, diaphragm first and then the chest, 2, 3, 4 times. Quinn said slowly and clearly, as if enunciating for some hidden microphone,
"Sergeant, you are making some wild and unfounded allegations here."
"I'll give you half of that. They sound wild because it's almost unbelievable that anyone could do such a thing. Unfounded, not so much. I made and signed full statements at the time, and they will still exist in a vault somewhere. It's contemporaneous evidence, and it carries a lot of weight when matters are reviewed long after the event. Put those statements alongside the coroner's report into your brother's death, and someone will have a problem with it. Believe me."
"Are you making a threat there?"
"No, it's a promise."
"What happened to you and me going our separate ways? What happened to Bran O'Neill?"
That smile again, the politician's smile, as if he had somehow manoeuvred the conversation to this point.
"Oh, I see. You're going to blackmail me."
"Call it what you will, I see it as doing a deal with the devil."
"This isn't just about your friend, the gay one, is it? You were sweet on one of the sisters, I seem to recall."
Quinn would now imply a counter-threat, nothing obvious, nothing that could be interpreted as such. Even if the conversation had been recorded, Smith did not answer. "Katrina, was it? Long, dark hair, a real beauty." The two policemen had wandered away, but had now returned. They stood and watched the people who were watching the cafe. Smith said, "We've been here long enough. The deal is simple. You stay away from them. Nobody else rings up or pays them a visit. That's for good. If they ever tell me that they're getting any sort of grief, the deal that you and I are going to do is over. You tell me where they can find their brother. If he's there, I go home. If he isn't, I don't. If you send any more Tommy Blakes, make sure that they get lucky. If they don't, I'm going to drag the next one into the nearest police station, and the inspector in charge will have either the best or the worst day of his career." "Are you done?" "Not quite." "What else?" "Two things. First, I'm sorry about your brother. Second, where is Bran O'Neill?" Chapter 19. When Quinn had said that he did not know, Smith had thought that he had probably told the truth. It was, in fact, the answer that he had anticipated. He had said himself then, "Maybe so, but you know a man who does, and probably two or three of them." It was plain that although Quinn was a Catholic, he was not going to make confession as Smith had done. He still had too much to play for, too much to defend. If he had done so, Smith would have asked whether Bran was alive on the Saturday after he had been taken, and whether he had been killed, murdered, as an act of revenge for the death of Aidan Quinn. That was the most likely sequence of events, and somehow it placed more weight on his own shoulders. Indirectly, and in saving himself, he might have caused the loss of another's life, of someone who had had no interest in the cause and the history, someone who only wanted to learn how to preserve and improve the lives of others. The IRA often snatched local people to threaten and frighten them, but they usually let them go. To take and then murder a member of the O'Neill family was something else entirely. Smith was certain that it was linked to the shooting of Aidan Quinn. When Lorcan Quinn stood up, he had made no promises. He had said very little. There was a perfunctory goodbye, and then he was walking away through the empty cafe. Smith watched him go, and then he looked down at the blueberry muffins. He was hungry, but taking a bite now seemed inappropriate. He picked up the plate and took them to the counter, the little parcel in his other hand, and his stick under his arm. "Could I trouble you for a bag for these? They're much too good to waste." Lorraine was frowning as she reached under the top. "That's some fine company you're keeping. I'm not surprised you had no appetite." "I assure you it was business and not pleasure." Using a pair of silver tongs, she transferred the muffins from the plate to a paper bag, and then she folded the corners down with a practised hand. "I thought it might be. It didn't seem like the friendliest of conversations." He had looked around at the cafe then and said, "Sorry about all this. I wanted somewhere that he wouldn't feel too at home. You more than delivered that, but it's cost you some business." She waved that away. "They'll be back here in a minute or two, wanting to know what that was all about. I'll make it back and more." To her credit, she did not ask what it had all been about. Smith said, "Nevertheless," opened his wallet, and placed a £20 note on the counter. When she began to protest, he threatened to put the muffins in a bin instead of eating them, and when she laughed, he thanked her again and walked out into the early afternoon sunshine. The little group of spectators had fallen silent and looked away from him. He found his way to the waterfront park and sat on the same bench that he had used when he first met Dermot Kelly in Belfast. The phone signal was good here, and after he had checked it, he placed the phone on the bench beside him and ate one of the blueberry muffins. He looked at the river, at the joggers and cyclists, at the couples with children, at the dog-walkers and the elderly out on their own. and then he ate the other blueberry muffin. One was not enough, but two were a little too much. Life is rarely straightforward, he reflected. Even if Quinn intended to offer him something, it would take time. There would be phone calls, possibly a visit or two, and then the information would need to be prized out of someone who would almost certainly after 30 years be unwilling to give it up. The sequence of events had to be something like that. Quinn would never have been so reckless as to associate himself directly with a burial. It was possible, too, that Quinn intended to offer him nothing at all, to call his bluff. They both knew that there would be no prosecution, that no case could ever be made against Quinn for what had happened to his brother. Equally, they both knew that was not the point. There would be the gossip, the rumours, the slowly spreading stain once again, and the recurring questions about whether a provost could really become a politician. On some matters, Quinn had become the face of his party, but they would drop him in a moment if there was a hint of genuine contamination, and that was what Smith was gambling on now. After an hour, he took a stroll along the river, heading south. Lots of waterside redevelopment, just as in King's Lake, executive apartments overlooking the water, and even some miniature landing stages where some of them had moored boats. He thought about Dermot Kelly then. Presumably he, Smith, would have heard something if there had been a problem last night. He was more and more convinced that whoever had dealt with Tommy Blake, it was not Bran O'Neill's nephew. A shame, in a way. He would have quite liked it to have been. But, he told himself a little later still, and standing at the end of a jetty, I have to set some sort of time limit on this waiting. If I've heard nothing by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll go and watch the Star of the County Down. No doubt Jackie Fitzgerald is a perfectly pleasant sort of man if you can get him on his own. At 5:30 he bought a prawn cocktail sandwich from a delicatessen and made his way back to his room at Mrs. Green's. Tonight he had no stomach for a full meal in a restaurant. It was evenly balanced, just the last two men standing in a game of poker, and he would not have bet even a 50-pence piece on the final outcome. The landlady was surprised to see him, and still more surprised when he said that he might need one more night in her fine establishment. That much she could do, she said, but after that she was fully booked for a week, what with the music festival and the Irish school holidays beginning. To be honest, Mr. Colgate, I had no idea that coffins was such a business. And you are right to be surprised, Mrs. Green. Someone once said that death's the end of all, but it is not so for some of us. For some of us, a death is only the beginning. A note of portentousness seemed to have crept into his words, and Mrs. Green looked vaguely alarmed, as if she had heard those words from the pulpit rather than from the doorway of her lounge. Nevertheless, he continued, there is a possibility that I will be able to conclude the business tomorrow. Obviously, I will let you know as a matter of urgency, and should you refuse another booking on my behalf, I will see that you don't lose out, whether or not I do need the room. How does that sound? Well enough it seemed. She even managed a little blush at the English gentleman's considerate manner towards herself and her bank balance, and so, when he said that there was one more small service she might be able to do for him, she was quick to ask what it might be. Would you happen to have a copy of that old-fashioned thing, the Yellow Pages, Mrs. Green? After 40 minutes and 3 phone calls, he had found the very man that he needed, and the deal was done. It would be small compensation if he had failed in the other matter, the one that had brought him here in the first place, but it would be something. When his phone buzzed and tinkled with a message not 5 minutes later, he assumed that it was some sort of confirmation of what he had just arranged, and then, when he read what was on the screen, he frowned, because it made no sense. It was a jumble of numbers and letters, mostly numbers. He counted them, 15. His finger had been hovering over the delete signal. Now it slowly moved away to a very safe distance as he realized what he was looking at. He put down the phone carefully, as if jarring it might make these numbers disappear. And then he reached for the Alich and made an exact copy of the numbers on a brand-new page. He checked 3 times that he had transcribed them accurately. Finally, he went to Recents in his call list and pressed 1 near to the top of it. Dermot Kelly's voice answered. Smith said, "Hello, it's me. What's up? Are you okay?" Now, why would that be the first thing that Kelly asked? Smith made a mental note to think about that when this call was done. First things first. "I've got something you need to see." "What is it?" "Best not to say on the phone. You need to see it." "When? Is it urgent?" "Probably." He could hear Kelly speaking to someone, shielding the phone, and a woman's voice answering. "We're driving, just coming into the city now." "If you're driving, you shouldn't have picked up the phone." "Jesus, you're worse than my mother." "I didn't. Mairead's driving. Where are you?" So he doesn't know, or he's keeping up a good pretense of it. Smith calculated quickly whether it would be better to ask Kelly to come alone, and concluded that at this point it made no difference. He was certain that by now Mairead would know the whole story. Still, it would be safer to keep them away from Mrs. Green's, where someone had been watching him on at least 2 occasions. "If you come to the corner of Albert Street and the A501 where you dropped me before, I'll be waiting there." Mairead McCain was tiny and blonde and a proper handful, as Smith's own mother might have said. Whatever Dermot Kelly had already told her, her expression informed Smith that she would be making her own mind up about all this, and not until it suited her. Smith got into the rear seats and said hello. When Kelly turned around to return the greeting, it was easy to see why the girl was driving. His left hand was bandaged, and the outer 3 fingers were immobilized. Smith stared at it for a long time, and then lifted the same look to Kelly's face. Kelly said, "A paper cut." "A nasty one by the look of it. Must have been at least 120 GSM. Many stitches?" "A few. Fortunately, I know a nurse." The girl was watching Smith in the mirror, and he could see that this was not the moment to try and make friends. He looked back at Kelly. "We'll talk about that another time. This is what I wanted you to see." He handed over the phone and its message. Kelly studied with the same frown that had at first contorted Smith's own brow, and then he turned the phone towards his girlfriend. Kelly said to Smith, "What the hell is that?" Mairead took the phone, looked more closely, and then said, "GPS coordinates." There was a silence. Not much traffic on the main road, and the light over it was the wavering, dusty sort that one associates more with late August than with June. If this keeps up, thought Smith, it might be a long, hot summer. After a time, Kelly said, "My God, is this it?" Smith said, "It could be." "Where did it come from?" "I don't know. I've checked the number. It's not from a phone that has been used to contact me before. I think I know why it's come now, but I don't know how or from whom. Not yet." "And I'm guessing that's all you'll be saying on the matter." "It's safer that way." The girl handed the phone back to Dermot, and then turned to look at Smith directly for the first time. She said, "Oh yes, let's keep everyone as safe as possible from now on." "Mairead, we can do all that again later on, if that's what you want." Kelly's tone was flat and matter-of-fact. The girl glared at Smith for a few more moments, but said nothing more. It was quiet again. The next move had to come from Dermot, and Smith was not sure what it might be. "Okay, we're going to the flat now. I'm gonna ring Helen Reese, but I don't have her number in my phone, which is stupid of me. She always says we can ring 24/7, so now we'll see. I'm not telling them at home until I know how this is going to be handled." He looked directly at Smith then and received a nod of agreement. Kelly said, "You're welcome to come along with us now, or I can call you when I've some idea what happens tomorrow." Smith thought for a moment about how nice it would be to see the young couple in the home that they had set up together, to share a proper cup of tea and chat about how the O'Neills would be able to move on with their lives if this was almost over. And then he looked into the rear-view mirror and saw that Mairead McCain
was daring him to say yes. "No, you get on with it and let me know. I need to start winding up the operation here. I've probably overstayed my welcome." He opened the rear door and got out. The girl started the car as soon as the door had closed. Kelly looked up at him almost apologetically and said, "Thank you. Too soon for that. Still a long way to go, most likely. Oh, aye, maybe. But I've got the filling, so I'll call you later on." And then the car was pulling away, and Smith was standing alone on the corner, realizing that in all the excitement he had come out without his stick. Isn't the mind a remarkable thing? It hadn't hurt at all until he noticed that, and now he had to limp a little all the way back to his room. As it turned out, there wasn't very far to go, after all. Kelly rang him at just after 10 o'clock. "The woman was as good as her word. She's been making calls tonight, and now she's rung me back for the last time. There are details to be finalized in the morning, but she thinks she can get them to have a look tomorrow afternoon." "Tomorrow? I don't see how that's possible." Kelly was talking quickly, flying with it all. "It's as she keeps saying, there's no criminal case here. If we find him, the police will only send an observer. So it's a question of getting the people from the university and people from the inquiry in place, that's all." "The university?" "That's it. A Professor Calder, forensic archaeologist. They have the know-how and the gear that's needed. They've done these before for the inquiry. That's just an initial survey, and there's not much equipment involved, she says, but she thinks she can get them out for tomorrow afternoon." No criminal case here. That was hard to hear, and harder to accept. "What about your mother?" "I've told them nothing yet. No sense in spoiling a night's sleep. But it will in the morning. If anyone went down there without telling her, she'd never forgive me. She'll insist on going herself. I know that." There was nothing more certain. Smith said, "Down there, where is it? I'm guessing that between you found the place online." "We have Google Earth. We've zoomed right into the spot. Strange, isn't it?" "Strange doesn't quite cover it for me." "Where?" "County Monaghan. South of the border, where in the 1980s fewer questions would have been asked about men digging holes out in the countryside. To be sure, they were just after a rabbit or two. Before he left King's Lake, Smith had done a little research. More than one body had been found in County Monaghan. Kelly said, "Will you be coming, if it's on for tomorrow?" "I'm not sure about that. I'm not exactly flavour of the month with some of the women. The last thing you need is any aggravation at a time like this." Kelly didn't answer straight away. Smith looked at his travelling bag, which lay unzipped on the bed. The packing had taken him all of 2 minutes. "I think you should. Mar would like you to be there." Smith waited because there was something else to come. "And so would I." Chapter 20. The name of the farm was Glanbiog, and the road, such as it was by now, passed through the small cluster of low stone buildings. A wiry, grizzled old man straightened up from whatever he was doing in the entrance to a barn and watched the 2 cars as they passed by, and then in the doorway to the farmhouse, nothing more than a tiny cottage, they could see a woman, his wife, also standing and watching, wiping her hands on an old-fashioned apron. They had been told by now, of course, and Smith guessed that Helen Reese had stopped here and spoken to them before going on up the hill that lay beyond Glanbiog. The farmer had almost certainly spent his entire life here on the farm. Had he known? Under other circumstances, Smith would have questioned him and watched his eyes closely for the answer. Some answers he did have as a result of the drive down to here in the Volvo automatic that Dermot had borrowed for the day. Smith had asked no questions. He had simply said, "So, tell me about that paper cut," as they were leaving Belfast. There had been a short silence, as if Kelly had been contemplating the pros and cons of keeping up a pretence, and then he explained. Martin McCain had received a phone call from Tommy Blake on the Saturday afternoon. Couldn't tell if he was drunk or excited or both, Martin had said. We've got a chance to nail that little English shit, Martin. He's back in Belfast and asking questions, can you believe? Are you in?" McCain hadn't heard from Blake for 10 years or more, and it was plain that Blake hadn't heard that McCain was one of those who had already been questioned. Martin thought about telling him, but did not do so. He asked about the plan, what Blake was intending, and was told that Stuart Riley would be in the Star that evening, and that there would be quite a reception waiting for him. McCain had thought about Mairead, and then Dermot, and then he couldn't but think about Katrina Kelly and her lost brother. He declined the invitation, took the dogs for a long walk, and when he got back home he called Dermot and told him. "Warn him off," he had said. "Tell him to keep away." Kelly said to Smith as they left the city, "I knew that was pointless. It would just tell you that you were on the right track. You'd go anyway, if only to watch and see who turned up." Smith wondered whether he ought to feel slightly offended that he was so easy to read by someone that he hardly knew. On the other hand, he was still alive, thanks to the young man's perspicacity. "Go on," he said. "I told Martin that I'd go as well, just hang around and see what was going to happen. I'd no intention of getting involved unless I had to. I was thinking I'd just nip in and have a word with you if it was going down as Blake said it would. But of course I didn't know the man. Then Martin said he'd come with me to point him out, which he did. He was thinking about Mairead now and wishing he hadn't told me, but it was too late. We stood on that corner outside, and Martin recognized a couple of people going in. He said to me, 'This is happening, Dermot. Go and get him out.' But then Tommy Blake was there in front of us with a couple of cronies. He saw Martin and thought he'd changed his mind and brought me along for their fun. He took out a knife and waved it about, laughing, showing us what he was going to do. And then we had a bit of an altercation." "A bit of an altercation. By the time I got outside, it looked as if an anti-personnel mine had gone off. How did you get that?" nodding towards Kelly's hand. "He was serious. Quite a nasty piece of work. The knife was a couple of inches from here," pointing to his midriff before I blocked it. "I didn't know he'd cut me until after. Martin took me to Mairead and she took me to the A&E. Jesus, she was more terrifying than any Tommy Blake. You should have seen her going after Martin, too." Smith closed his eyes momentarily. 30 years gone, and still it will not end. If Dermot had been killed in the search for Bran O'Neill, could he have lived with that? How would he ever have faced the boy's mother? He said, "So what's the prognosis?" "I was lucky, so they say. No nerve or tendon damage, but I'll never be able to play the guitar." Smith had almost fallen for it. "And you could play before?" "No." "Very good. Will you do 2 things for me?" "Depends. First, just imagine the bollocking that I should be giving you for putting yourself in that sort of danger. Second, thank Martin McCain for me when you see him. He won't want my thanks, but do it anyway. I can manage at least one of those." Beyond the farm buildings, the road became a single unsurfaced track as it climbed the hill. On either side was open rough pasture where cattle must sometimes be grazed, though none were visible this afternoon. Had there been rain, the cars might not have made it up, but the track was dry and dusty. Smith glanced into the rearview mirror and saw that Katrina was following them at a safe distance in the Astra, with Leah in the passenger seat. There had been some pointless discussion in the morning about whether they should come, whether they needed to see the place. Pointless, because it had never really been in question. In the end, Katrina had said, "I want to see where he's been these 30 years, and that's an end to it," which it was. When they reached the crest of the hill, they could see the other 2 vehicles parked a little way down on an area of hard standing that must have once been the foundations of a long-gone building. Professor Calder stood talking to Helen Reese, and the 2 postgraduate students were already busy in the back of the university's 4x4. Smith drew up behind Reese's Audi,
leaving space for Catty to do the same behind the truck. Kelly went to open the door for his mother, and a moment later the 6 of them were standing in silence, looking down into the valley. There was a sunlit stream shining through the alder trees that bordered it, and on this side of the water was a strip of marshy ground, the floodplain of the little river. There were clumps of dark green hard rush, and the entire lower meadow was covered in the white and lilac flowers of lady's smock. Smith heard something said quietly by the professor to Helen Reese, heard enough to know from his own experience that if a body had been buried in wet ground for 30 years, it would make a significant difference to what they might find here. As far as he could tell, the 3 members of the O'Neill family did not hear enough to understand. After half a minute or so of silence, Professor Calder turned to them and said, "If Bran is buried here, it would be a strange thing. This countryside plays an important part in the story of Hugh O'Neill and the 16th century. The Irish chieftains met here before and during the rebellion." Smith looked at Catty and Leah, wondering if he had just witnessed a remarkable example of academic insensitivity, and then he saw that they were not offended. In fact, they were nodding in agreement. The professor was encouraged. "Does your own family run back to those times?" Catty said, "We think it does." "Extraordinary, then. Some believe that O'Neill is the oldest traceable family name in Europe." Leah said, "There's no believe about it. Our own father told us it was so." The history lesson was over. Professor Calder said, "So, what we will do next is this. Carla, Tim, and I will head down towards the stream. It's a precise GPS reading, but obviously we don't know exactly where the device was when it was taken. Whoever made it might have been standing 50 meters from the spot. Let's hope not. You will see us appearing to just be wandering about aimlessly, but I assure you that won't be the case. Let's say 15 minutes, and then we'll review." He was looking at Helen Reese then, and the woman nodded her agreement. There was no track down beyond where the vehicles were parked. They watched the professor and his students walk in a line over the grassland, all 3 sets of eyes already fixed downwards, their only equipment seeming to be a pair of clipboards. They made slow progress towards the bottom of the slope, where the GPS reading seemed to have its origin. It was difficult to know how to pass such a quarter of an hour. For Helen Reese, the problem was soon solved. Her phone began to ring. She apologized and said that she ought to take this, and of course they understood. More than anyone else in the world they understood. She went to her car, climbed in, and began a conversation. Leah put an arm around her sister's shoulders and made sure that she was all right, and Dermot continued to watch the search. Smith took the opportunity to walk to the other side of the hard standing. Since they arrived, he had been aware of another set of tire tracks that went off onto the grass beyond. None of the vehicles here today had made them, but they were still fresh. They didn't continue down the hill as the farmer's own vehicle might have done. Someone had simply driven off the hard area for a few yards, someone unfamiliar with the place. The earth at the edge was soft and had taken a good impression. He could get a picture on his phone, see if he could match them up. But there would be no police investigation. If they found Bran here, and after the professor's guarded comments the "if" was looking somewhat larger, the police would come and observe, make notes, and then go back to their station and close a file. That was all. That was the deal to get closure, but it annoyed him. He went back through his thoughts since last night, after Dermot had called him. 30 years ago there were hardly any satellites up there, let alone a GPS system that could be utilized by anyone with a smartphone. Someone, then, had come back to this place to get that reading, someone, obviously, who had known precisely where the body lay. He wanted to know who that was. He wanted to know what time yesterday afternoon they had received the call. It would have been a call, surely, and not a visit, telling them
to come here, and he wanted to know who had made the call. Lorcan Quinn himself? If not, how many others were in the chain? He wanted to know their names, all of them, and had to accept that he would not. And who, come to that, had let Tommy Blake know that he had a chance to finish the job he had started so long ago? Quinn again? One way or another, Smith could make it all lead back to him, given the time and the opportunity. But there had been a deal of sorts, and that was the only reason they were here on this sunny hillside at all. He walked back to the little group. Helen Reese was still in her car. 10 minutes had passed. Dermot looked round at Smith and raised his eyebrows. The archaeologists were close together for a moment, all looking at the same point on the ground, and then they parted again. Catty said, "What exactly are they looking for? That's just grass and flowers where they are." Smith answered her, "From up here, yes it is. But they can tell a lot from subtle differences in the vegetation. If the ground was disturbed or dug over, they can tell that, even if it was many years ago, especially if someone was buried there." She nodded, interested, and he reminded himself again that she was tougher than she looked. Most women are, most of the time. He went on, "And they will be looking for slight changes in the level, just an inch or two lower, maybe. Some sort of indentation." Dermot came and stood by his mother, asking if she was all right, and then Leah said, "There's a seat in the back of the car, that folding stool. I'll fetch it for you." "No need," Catty said, but Leah was gone, and Dermot put a hand under her arm. The three of them stood close together for a moment, and Catty looked from one to the other and smiled. She said, "Well, I never expected to get even this far, so thanks to the both of you." Smith made the usual cautious remarks, which she dismissed in her usual Irish way, and Kelly watched and listened, and then he understood something for the first time. It made him smile to see it for himself, even though it was a very old thing. He smiled and joined in, and for a minute or two they talked fondly about Bran, about the uncle he had never known. Smith had not noticed how long it was taking Leah to fetch the seat, until he heard the sound. The other two had their backs to her, and were still talking, but Smith only had to glance a little way to his right, to see Leah look away from him, her hand leaving her pocket then, and finally reaching into the raised boot to pick up the seat that seemed to have been so well hidden. She had done something almost extraordinary, and when she came back she flapped and flustered around her sister, and refused to look him in the eye. 20 minutes had passed. The three people searching the hillside had moved a little further around to the left. They were standing close together again, but they had done that several times already. Helen Reese's phone call had come to an end at last, and she walked back towards them, still apologetic. Smith wondered about her, how she got into all this. What qualifications did you need, and what previous experience? What would she put on her next CV, if there ever was one? How much longer would she go on looking for the disappeared? She said, "Well, time is getting on. Maybe—" Her phone was ringing again. "Oh, I'm so sorry." And then she looked at it and stopped apologizing. Instead, she held it to her ear and began to listen. It was Smith who realized that she was connected to Professor Calder. When he turned to look down the hill, he could see the man with his phone looking down at the ground in front of him, and about 10 feet away the two students together, facing the opposite direction, but looking down at the same piece of ground. Helen Reese said into her phone, "Yes, we will. Thank you," and closed it. Smith saw her swallow and steady herself before she met their eyes, and when she did so, her own seemed larger and more full than they had before. Then she said gently, "They think they have found something." Helen Reese said,
You can go down with them yourself, you know."
He didn't answer straight away. Catty was walking with her stick, making her own way down the hill towards the waiting group of three, who seemed themselves to be a part of some strange ritual under the midsummer sun and the cobalt sky. On her left was Leah, watching her closely, and on her right was her son, his bandaged hand extended all the time, ready to catch her as she stumbled. "I will, before we go, but I think this first moment belongs to them."
"He was a friend of yours? A close friend?"
"Yes."
"And they tell me he had no involvement in it at all. That's quite odd. There was almost always something, some reason."
Was she asking him, inviting him to tell her? He would not do so. It was too complicated, too personal and painful. He said, "Looking back, it's difficult to see much reason in any of it. I have to ask, how did you get involved in this? You're doing a remarkable thing, by the way. But why?" Like him, she was watching the slow progress of the O'Neill family towards one of their own as she spoke.
"For a detective, that would not be too difficult a thing to find out."
He guessed then that if he found a list of victims, he would have the answer to his question.
She said, "And while we're on the subject, I have a couple of questions for you. You don't have to answer them. I'm very used to not getting answers."
"Go ahead."
"Am I right in thinking that we're not here today by coincidence? That this young man," and he liked the way she said that about Bran, "has not just happened to turn up while his close friend was paying a visit?"
"It might be an example of the unexpected synchronicity of events."
"Okay, I'll take that as a yes. And you are a detective, aren't you? I mean, I said that just now, and you did not question it."
He had to smile a little then, because he had underestimated her. "Yes, that's my day job."
"A private detective?"
"No, the other sort. I'm a public detective."
"Well, that's a pity."
"My thoughts exactly, about 5 times a day. But why is it a pity for you?" The two groups of 3 were now one of 6. Professor Calder was speaking, and the others were looking at him and listening. The stranger coming over the hill would have imagined he was watching amateur naturalists on a field trip.
"We're not done yet. We still have 15 or 20 to go, depending on how you define missing. We could do with a fresh pair of eyes. We have a little money."
When he looked closely at her, he could see that she was serious. "Thank you. But I'm afraid that if you knew how those GPS coordinates came about, you would not approve."
She shrugged as she said, "Oh, I don't know. I've cut some pretty sharp corners myself since I began this. It's not a business in which you can have too many principles."
"Which ones do you have?" Like any sensible person, she hesitated before she answered such a question.
"In this particular business? That the amount of time we have left to put things right grows a little shorter every day. Maybe you could help us in your holidays. No, I'm only joking there. But if you should change your mind, here's a card. I'm not going anywhere soon."
She gave him the card, and he read it before putting it away. The letters after her name told him that she was a lawyer.
"And now," she said, "I have to go down there and explain to them what happens next. The police will come and ask a standard set of questions. They already know we're here, but they also know now to keep their distance in case we've been unsuccessful. And I'll have to go down to the farm and tell those poor people what's about to hit them too. But thank you, Detective."
Smith watched her descend the hill, a slight but determined figure, someone who had suffered a great wrong without a doubt, and who was devoting her life to helping others put things right before the tide of time finally ebbed away, leaving them stranded on the shores of regret. For a moment he felt that poetic about it all, and then he remembered those poor people down at the farm, the ones she thought she ought to prepare,
That flint-eyed old man in the barn needed no preparation. No one could have driven through the buildings and then up this private track onto the hill yesterday afternoon without the owner's knowledge, just as no one could have dug a grave like that in the open 30 years ago without its being noticed by those who worked this land every day of their lives. Were there others buried on this hillside, or down by that stream? Given time, those were the questions he would ask these poor people. The students were making their way back up towards the truck. He guessed that there would be some geophysics next, a scanner that would begin to peer beneath the surface of the soil to see in more detail what had become of Bran O'Neill. And then there would need to be some sort of confirmation that it was him, dental records hopefully, though he remembered Bran having those perfect-looking teeth. If not, the maternal DNA, although that would take some time. But there are occasions, Smith, he said to himself, when you have to go with your instincts, and those were telling him that they had found the man, the boy, that they were looking for. The two students approached and then passed him. The boy did not meet his eyes, but the girl did briefly. He could see that she didn't know whether to give him the look of sympathy that was customary in these situations. Who was he? Not family, or he would have gone down with the others. Not someone from the inquiry, or he would be busy with Helen Reese. Not the police, though they would be here within the hour, no doubt, looking a little out of place in the afternoon sunshine on a hillside in County Monaghan. So then she gave him the look of sympathy anyway. Chapter 21. There was an early sailing of the ferry at a little after 7 o'clock the next morning, and Dermot said that he would take him there. Faced with Catty, Lear, and Brady, as well as the boy, Smith saw that resistance was useless, and agreed. Mrs. Green got up and made him some toast and coffee. She would have done the whole cooked breakfast if he had not convinced her that such rich and wonderful food would not go down well with his stomach quite so early as that. At 6:15 Dermot was at the door of the boarding-house, and the landlady accompanied her guest outside to say good-bye. "Oh," she said, "I thought you meant you had a taxi booked. I'd no idea you had family here as well." Both of the men laughed, and Smith said, "No, not family, Mrs. Green. Young Mr. Kelly here is just one of the people I was doing business with." She said, "My mistake, Mr. Colgate, and I'm sorry for any embarrassment, but if you ever have to visit us again to buy more coffins and you don't stay in this very place, I will be mortified." "Mrs. Green, it has been a pleasure. If I come back, yours will be the only number that I call." And then he stepped forward and gave her a brief peck on the cheek. She scolded him with a blush and made one or two more remarks in a similar vein, for which Smith was grateful. He was doing his best not to catch Dermot Kelly's eye until they were well clear of Milford Place. When they were, Kelly said, "Mr. Colgate, as in toothpaste?" "Not my idea. I can't say any more. It's a matter of national security." There was a short silence then, which he knew was deliberate on Kelly's part, building up the tension before he asked the next and wholly predictable question. "But coffins?" "Yes, it's a side-line of mine, more of a hobby these days, but you don't get many opportunities to examine Irish oak at first hand. I thought I'd look into it while I was over here." Kelly was watching him and wondering, despite himself. Smith's face was straight, and the voice gave absolutely nothing away. Eventually Kelly looked back at the road ahead and shook his head. "No way, no bloody way." Smith said, "How long to get to the ferry?" "No more than 20 minutes. We have plenty of time." "Can you make a short detour if there aren't too many one-way streets?" "To where?" "The Ulster Hall. It's somewhere I meant to go while I was back here, and I never got around to it." Kelly was driving now, smoothly but quickly through the back streets, never needing to think or even look where he was. He was back in the Impreza, and if the not driving had been on medical advice, he must have decided that it only needed to apply for 2 days.
"The Ulster Hall at 6:30 in the morning. You know it will be closed." "Yes, if you could just pull up in front. I'd like to see it, that's all." "Rory who?" "Gallagher. He was one of your own, born on the other side of the border, I think." They were sitting in the car, parked right outside the concert hall. Smith looked at the grey stone building, the balcony, and modest late Victorian pillars, and pictured the long queue of people outside on that winter's night in 1974. "And he was a guitarist, you see, like a proper rock musician with a band and all that, like Queen and Freddie Mercury." The look that followed Kelly's effort to relate this to something that he knew would have shriveled a bowl of grapes. "You managed to get guitarist right. Nothing like Freddie Mercury. Gallagher was a blues man, one of the best. Some would argue that he was the best. In January 1974, he recorded one of the finest live blues rock albums ever made, and most of it was done here." "So this place is a sort of shrine, then? Did you see it yourself that night?" "Hardly. I was 14 and probably doing my maths homework. Just exactly how old do you think I am, by the way?" "So you never did get to see him?" "I did, in the late 1980s, back in England. I'm glad I did. He died in 1995. Belfast was waking up as they sat in front of the Ulster Hall. The first business people were making their way to offices, and a mechanical street sweeper briefly obscured their view before it passed noisily on towards the city centre. "Ma was telling me that you can play a bit yourself." "When was she telling you that?" "Last night, after you'd gone. They talked for a long time about those days, way past her bedtime. I think yesterday was... I think it broke a sort of dam, if you know what I mean." Yes, he knew all right. His own night's sleep had been a strange phantasmagoria of the past and the present and the in-between. "So do you still play?" "Yes." "That's good." "And why is it good? Are you thinking of booking me for the wedding?" "You'll see why." "But which wedding is that?" "The one that Mairead is planning." Kelly laughed and coloured. "No wedding plans there just yet. Take it from me, you could do a lot worse. Anyone that suspicious of me has to be taken seriously. She'll get over it when I finally tell her the whole story." "Do you think that you know the whole story?" It was a different kind of question, delivered in a different tone of voice. Kelly could see that Smith was watching him closely as he considered his answer. When it came, he gave it slowly, looking directly back at the man who had asked him this unexpected thing. "I think I know most of it, don't I?" "No," thought Smith. "I don't think you know even the half of it, thank God." He smiled and looked back at the Ulster Hall. It was time to leave. Kelly said, "Well, at least I know more than when I started out, even today. I know this Rory Gallagher was a great guitar player, eh?" "I didn't quite finish that story. He was more than that. As I said, he was one of your own, an Irishman. In the 1970s, Belfast was a war zone. The whole country was. Every band that toured Europe crossed this place off the list for years, except Rory Gallagher. He kept coming back and playing in Northern Ireland. It made him a legend here. That's why he still matters, as much as the way he could play. He made music take a stand against terrorism, and he probably made a lot of young people see what real courage is. I think he was a great man as well as a great guitar player." Kelly waited for a few moments, and then he started the engine and pulled slowly away. It wasn't the time to say anything else. Smith was looking away from him, still for a reason. At the main gate to the terminal there was another peculiar silence, and then Kelly said, "Oh, nay, I almost forgot. Why is it a good thing you still play the guitar? Here we are." He opened the boot of the Impreza and took out the solid black case that Smith had graciously declined when it was offered to him yesterday evening. Adriana's own guitar from 30 years ago. Kelly said, "I wasn't going to argue with her. It's up to you if you send it back by parcel post." "But there's no one else in the family," she said, "and I think it would mean something to her if you took it and played a tune on it sometimes. She wanted to give you something." It was a vintage Fender Newporter in dark rosewood, the one with a C-neck. Cleaned up and restrung, it would fetch £600 or £700. He could do just that, of course, and send them the money. Dermot's business notwithstanding, things were a little tight in the O'Neill household just now, and she already had something of a surprise on the way. So he took the case, and Kelly grinned more than he needed to at the small victory. Smith said, glancing at Kelly's bandaged hand, "What about you? When Tommy Blake finally comes round, he's bound to start asking questions." "Oh, I'm not too worried. Martin's already made a couple of phone calls to explain it was a misunderstanding. His word carries more weight than he imagines. An elder statesman. Something like that." "And your mother doesn't know what happened?" "Car door." "Are you certain? She's not a fool." "Certain. Like you, when I have to tell a lie, I make it a good one." They were done. Smith held out his right hand, and Kelly took it. "Thank you, Mr. Whoever you are at the moment. You didn't have to come, but I'm glad that you did. That weight has been pressing down on them for 30 years, and they'll be freer without it when it's finally done." Smith wanted to say, "Well, if you ever need anything," but he did not do so. There was so much to say, now that he was about to leave, that he had no idea where to begin, and so he said nothing more. He watched the car as it turned around in the junction and put up a hand as it drove away. His old watch told him that the ferry left in 15 minutes, and it felt like an eternity. He stayed on the deck and watched as Carrickfergus swung gradually away to the left and behind. Then they were sailing east into the risen sun, and the water was green and glassy calm. The only disturbance, the wake that the ferry left behind. Scotland, Stranraer, was ahead to the left now, and the Isle of Man was already a low, faint smudge on the horizon. It seemed impossible that the journey would take another 7 hours, but flight has made us impatient. Smith thought about history then, as well as geography. This is the speed, more or less, at which we discovered and conquered most of the world. It's good to be reminded of that at times. He had wondered about this moment, the sailing away from Belfast again. In his imaginings, whether or not he had found the resting place of Bran O'Neill, this was an end to it all, a proper end, and not a 30-year postponement. The space over the water would open up behind him, and open up until finally the tie would snap, and then it might as well be 1,000,000 miles away, because he would never go back a second time. Now he could feel it stretching and pulling, but it might never break. He could sense that, and it surprised him. Even if he took a slow boat to China, it might never break now. The best thing to do was to find some coffee. It would not be good, but it would be a start. With his travelling bag over his shoulder, the guitar case in one hand and the walking cane in the other, like some itinerant aging busker, he turned away from the sea and followed the signs towards one of the on-board restaurants. If he had seen a sign that said café, he would have followed that instead, but there was none. No more than 6 people were already in the restaurant, 2 reading papers and the others on their phones or iPads. Apparently the Wi-Fi was free, but he knew from experience that his chances of success in logging on such situations were no better than 80-20 against. There was no phone signal either. He was marooned at sea, if such a thing was possible, and might as well make the most of it. He found a table to himself easily enough.
If the ferry was fully booked, it certainly didn't look it at the moment. A black coffee in a paper cup and 2 pieces of flapjack wrapped in cellophane, one for now and one for later. He could not countenance the thought of having a sit-down lunch on the boat, and there was food enough in the freezer when he finally got home this evening. That thought cheered him up. Home. Open all the windows to air the house, and then switch on the sound system. Maybe the Irish Tour 1974 full blast.
"Excuse me, sir. We'd like a word. Would you mind accompanying me?"
He looked up. She was smiling, and her eyes were the colour of his favourite Colombian dark roast, tight jeans, ankle boots, and a short dark red leather jacket. "That rather depends on who we are." She never hesitated, and the smile never faltered.
"Customs and Excise, sir. We won't keep you a moment. If you could follow me, please."
She was showing him a badge now, and it looked genuine enough. The "we" certainly included the man standing and watching a few yards away, somewhat more formally dressed, when his career with Customs and Excise was over, assuming that was actually true in the first place. He had all the attributes necessary to make it again as a high-end paving slab for a Russian billionaire. No expression, and no doubt that his shoulders were as wide as he was high. Smith concluded that he would be going along, and decided to save the banter, along with the flapjack, for later. She led him away from the restaurant, the silent, surly fellow making up the rear. That she was mixed race as well as very attractive he had registered immediately, and that C and E were not doing census work as a sideline was a given. But none of that worried Smith at all. What worried him was that he had seen her before, a long time ago, and that he could not remember where. She turned down a flight of steps, past a sign that said no members of the public beyond this point, and then they were walking along another corridor somewhere beneath the restaurant. A turn right, a turn left, and then she stopped in front of an unmarked door.
"Just a routine check, sir. We'll take you back up in a few minutes. If you'd like to go in, you will find a seat. Make yourself comfortable. My colleague will be along in just a moment."
Received pronunciation and a highly educated voice, Customs and Excise must be moving up in the world. He had worked alongside them in the docks at King's Lake over the years, but none of them had ever looked or sounded like this one. He studied her face closely then, to see if she showed any sign of recognizing him, and got back only a convincing smile. Whatever she was doing here this morning, it was not the first time that she had done it. She closed the door after he entered, and he heard her steps walking away. He did not need to open it again to see whether the concrete man was still there. He would be, arms folded or standing at ease, eyes forward. There was a table, and there were 3 chairs, 2 on one side, 1 on the other. It was a familiar enough setup to a detective. Smith put down the guitar case, leaned the stick against the table, and sat in the single chair. This was rather irritating. He was going to miss those lovely views of the Isle of Man if they didn't get a move on. Whoever was in charge did the whole let's keep him waiting, make him sweat thing for a little over 10 minutes. This surely showed at the very least a lack of respect for his own professional status, and he was in no doubt that whoever he was waiting for would know all about that. The alternative, that he had been randomly pulled out for inspection by a Customs and Excise girl who resembled a Miss World contestant, and her pet gorilla, did not deserve serious consideration. What he did begin to consider was whether any of this had anything to do with Lorcan Quinn. The man who finally opened the door was younger than he had expected. Younger, and like the girl, casually dressed in expensive jeans and one of those annoying sweatshirts that claim the wearer has some sort of affinity with a famous American university. Medium height and medium build, unremarkable except for the eyes, which were quick and busy, eyes that appraised Smith in the moment before he reached the desk, put the unmarked wallet file down upon it, and took one of the facing chairs. "Good morning, Mr. Colgate." "Good morning." It was a game, the whole name thing. Smith sensed that immediately, even before the man smiled at his response. It would be interesting to see whether his interlocutor gave his own name and position now. He should, if he was playing by the rules.
I believe that you have been in Belfast for a few days. As the ferry set sail from there less than an hour ago, that's a reasonable deduction. He has a nice smile, though, I'll say that for him. These customs officers are obviously happy in their work. Smith nodded some encouragement and smiled himself, inviting the youngster to have another go. Would you mind telling me what's in the case? Smith looked down at it for some seconds, frowning, and then back at whoever he was. It's a guitar. Are you sure? He looked again and frowned again. As sure as I can be, it's very guitar-shaped. I ask because if one simply accepts an item of luggage at the gates of a terminal without thoroughly checking the contents, one could be carrying anything across a border. I suppose one could. He looked down at it for a third time and then said, But my money's still on it being a guitar. That looks like the safest bet to me. I suppose we ought to check at some point. Be my guest, but if you wanted to go, it'll be at least 30 years out of tune. Smith didn't want to sit in here all day. He had given the fellow an opening, a free pawn to move things forward. Was this your first visit to Belfast? A better question than it first appeared. This was more like it. As Christopher Colgate, of course, the answer would be yes. In either of his other two identities, the answer was no. In view of that, and in view of the fact that he was vaguely annoyed with himself because he had clearly walked into a tripwire at some point, or through a laser beam, or whatever they have these days, there was only one answer that he could possibly give. Yes and no. Would you care to explain? He would, and he did. It was a simplified and somewhat sanitized version of the truth that named no names other than his own. He acknowledged that in travelling under an assumed name in this way he had possibly committed some sort of offence. On the other hand, as the passport involved had been given to him by Her Majesty's own government, it might be an awkward one to bring to court. At the end, the man briefly lifted the flap of the file, read something, and closed it again. Well, thank you for saving us a little time, Mr. Smith. Or would you prefer David? My colleagues call me D.C. Yes, I know. And so your visit had absolutely nothing to do with the purchase of coffins? I'm afraid not. Is that what you're looking into? Evasion of duty on funeral goods? A longer pause this time. Smith considered the possibilities. Was the man, despite his calm, a little inexperienced, and showing off with the comment about the nickname and the coffins? Both were completely unnecessary unless the intention was to make the interviewee understand that he had been thoroughly observed since his arrival in Belfast, and that his history before that had been equally thoroughly researched. But Smith already understood that now, just as he understood that these people were no more customs and excise personnel than his own grandmother had been. I think on reflection that I will address you as Detective Sergeant. That might help focus both our minds. You have been good enough to be reasonably open about what you have been doing here, and so to save time, I will return the favour. Do you believe that you have been successful in finding the remains of Mr. O'Neill? Again, Smith had not given him that name. It looked very much as if they were playing Texas Hold'em now. We won't know for certain for a day or two at least, but that is my belief. And one of the ways in which you accomplished this was, in your own words, through looking up a few old acquaintances. It is these acquaintances that are of some interest to me. The preliminaries were over at last. His best guess was some leafy offshoot of Military Intelligence Section 5, though it was a misnomer these days. They would not be reporting back to the armed forces, and had not done so since the end of the Cold War. Anyone in particular? The man inched up his sleeve and checked his watch before he answered. Two things impressed Smith at that moment. It was a nice, precise touch, and the watch was, like his own, a Rolex, though a much more modern version. Le Carre could have written this bit. A little under 48 hours ago, you met with a member of the Northern Ireland Legislative Assembly. I'd like you to tell me what you talked about. Chapter 22. I'm sure you would. The laughter was brief but genuine, and the security man looked as if he was inclined to join in. I don't need all the details, Detective Sergeant. The political situation in the province is a complex and evolving one. They usually are political situations, and the shifts in power sometimes have implications. As I say, I don't need a lot of details, but I was hoping that you might be able to at least confirm something for me. What, exactly? Back to the folder, holding it open this time and angled so that nothing could be read from Smith's side of the desk. Last Friday morning in Kings Lake Central Police Station, your computer terminal was used to access a file relating to an incident that took place in Belfast exactly the same number of years ago as you say this guitar is out of tune. That's odd. I would like to know whether the contents of that file were referred to in any way during your conversation with the elected member. So that was one of the face-down cards that Smith had not been able to see or predict. It was a good one, and his mind was already moving quickly forward, assessing the dangers for the person he had almost inadvertently involved. The security man looked up, still with a pleasant expression, and waiting, probably giving him a head start, that was all. He would not be far behind, and so it proved. Detective Sergeant, I know that you were in Belfast last Friday morning. Someone accessed that file on your behalf. It is impossible to accept that by some coincidence another person in Kings Lake accessed it while you just happened to be in Belfast. Impossible to accept unless there was some sort of relevant investigation going on over in Kings Lake. But there isn't, I've checked. You are here on personal business. Smith didn't answer. It is best often not to answer when no question has been asked. How many times had he sat across from smart people who understood that perfectly well? As I say, personal business, your own business, and something that you are perfectly entitled to engage in. However, as you know, you are not entitled to use your access to the ACRO database in pursuit of such personal business. If you have allowed or encouraged another officer to access the database using your own security, you have committed an offence. So has the officer who did it on your behalf. I don't have a list of the names of people on duty in Kings Lake that morning as yet, but I can have it easily enough. I imagine it would have been a member of your own team, so that will narrow it down. He or she is potentially in serious trouble. This must be his main play. They would have examined Smith's own record and realized that he didn't have much to lose but his pension. He might be vulnerable, though, through his junior officers and colleagues, who might have said such a thing had they been asked. Or had this rather sharp young man worked that out for himself? He probably had the list of names already. The or she gave that away. Sergeant, you're thinking to yourself, so what? We've all done it. It's a slap on the wrist. And it is, unless they've had a phone call from someone like me. Then it isn't. Someone like you? I think we're past the moment at which you should have told me exactly who or what someone like you is. Please forgive the grammar. Understandable under the circumstances, Sergeant. But do you mean you have forgotten us? You do not already know? You surprise me. I accept that I am eminently forgettable, even if you had seen me before, but my colleague surely is not. It is an extra hurdle that she has to overcome in her career. Fortunately, she has many other qualities. A man that he had not seen but should have remembered, and a girl that he had seen and should not have forgotten. Her face looking at him from the car that had trapped his own against the curb, wagging a finger when he tried to pull away, her phone to her ear, and then her expression changing when he told Waters to back off, to let Hannah Subich go, so that these people could not find Petar Subich through her. Dominic Fox. I'd like to say at your service, but it would hardly be appropriate. However, I am pleased to meet you at last, Detective Sergeant Smith. You'll be wondering already why me again. How has fate been so cruel? That's easily explained. When Christopher Colgate left England, all sorts of bells and whistles went off, I expect. I wasn't involved then, obviously, but when it was discovered who Mr. Colgate actually was, and that name went into the system, mine came out with it. It was put to me that as I already had the experience of working with you, so to speak, we might be able to resume where we left off. Things worked out last time. He likes the sound of his own voice, thought Smith, and a good thing, too. It had given him time to think. Serena Butler was in a little danger, but that was all. Yes, she was in the office last Friday, and yes, she was a member of his team, but that would only ever be circumstantial. It could never be proved that she had accessed the database. Thank goodness he had had the foresight to give her his own log-on details. She only had to follow the 3 golden rules to remain in the clear, if not entirely beyond suspicion. Deny, deny, deny. Even if someone spoke to her today before he could do so, she would have the sense to say nothing. Serena was a survivor. They didn't have much else, and he made a point of not looking too worried. Mr. Fox would have to show the rest of his hand. Smith said, "Things worked out, did they? Captain Jonathan Hamilton got to die in peace somewhere, I imagine. He didn't deserve that. One of my young detectives got a broken nose, and he didn't deserve that. Petar Subic spent several months in prison. I'm sure you get the picture. It's my job to look at the bigger picture, Sergeant." Smith thought a more sensitive man than me might see that as a little patronizing. He wasn't going to make this any easier or any more difficult than it had to be, and so he simply shrugged and waited. To his credit, Fox understood immediately. The bottom line, then. This is all about a missing document, nothing more. The pathologist's report on the body of Aidan Quinn is a public document, available to anyone who makes a Freedom of Information request. That's ironic, isn't it? There was no need to go through ACRO at all, though obviously that was much quicker and you didn't have a lot of time. The document that is not available to anyone at the moment, publicly or privately, is the account of how Aidan Quinn actually died. The British Army captain who was working undercover wrote, as a part of his debriefing, a full and no doubt very detailed account of what happened the night that he shot and killed Aidan Quinn. At the time it was practice to give the soldier involved his own copy, something that we would no longer do, I should point out. May I ask whether you still have that copy? You may, and the answer is yes. What's happened to the original? For the very first time, Dominic Fox looked a little uncomfortable, as if he had personally mislaid the thing. We know that the statement existed because certain other documents make reference to it, but the statement itself seems to have been lost. Have you checked the waste paper bins? We used to have this cleaner at the station who could not stand anything left on a desk overnight. We found some right villains in recycling the next morning. I'll send a memo round as soon as we're done here. Thank you, Sergeant. You're saying it was lost for obvious reasons, Mr. Fox, but what you mean is that someone removed it at some point in the last 30 years. Do you do inventories? When was the last time it was recorded as present? Presumably you have made a list of the people who might have a motive for having it removed. It can't be a very long list. Fox was steady enough under fire. If we were to hold an investigation, Sergeant, I'm sure we could do worse than put you in charge of it. Let's move on. Did you refer to the statement that you made back then when you were speaking to Mr. Quinn on Sunday? Was that the subject of your conversation? It's difficult for me to imagine what else the two of you might have to talk about. You want the bottom line? Yes, it was discussed. Up until last Friday, I had no idea what had happened to Aidan Quinn's body after I left it. When they took you out of Northern Ireland in those times, they really took you out. No contacts allowed, no newspapers, no television or radio for several weeks, and after that you only went back to normality in stages. Do you know how many of us the IRA still managed to find? No, I don't. Several. Quinn might have wondered before whether I knew the truth, but now he knows that I do. Fox was pleased, as well he should be, but that might lower his guard a little. Fox said, If the member of the Assembly felt threatened by this knowledge, that might put you in a difficult position, Sergeant Smith. You mean he might make another attempt to murder me? You know about the others, I assume. Yes. Maybe, but he understands that the document to which you are referring is in a safe place, as far as he is concerned, until or unless I have an unfortunate accident. I'm surprised he didn't offer to arrange some private health insurance for me as an added precaution, to be honest. Fox was piecing it together pretty well, and Smith wondered how far he might have risen up the ranks of the police service if he had not been diverted from it after his star turns at Hendon. Alison Reeve knew something about that, and he would ask her at the appropriate moment. "I see, Sergeant. You did a deal. He offered you some assistance in finding Mr. O'Neill, and in return you look after a highly embarrassing and potentially incriminating document on his behalf. That's very enterprising, though some might see it as blackmail. I see it as restorative justice. I like to keep up with all the modern ideas. The document might be safer in our hands, Sergeant, but I'm not sure that I would be. Before you ask, it's with a solicitor, not my regular will-maker chap, so you needn't go bothering him. It's with someone doing just that one-off job for me and impossible to trace. That's where it is staying for the foreseeable future." None of this was true, of course. It was in the box in his attic, but it would be true quite soon. The document was his own property, and he could think of no legal means by which they could force him to hand it over. They were almost done here, unless he was to be charged with posing as a coffin dealer or with smuggling used musical instruments out of Ireland. Smith said, "So all that remains really is for me to ask myself why you are so keen to get hold of the copy. I lost interest in Irish politics when they started trying to blow my head off 30 years ago, so it's unlikely that I would be trying to influence Mr. Quinn's voting behaviour in any way. I suppose somebody else might, if they got hold of it. It would make a decent story in a Sunday newspaper, the secret officer's report alongside the coroner's, and as you heard me make a similar point to Captain Hamilton a couple of years ago, that might be what's bothering you, though you know from my bank statements that I don't need the money." Dominic Fox was doing his job properly at this point, not interrupting, allowing the interviewee to talk his way into an unintended revelation or two. Smith liked to see someone doing their job properly. He continued, "It's possible that you want to use it to make a point or two to Mr. Quinn yourselves, of course, and equally possible that you want to prevent a third party from making such points. The Assembly is a bit like a fireworks factory at the best of times, isn't it? Doesn't need much of a spark to set it all off again." "I thought you had lost interest in Irish politics, Sergeant. And finally, for now, because I'm sure I'll be thinking about this for weeks to come, you might just be trying your hardest to keep Mr. Quinn safe and warm. It's possible that you already own him. There must have been plenty of other stuff that has crawled out of the woodwork over the years." Fox waited for a few seconds to see if there was any more to come, and then he said, "If I didn't know your history, Detective Sergeant, I'd say that you missed your vocation. You understand the business. It's a shame that you didn't stay on. It was a little too dirty a business for me." "Oh, I see. You picture yourself as more of a moral crusader." They had reached the border. Beyond it there is no black and white, only endless shades of grey. Both had spent time there, but it was a country more familiar to Dominic Fox now than to Smith, and so Smith chose not to step over the invisible line. Life, as he tells himself often these days, is too short. Smith said, "Are we done here?" "I think so. I'll have to put you down as a risk, but a minimal one for now." "Thank you. That's very reassuring." "No, thank you. It was a pleasure, really." Smith stood up and reached for the walking-stick. Fox said, "How is the knee coming along? I hope you haven't been overdoing it. Arthroscopic meniscal resection, wasn't it? I'll end up having that myself. Too much rugby."
Cocky little sod, can't resist showing off. That's a weakness that a really devious bastard would be able to exploit, Mr. Fox. But not me. Not now. Not interested. One thing surprises me, Sergeant. I thought when you realized who we are that you would have one or two questions of your own. Smith had the guitar case in his other hand now. Just one, maybe. Did you ever actually go there? Where? Where it says, on your sweatshirt. Yale? Yes, I did, as it happens. 1 year postgraduate, international relations. That's nice. Most of mine live in Bournemouth. Fox took a moment to understand, and then thought it worth a smile. And yourself? Queen's, wasn't it? Not really. That was only a bit of cover. Yes, of course. So where did you study? Careless, Mr. Fox. Always read the whole file. Rorke's Bar, mostly. It taught me everything I needed to know. Outside, because he had appeared unexpectedly, Mr. Slab flinched and looked at the girl. She arched an eyebrow, and he resumed his meditation on the true nature of bonded aggregate materials. She nodded and smiled beautifully as Smith approached, and he almost expected her to say, "Enjoy the rest of your trip with us, sir." As he passed her, Smith said, "Good morning. I hope you've improved on your parking skills," and left it at that. He needed some fresh air and didn't look back. After a short walk to the front, he simply could not allow that the forward-facing end of this thing justified the word prow, or even bows. He returned to his table in the restaurant. It was still available, but someone had removed his coffee, and so he had to buy another, which is doubly annoying when it's rubbish in the first place. Still nothing on his phone. No messages or missed calls. It seemed to have expired some hours ago, though the battery was at 83%, and there was a signal thingy at the top. Not the usual one, though. That might be the problem. Is that a special you're-on-a-boat-do-this signal thingy? Why don't they produce a little booklet, a manual that you can carry around with you, like the old Haynes ones for cars? That was in the days when you could service your own cars, of course. And then there is this business to think about still, this latest run-in with the dark forces of national insecurity. Messy, Smith, he thought, just a little messy. He went through it again as if it was a chore, but knew, further inside, that he was grateful for it, because it meant that he could forget, for a while, about the other matter. When they were about 20 minutes out from the port, his phone burst back into life like a demented bat with beeps, buzzes, and chirps. He had messages galore, and even voicemails. Well, 4 messages and a voicemail. One from Waters, sent yesterday. Where had it been? Said, "You are gonna love this new one, in the paper as the metal detector murderer." You are gonna love? Nothing like this had ever been received before, and it needed to be dealt with immediately. There was no way that he, Smith, could be off for another week. Then a message from Shirley Salmon at the caravan site telling him that the band were playing on Friday night. They had asked was he going to be there, and could he bring his Strat if he was. And 2 messages from Serena Butler. Oh dear. The first was sent late last night. It read simply, "Ring me." The second was from quite early this morning. "Ring me as soon as you get this." Oh dear, oh dear. The voicemail was also from her, recorded just a couple of hours ago. He pressed play and listened, eyes closed. "DC, where are you? We've been trying to get in touch since yesterday. Maggie went into labour last night and she's having a bit of a bad time. John's with her, obviously. Call me if you pick this up. You were only going to Belfast, weren't you? Not Belize. Give me a call, DC." He tried to, straight away, but the phone was engaged. When you are someone prone to thinking a little too much, real life often comes to the rescue, but he could have done without this. Having a bit of a bad time? What does that mean exactly? Is it a medical term? We've been doing this for 10 million years now. Surely we are prepared for all eventualities. He dialed again.
stocking in 5 minutes, people starting to move towards the departure doors, and this time Serena answered. He said, "Hello, it's me. We've just come into Birkenhead. What's the latest?" "Still no news. John's been texting me so I can tell people, but I haven't heard anything for a couple of hours."
"Do we know what the problem is?"
"Men. They all have big heads, and there must be some reason why they're not doing a C-section." It sounded like the sisterhood was in full cry at the moment, and this was already in danger of becoming a little too detailed on a cup of bad coffee and a piece of flapjack. He decided to remain objective. "Do we know it's a boy, then? They've been keeping that a secret, if they even knew themselves." "No, I don't think we do. That's just me taking a wild guess."
"Not that wild, is it? I mean, you've got a 50-50
DC, you need to get back here."
"Do I? Why?"
Just how far do the duties of a godfather extend these days? Was he expected to go straight to the delivery suite? And then what?
"I don't know. It just won't go right until you are. Hurry up."
That was the end of the call, more or less. What on earth did she mean? There was no sense in it, no logic, no reason. What did it matter where he was when all this was going on? The ferry had docked now, and he grabbed the guitar case and set off for the exit. Christopher Colgate was leaving the ship, and woe betide anyone who got in his way this time. If they did so, they would have to deal with Sergeant David Smith or Captain Stuart Riley as well, or even the three of them together. They had a train to catch. He sent 2 more texts to Serena Butler, one either side of Birmingham as they went north of it, asking for updates and receiving short, non-committal replies. As he travelled east, the land became flatter, and the late afternoon became early evening. He felt the shift in the long train, and knew that they were on the last great bend as the railway begins to curve down southeast towards the Wash. Kingslake was a matter of minutes away, and once again, as a journey neared its end, his phone began to ring. He looked and saw that it was Serena Butler, and just for a moment he thought that he might not answer it, not speak to her until he was safely at home. Then he pressed accept, because in the end, that's what we have to do. She talked, he listened, and then he thanked her and said that he would see her tomorrow. The train's wheels began that squealing, almost a screaming as the brakes are applied on a turn, squealing, almost a screaming, like a baby. "John just called me," she had said. Big John Murray, who kicked down doors after people had shot him, had just called her, and he was crying on the phone. It was over. They were both okay, and it was a boy. Smith knew many of the taxi drivers in Lake. They were a key resource, and he ought to check that Waters had already begun a collection of his own. But why was it this particular one tonight? What had he said to Helen Reese? An example of the unexpected synchronicity of events? He told the man his home address, and they had a brief conversation because the taxi driver recognized him too. Then Smith sat back and watched the familiar streets swing by, without seeing them at all. This was the driver who had taken him first to the house of Mirsad Subich that night, and then on to where Hannah Subich was hiding and guarding her cousin and her lover Petar. Just a few hours earlier today, he, Smith, had encountered again the man who had followed Captain Hamilton up those stairs, who had listened to the confrontation between the unseen detective and the corrupt army officer, and who had concluded that the best thing the security services could do on this occasion was to quietly walk away. Now Smith was riding along with the same taxi driver in what was, when he thought about it, probably the same cab. Synchronicity hardly did it justice. But what do these things mean when they happen? Surely we should not let them influence our actions and our reasoning minds, Smith. Without reason, what do we have? What do you in particular, Smith, have if your actions are no longer to be guided by the clear, cold light of logic? He thought about the answer for 2 more minutes, knowing which crossroads he would need to make the decision by, and knowing what the decision would be. If he did not do this now, he would not be able to sleep tonight. If he did not do it at some point,
he might never get a good night's sleep again. He leaned forward and said to the driver, "Sorry, mate, change of plan. Can you take me to the Central Police Station?" Chapter 23. Detective Inspector Alison Reeve played badminton every Wednesday evening. A serious case or a serious cold might cause her to miss a week, but those things apart, the game was one of the regular fixtures in her life. She liked the physicality and the speed of it. How many people know that a shuttlecock can travel at 200 miles an hour? And she liked the competition and the camaraderie of the changing room. Sometimes there was half a lager in the sports centre bar afterwards, but generally she was away to her apartment by 8:30. Tonight, of all nights, however, the club secretary, Rose Rumbelow, wanted to speak to her. If the club did get promotion in the county league, and it was looking more likely now, wasn't it, they would need to think seriously about the roles of captain and vice-captain, and did she, Ms. Reeve, as one of the most experienced players, have any thoughts about that? Only one, and that was me, not likely, not now. But Mrs. Rumbelow was one of those earnest, well-meaning stalwarts found in every amateur sports club in the land, and it wasn't easy to let her down gently. It was almost 9 o'clock before the detective inspector could get away. Still light, though, as she drove back across the city towards the riverside, still people out experiencing the warmth of this most pleasant of summers. She wound down all the windows and enjoyed the rush of air. Anyone noticing her as she passed by would have seen an attractive smile on her face, one that for a change she was making no attempt to hide. She had plenty to smile about. Some public houses become police public houses, and the Lighterman's Arms was one of them. For a quick drink after work, the Chequers in Honey Lane was the place of choice, just a minute's walk from the station, but for a do it had to be the Lighterman's down by the river. Tonight there was a bit of a do, and Alison Reeve was hoping that she hadn't missed anyone through arriving almost an hour later than she had hoped. Parking her car, she recognized several of the others, but there was no sign of the old Peugeot that belonged to D.C. He was on convalescent leave, but surely he would not have departed before saying hello to her. Not tonight, of all nights. First of all, though, she had to find John Murray. He had promised them 2 hours before he went back to the hospital, the 2 hours between 8 and 10 o'clock, and in that same phone call he told her that, all being well, he would be bringing them home tomorrow. Even in a crowded bar, John Murray isn't difficult to find. She watched him for a moment, talking to John Wilson, Simon O'Leary, and Phil Jefferson, and thought how it is that certain things, such as the births of babies, cause us to lower all the guards and let in others that we spend the rest of our time keeping at a distance. And then she thought how differently this might all have turned out if the bullet fired through the door a few weeks ago had travelled 6 inches to the left. We live suspended by such fine threads, and ought to be more grateful for each and every day that they have not broken. He thanked her for coming, put his arms around her, and almost kissed her cheek. John Murray! But it was the baby thing again, not the drink, because she could see that he was teetotal tonight. The baby thing. It was something you had to consider, especially past 30. A year or two past 30 now, but again. Not today, not tonight. "Where is everyone, John?" The bar was full of people, most connected to Lake Central, but he knew whom she meant. "They were on a table through there in the Riverside Lounge." "Okay, I'll go and catch up. Oh, I almost forgot." And she handed him the envelope that she had carried from the car. "It's just a card. I'll get a gift when I've spoken to Maggie. I know you won't have a clue." The end of the bar already had a covering of cards and a handful of gifts. Murray put hers with them and picked up a little silver box tied with a red ribbon. He handed it to her and said, "Guess who this is from?" Reeve took out the rattle and shook it, and then she turned it in her hand and examined it closely, like an exhibit in a case. "It's beautiful. It's an antique, surely. Hallmarked the lot. Maggie will love it." There was a name inside the lid of the box, a shop in Belfast, so guessing wasn't so hard. "Where is he?"
through there with the rest." She returned the rattle to its box and handed it back to Murray.
"I'll go and say hello. Give Maggie my love. Give them both my love. I'll call her as soon as I know she's home."
The riverside lounge was quieter. She saw their table by the window that overlooks the water, and the river was shining in the dusk, the lights from the beer garden outside glimmering a little on the calm surface. Waters was there with a girl, and Serena and Mike Dunn. They waved to her and pulled out a chair from the nearest table. Spirits were high, and she decided there and then not to ask anyone how they were getting home, or to be around when they actually made the attempt. Waters said, "Detective Inspector Reeve, this is Catherine Diver." There was a faintly regal note to the introduction, followed by a pause and then laughter. The two women shook hands, and Reeve thought, so this is her. Tall, thin, blonde and striking, literally, according to DC, if you're not careful. Beautifully casual dress as well, expensive clothes, and the owner of a start-up private detective agency. No wonder Waters' sergeant cannot make you out yet. Alison Reeve said, "So where is he?" Serena answered, "He went outside for a smoke about 5 minutes ago. We were talking birth horror stories, and it was too much for him." Laughter again, and then Waters said, "Did you know he was actually in the station last night? Charlie Hills told me this afternoon. I tried to bring him up to speed on the metal detector murder story just now, but he seemed more interested in my text-speak. He said I was murdering the English language." Catherine Diver said, "He's a dear, isn't he?" Reeve caught Serena's eye and then looked away. "Yes, he's a dear, all right, and if my memory serves me well, he's a dear who has already saved you from a very close encounter with a couple of Albanian cutthroats. Your first case might have been your last." She stood up and said, "I'll go and have a word before he disappears completely." There were other people sitting out in the beer garden, but he had managed to secure one of the wooden picnic tables closest to the water's edge. He was alone, leaning forward, elbows resting on the table, and as she approached, she saw him draw on a cigarette. There was a small glass in front of him, too small for a soft drink. Someone must have given him a lift to the lighterman's arms. Reeve said, "Hello, the excitement in there too much for you?" He looked up and smiled. They had known each other for a long time, ever since she was a rookie detective, and he was a DCI, going places and wishing that he wasn't. They needn't bother with the usual empty greetings. "No, but the gynecology is, at least that's what they think. I know it's a wind-up, but it gives me a reason to come out here and have one of these." "A cigarette or a drink?" "Both. They go together well, like rhubarb and custard." He wasn't drunk. She had never seen him drunk. But that wasn't the first glass of whiskey he had had this evening. "How was Belfast?" "Plus ça change." "You didn't tell me you were going. Had you planned it? I didn't know you still had friends out there, DC." He smiled at that, and she wondered what he had found amusing. She waited then to see if he would explain. Instead, after the smile, an odd expression that she did not understand, before he looked away from her and across the darkling river. An evening breeze stirred through the long tresses of yellow blossom on the laburnum tree behind him, and then died away. "How is the knee? That's a fancy walking stick." He lifted it up a little for her to see properly. "Irish blackthorn, English silver, another match made in heaven." "And I love the rattle. It was the first thing John showed me. Maggie will have a few tears when she sees it tonight." "That wasn't planned either. I just wandered into a shop when I had a few minutes to spare, and there it was." Something had happened in Belfast. Her instincts, either as a friend or a copper or both, were telling her that. She knew a little of the history, knew that he had been in the army and under cover, knew that whatever he had been involved with had followed him back to England and tried to kill him more than once, but she knew no details. Even that was mostly station talk. He had never told her the story directly. Reeve was reminded of her grandfather, who had led one of the nighttime missions onto the beaches of Normandy to collect samples of sand before the D-Day invasion. 8 men went, and 4 came back with the sand. Nobody knew until the old man died, not even her own grandmother,
And then they found the medals and the citation that he had never shown to a soul for more than 60 years, because he was ashamed of losing those 4 young men, guilty because he had not died alongside them. Something had happened in Belfast, but she would not find out what by asking. She might never find out. She said, "So what's the baby's name? Have they chosen something? I forgot to ask." Smith lifted the glass and said, "William. To William Murray." "That's nice and traditional. I like it." "Scottish, after John's dad, so he tells me." The evening air stirred through the tree again, and a small piece of paper that Reeve had not noticed, which had perhaps been held down by the whisky glass, was lifted and blown off the table towards her. She caught it before it had settled to the ground. It wasn't folded, and she could make out easily enough what was written on it. 3 pairs of numbers, separated by 2 full stops. She put it back onto the table, her fingers remaining there with it until he had put the now empty glass on top of it again. "Someone's birthday?" "Yes." A packet of cigarettes and a lighter also lay on the table, and he reached for the packet now. It wasn't 5 minutes since he had put out the one he was smoking when she first appeared. She had never seen him do that before. He famously only has 3 a day, and now seemed to be chain-smoking. She said, "Well, if I'm to wet this baby's head, I need a drink. What will you have, DC? Another one of those?" No protest, no "sit down, I'll get these." Instead, he frowned and seriously considered the answer before. "I'm pretty sure I saw a bottle of Talisker Storm behind the bar. If there is, one of those, thanks. If not, any old single malt will do, thank you." "Okay. You're not driving, are you? I didn't see your motor outside. Who gave you a lift?" "Somebody trained you well, ma'am. No lift, though. I got a taxi." A taxi? For some strange reason the idea made her a little sad, and he saw that in her face. "I'm quite sold on it now after this knee thing. It's opened my eyes. I'm thinking of using them a lot more. Do you think Superintendent Allen would sign off on one for me as a regular expense every month?" She was walking away as she said, "I'll get you a double." "Thanks, and then you can tell me your news." She stopped and turned, genuinely surprised. "How did you—" "Lucky guess." Smith watched her all the way into the building, and then he lifted the glass and picked up the piece of paper again. Why had he kept it? It wasn't as if he was ever going to forget those numbers now. 15 minutes, that's all it had taken last night, and 10 of those were mostly staring at the screen, wondering whether he should do it, knowing that in the end he would. It was a misdemeanor, a minor thing, of course, just a scuffle in a pub and a small fine, and he had hoped that it might not have been recorded. Sometimes these things slip through, but there it was. All the offender's details: address, occupation, date of birth. This morning, after a sleepless night, he had picked up the telephone, wondering whether he should do that too, and knowing again that he would. In a way, a lot depended on who answered. He had waited until 10 o'clock, thinking that she would be up and about, but that it might be too soon for her to have gone anywhere while she was still able to do so. For a moment he thought that he had judged it well, and then he realized that he was talking to her sister. Leah Wisby said, "Oh, it's you. Is it about the identification?" "No, I wanted to speak to Catty. But have you heard something already?" "Catty?" She still disapproved of the diminutive when it came from him, which, under the circumstances, seemed ridiculous. And then, "Yes, we have, late yesterday. It is Bran, from the dental records." "Right. What does one say? Is it good or bad? Can it be simultaneously both?" He said, "I've no idea how they got that so quickly." "It's the inquiry, apparently.
They get all that together at the beginning of an investigation, so it's there straight away if they need it. Less stressful that way, the woman said. She was very professional, I have to say. She was, and then after a pause, "You know, he only had the one filling when he was a child. Just the one. Perfect teeth." Smith waited, guessing that Catty was there and that after her usual reluctance Leah would hand over the phone. Then, after a silence, he said, "Did they say anything else?" "Yes. The professor has told the woman, that Mrs. Reese, that there are marks visible on the rib cage. He's thinking already that it was a knife, that Bran was stabbed to death." He was silent himself for a moment then, before he said, "In a way, I'm sorry that anyone had to hear that. In my job, you get used to it, but even so, when it's someone you know. How are they?" Leah said then, "I took the call. I haven't told them everything she told me yet. They're outside, the two of them, in the garden, with a man who wants to cut down all the trees. I'm guessing that was your doing as well. If you don't think he's any good, send him on his way. He has all the qualifications, but it was done on the phone, so I can't see anything wrong with him, but when he came knocking on the door, I thought he was a tinker. I did send him on his way a couple of times until he said some Englishman had called him and said, 'Go and do this job,' half now, half later. So here he is, a nice young man. He doesn't have to cut them all down. I told him to discuss it with you. You get to choose, but I thought it would be good for her to see the hills, to let some more light in." "It will. Thank you. Again." She meant it, and the resentment had disappeared from her voice, but she was making no move to fetch either Catty or Dermot from the garden. He sensed that there was something else to come from Leah, and it could only be one thing. "So, it was Catty you wanted?" "Yes." He could hear her breathing. Listening beyond that, he thought once that he could hear other voices talking far away from the telephone. Leah said, "I have to ask you why." "I think you know, Leah. I was wondering all night whether I should come back or whether I should speak to her first and let her decide." "Have you considered doing neither of those things?" "Yes, that too." She was not angry. When she spoke again, it was slowly and quietly and thoughtfully. "Then there is something I have to say to you before you do anything of the sort. I hope you'll respect it at least, though you and I haven't always got on as we might have done." He said, "I will. I've never doubted you have her best interests at heart." "And his, the boy's." Smith had smiled to himself then. He could see where this was going, and how carefully, or perhaps simply with a woman's instincts, she had chosen her ground. Justin Kelly was more than a hero. He was a thoroughly decent and honourable man. Dermot worshipped him when he was alive, and he still does so. Justin's birthday is never forgotten, and his grave is the best cared for in the whole of that cemetery. It has been since the day he went into it. You need to think long and hard about this, Stuart. You think you might be giving him something? Think about what you will be taking away." He had thought about that, but not as much as Leah Wisby had. He said, "Go on." "Yes, she rebounded into Justin's arms not a month after you'd gone. She was very young and very frightened. She told him everything, and he didn't walk away. He walked straight into it with his eyes open, just like he walked into the burning building that killed him. The medal is the boy's most precious possession. I think you understand what I'm saying. You're not a stupid man, and you're not an insensitive one for all that happened, I think." Who else knew? Mother, obviously. She worked it out, and she told Father. That was all. It had hardly been spoken of again until you walked through the door a week ago. They planned to tell him when he was of an age, but I think it was never the right time. And then after Justin died?"
Now he could hear voices. Someone came into the room where she was on the telephone. It was Dermot, saying, "Put the phone down and come out. See what this man is proposing." She answered him, told him she wouldn't be more than a moment or two. When it was quiet again, she said to Smith,
"I cannot tell you what to do, but I thought those things should be said. I'm sorry for it in a way."
It took him another few seconds to find the words, and when he said them it sounded matter-of-fact. "Will you tell them that I called? Tell them you told me about the identification and they won't need to bother then."
"I will." "Thank you. No need for that, you're right. Even a fool like me can see that. I should be thanking you." She said, "They're waiting for me now. Can I ask how you knew? Did you know before you came?" "No, I didn't. A couple of small things made me wonder, but then, when we were up at the farm, something you did. I knew then. You saw me. I did wonder. It was stupid of me. I don't know why I did that. I do. It was a good thing."
"Have you showed it to her?"
"No, not yet, but I will."
It was time to go. He said, "When you do so, will you send me a copy too?"
"Of the photograph I took? On my phone?"
"Yes."
"I will. That's little enough to ask. And But he had gone.
"Let me get those, ma'am."
"John, stop it. You're as bad as he is. And isn't it supposed to be us buying you the drinks?"
Murray caught the barman's attention by waving a £20 note, and then she said thank you and gave her order. Murray said, "I can't remember, but I'm driving. I need to be off in a minute. Just wanted to thank you before I left."
"What on earth for?"
"All those days when I just nipped off with very little warning. I know the problems that causes, but you never said no. It's much appreciated by both of us."
"All three of us?"
Murray nodded, raised his eyebrows and smiled. The baby had been born little more than 24 hours ago, and already he was a different man. She asked him frankly how it felt. "It's the strangest thing, ma'am. You've known for nearly 9 months, well, more like 6 in our case, but you've known it's coming. You've spoken to doctors and nurses and midwives, family and friends. You've Googled the weirdest stuff and seen it getting bigger day by day. You couldn't be more prepared, except that nothing can prepare you for it. When you pick him up, he's so small, but he's like the biggest thing there is."
"The birth of a son, the first one. I expect it is the biggest thing there is, John."
She picked up her glass, raised it so that it was between their faces.
"To William Murray."
Murray put out a giant hand very gently and stopped her. "William David Murray, ma'am."
"Really? I was just out there with him. That's who told me you'd chosen William. He never said anything about that."
Then she drank from the glass and picked up the one that remained on the counter. Murray said, "No. Well, what about your own news? What did he say to that?"
"I'm just about to tell him, or I was. He already knows, but I've no idea how, as they only told me on Monday."
"He'll say it was a guess, but he keeps up with some of his old connections, for they keep up with him. I don't know which way round it works, but it does. We're all pleased for you, even though it means we might lose you, ma'am." Alison Reeve thanked him, and thanked in her heart all the people who had congratulated her since she had been told of the coming promotion. But it was a small thing in comparison to what they were celebrating tonight, and she was glad of that sense of perspective. Murray said, "Thank you for coming, ma'am. I'll let you know what we've decided about paternity leave by the end of the week. I might be keen to get back. Good night, ma'am." It was not dark yet, but it was getting there. She paused in the open doorway, allowing her eyes to adjust to the change. The lighterman's garden illuminations had been done well. Enough light to create an atmosphere, but not so much that the night itself had been banished. Smith still sat at the same table, his outline just visible against the paler light that came from the water beyond. In that moment, as she watched him, she saw the flare of a lighter, and thought, not another cigarette. Then he realized that something was burning in his hand. There was a flame, as if he was holding a candle. When it began to flicker, he let it go, and the dying sparks drifted away from him, across the darkening garden, and then upwards as they were caught by the breeze from the river. It must have been the piece of paper.